Hello. You guys asked for it, and here it is. This is another mega compilation of my CRPS Q&A videos. I did this for Q&As 1 through 5. I also did this for Q&As 6 through 10. And then I even made an ultimate complication of Q&As 1 through 10 for you guys to watch, have on passively in the background as you're cleaning the house or listen to as you're driving. And today I'd like to do the same thing. As I prepare to release Q&A number 16 coming out in mid-July, I have created Q&A compilation 11 through 15. This is around 8 hours of questions and answers to any of your concerns in regards to CRPS or any alphabet syndrome you might be dealing with. So grab a snack, grab a drink, and enjoy this compilation of all of my CRPS Q&As from the last several months. So here it is for you in order, no editing, just straight through Q&A number 11 through 15. I hope you guys enjoy this, and I will see you in Q&A 16 in a few weeks. Take care. Hey guys, and welcome finally to Q&A number 11. I am actually shocked because I just looked back at when Q&A 10 was posted, and it has been several months since our last Q&A. So I am really excited this year in 2026 to be bringing you not only this Q&A, but 10 total Q&As just like I did last year to help answer your question and ease your worries about CRPS. If you haven't seen my previous Q&As, you can check the description and the pinned comment down below to watch my Q&A 1 through 10 compilation video and get yourself caught up. If you have a question for any future Q&As, please do comment under this video with your question, and I will be happy to answer it in the next one, Q&A number 12. One thing I want to ask from you as a favor is if you are enjoying these Q&A videos and you find my information helpful, please make sure to like the video. It should be right under my finger where I'm pointing. There should be a thumbs up button. That really helps other people dealing with CRPS find me and find some of my materials to maybe help them in the same way. Additionally, if you're watching this and you want to be notified of when my videos are coming out or notified of when the next Q&A is, some of which will be live this year, then go ahead and hit the button next to that, which is the subscribe button on YouTube. And that also really helps people discover me and keeps you up to date with everything that I'm doing. If you want more free information just like this outside of video form, then you can check the link in the pinned comment and description down below to join my free email list also. Through that email list, you'll get toolkits about sleep, toolkits about meditation, toolkits to help you with desensitization, all for free every single week. So I'd be very excited to have you there. Without further ado, we can jump into this Q&A and we'll go over, the many questions that you guys asked me this time around, and I'm very excited to answer some of them. Actually, I lied. There is further ado because a lot of people watching this don't even know who I am. So if you don't know, my name is Chase Teagarden, and a little over 11 years ago, I was diagnosed with complex regional pain syndrome myself. After a 4-year journey of going to doctor after doctor, having treatment after treatment, and getting no help, and nearly taking my own life, I thankfully found my own way out of pain. And since then, I've gone on to become not only a doctor of physical therapy and therapeutic pain specialist, but one of 60 fellows of pain science in the nation at the time of recording this video. I now help people all over the world through my free videos, my online course, and one-on-one coaching to overcome this pain and move on to a more meaningful and fulfilling life. These videos are part of my effort to get free information out there to people who might be suffering and help people calm the fear of CRPS, which in turn also calms the pain. So I hope that this video will be helpful. I hope by the end of it, you'll feel a little more confident in where you're going and the path you're on to reaching remission, or as I call it, recovery with CRPS. And let's get started. So, jumping into our very first question, Michelle says, can you give an example of a treatment session? Also, are they 30 minutes or an hour? How many sessions a week? For the paid part, do we have access to text you when needed? And how many sessions total for your program? Okay, Michelle, great question. And actually, this is a question I get a lot. And believe it or not, I actually have a full video breakdown of this exact question, answering everything you've just asked on my main website, thewindowpain.com. It's on the very first page. It says, "What is pain coaching?" And that same video is also on YouTube. So in my YouTube video collection, it says, "What is pain coaching?" And it's a full breakdown of everything you've just asked. So if you want a lot more depth than I'm about to give you, you can check that video out. But just to break it down for you, pain coaching is a service. It's a one-on-one service, and it is not required to get better, but it is something for you personally if you want something more customized for you. This is a service where I work with you one-on-one for 8, 12, or 16 sessions. This is typically one session per week for 45 minutes to an hour, depending on the need that day. In that session, we work together to form both physical and emotional exercises pertinent to your case specifically to help you move forward and back to life. So, as an example, if you are someone who is trying to get back to eating at the table with family for dinner or doing artwork, in a certain type of way, we would create custom goals for you to start to get there. That could look as something as small as sitting at the table for 30 seconds or, finding a way to even just get up from the chair. There's also clients of mine who want to get back to horseback riding or basketball or snowboarding or something like that. And so we create custom physical plans based on my knowledge as a physical therapist, but then also custom emotional things to help overcome the medical trauma as well as the trauma that occurred even before CRPS came on. So it is a very customized thing, the coaching, and it varies from person to person. So Renee's treatment isn't going to be the same as Lydia's treatment, for example, because you're different people. And I firmly believe that each person should be treated in that way, custom, to who they are. That's an important part of healing. If you want an example of a variety of treatment sessions, you can go on my YouTube page and you can look for the videos called Breaking Free. Those breaking free videos are videos of me working with people in a session. So you can get an actual clear example from those videos of kind of what I do in a session. But again, it's going to be custom for everyone. Typically, I am doing one session per week. Sometimes I do one session every other week, depending on the person and what they need and what their schedule can accommodate. When you are working with me as a coaching client, you are guaranteed a 24-hour response time to any question or concern that you may have. The reason I do this is because when I was dealing with pain and I would reach out to a doctor, especially here in America, sometimes I wouldn't hear back for 3 weeks. And I found that unacceptable, especially because CRPS is such a scary diagnosis that if you're sitting there waiting to hear back from a doctor, for weeks and weeks and weeks, your fear is rising, your anxiety is rising, and with both of them being processed in a similar center of the brain as pain, that's increasing your pain in and of itself. So yes, a lot of people or all of my clients will have full access, guaranteed 24-hour response time with me through Facebook Messenger, or some of them have my cell phone number. It just depends. But yes, you do have that to answer you. And then the last question I've answered, but how many sessions total for your program? 8, 12, or 16 session packages or how my program's designed. But you can work with me for as long as you wish to. So for example, if you sign up with me and you are in my Tuesdays at 3 p.m. Central Time slot, I always tell my clients, you have that slot until you feel ready to be independent from me. And my goal is to get you feeling better and independent and confident in taking care of yourself as fast as possible. It's a terrible business model, but I'm not here to do business. I'm here to help. So yeah, that's to answer your question, Michelle. Check out the video that is on my main website, thewindowpain.com, and it'll fully break down everything for you that you've asked here. Okay, let's see. Okay, and then piggybacking off of Michelle's question, Lisa said, "What does your paid program contain? How do you help? And how much does it cost?" Lisa, I also have a full video on this because this is a question that I get a lot. The video is called "What is in my online CRPS chronic pain program?" And you can find that on my YouTube. You can also find that on my main website. Go to the website, you'll be on the homepage, click the little hamburger button in the corner or the button that says courses, and then there is a full video there breaking it down. I also have a full landing page that breaks down what's in my program online as well. Just go to my main website, and then there's a button that says looking for my online course. Click here, and then you click that button, and it'll take you to a full breakdown of what is in my course. To give you a quick overview, my course is 10 years of my knowledge all in one place, and it is designed to walk you through the same journey that I went on as I figured my own way out of pain. So, in the beginning, you learn about the relationship between your physical pains and the emotional pains that come with it. In the second video, you learn about all the misconceptions about CRPS, including the misconstrued idea that it is incurable and nobody gets better from CRPS. In Module 3, you learn all about central sensitization and how to calm down the nervous system with a clear process. In Module 4, you learn all about desensitization, all of the different methods to perform desensitization in a safe way that isn't painful. You also learn all of the tools that you can use, and my most recommended tools for desensitization too. In Module 5, you learn about how the things that doctors say to us can perpetuate our pain and how our beliefs shape our perception of our pain. In Module 6, you learn how structure does not matter when it comes to pain, and many people have nerve damage or implant devices, screws, plates, etc., but don't have lasting chronic pain. So blaming those things on pain is kind of misguided. In Module 7, you learn about trauma and emotion and their relationship to pain, as well as my 5-step process to calming the nervous system and processing that trauma and emotion. A lot of times they will say you need to get out of fight or flight, you need to get out of fight or flight to help CRPS, but no one actually gives you a clear process on how to do that. And that's exactly what's in my course. And then finally in Module 8, you learn about the next step in moving on with life as your CRPS starts to come down. The cool thing about my course is I don't just put out these videos as theory. I literally prove it along the way. So in my course, you will meet about 15 of my clients in client coaching videos that are inside my course, and you will watch them go on a journey from very distraught and sad in bed all the way to giving a testimonial and being back to life. So if you want proof that the program helps, you can look at my Overcoming CRPS series here on YouTube anytime, but you can also see in my online course the exact step-by-step process I take with a variety of clients all the way through. So I hope that answers your question about what the program contains. Things that I didn't mention are it contains toolkits, free toolkits to help you with sleeping. It contains toolkits to help you understand meditation and calm the nervous system that way. It contains suggested exercises for you to do for the wrist and the legs and the feet, etc. So it's everything you could ever want all in one place. And I'm actually super proud of it. And I honestly think it's tragically underpriced for the amount of information I've put in there. But I want to make it accessible to you. So to answer your question about how much it costs, it's $375 normally, but you can use the code Q&A 75 and you'll get $75 off if you'd like to join the course. So that code is just for you if you've stuck around this long in the video, and you're welcome to use it anytime. But yeah, I hope that answers your question, Lisa. Thank you so much. Okay, so Lynn asked, is this based on mind retraining slash rewiring or somatic work? Lynn, this is a great question. People often ask, what is my work based on? What is the method? Those kinds of things. My work is rooted in a concept called neuroplasticity. And neuroplasticity is the idea that the brain and nervous system, meaning your spinal cord and all of your nerves by extension, can learn and adapt. And understanding how and why that happens as a human being. And neuroplasticity is such a foundational thing in our life that it is literally how we learn language. It is how we learn to use tools, ride a bike. It is how we learn to adapt to new environments in our life and learn to even just change the washing machine to a different setting, you know. That's on my mind because I help my dad figure out how to do that. But neuroplasticity is all around us. It is literally how humans learn how to do anything in life. It is the most clear and basic concept that there is. And that is what my work is based on. It is based on how neuroplasticity occurs through physical changes and through emotional and mental changes in our life. So, for example, if you are in an environment that is very hot, at first that'll be really overwhelming. So when I first moved to Houston from Iowa, at first the summer was really overwhelming because it's so hot in Houston. And now my nervous system has adapted via neuroplasticity to handle the summers a bit better. Don't get me wrong, the summers are still horrendous, but that is an example of adaptation. That's an example of neuroplasticity. There are cultures where fishing, diving into the sea and getting fish is a big part of the culture. Those individuals have a higher lung capacity because they train their life to do those things. Neuroplasticity is how people train for the Olympics and become stronger swimmers and runners and jumpers. Neuroplasticity is what my work is based on. And yes, through neuroplasticity, we are rewiring or retraining the brain and by extension, the spinal cord and the nervous system. When you say, or is it based in somatic work? Yes, soma just means body. So I am working with the body and understanding emotions and how they appear in the body. But I'm not a somatic therapist. I am not a pain reprocessing therapist. That is not what I do. My work is grounded in the concept of neuroplasticity and how we learn via, in a bad way, via traumatic injury, traumatic events in our life, traumatic emotional events included, and also how we unlearn in a good way to come out of those injuries, traumatic events, and traumatic emotional events. I hope that helps kind of explain what I do with my work. And it's really no secret, you know, if you want to learn a bit more about what I do, please check out all, 200 plus hours of YouTube videos on this YouTube channel by clicking my name down under the video, and you can find more of my videos. But great question, and one I actually get a lot too. Um, let's see. Kayla, she said, why does it take so long to see a breakthrough? And Kayla is actually a client of mine. And, this question is such a hard question because I know the depth of what's behind it. A lot of times you can try and try and try to improve physically and reduce your pain and take steps to get there. But sometimes it takes a lot longer to get to a point where you see your pain starting to come down and your suffering starting to alleviate. And the reason it takes so long is because CRPS is not just something that came on when you sprained your ankle or when you fell and broke your wrist, at the grocery store, or when you woke up one morning and your elbow is hurting. CRPS is something that is the breaking point for a life that has been lived on the edge of central sensitization. And so, what I mean by that is our body becomes centrally sensitized by chronically living under immense stress. And the way that that happens is not only through, a series of injuries we might have had. So, for example, I had two back surgeries that then eventually led to my diagnosis with CRPS. Those are the physical aspects of my life that have contributed to my diagnosis with CRPS, and not only CRPS, but other central sensitization or alphabet syndromes, such as my diagnosis with chronic migraines and also my diagnosis with ulcerative colitis. All of which, mind you, I don't suffer from at all anymore. Sometimes we get caught up in looking at when we were diagnosed with CRPS or migraines or ulcerative colitis or a plethora of other conditions, which could be POTS, PANS, PANDAS, MCAS, FND, etc. And we think, this is when it happened. This is the only thing that occurred that led to my central sensitization, led to my nervous system being hyperactive. And it's taking forever to see a breakthrough. Well, I know Kayla's been suffering with pain for a number of years. And the thing is we've only been working together for, a month or two. And the challenge there is you have years of programming that your nervous system has gone through in a negative way through neuroplasticity that need to be gradually undone to calm the nervous system back down. So, for example, to give you an idea of the programming that I endured, when I was in high school and I first started having back pain, shortly before I started having back pain was when my mother was diagnosed with stage 4 brain, lung, and bone cancer and given 9 months to live. I had back pain during her battle with cancer, and then after she passed, my back pain increased significantly, and then I had to have back surgery, had to have back surgery according to the doctors. On top of that, during the time that my mother was dealing with cancer, my brother, my older brother, lost his job and found out some things in his family life that were really challenging. And he turned to alcohol as a vice. And so my mother was, dying of cancer. My brother was drinking alcohol. And eventually he passed away from his alcohol abuse. And about 6 months after that, my back pain had increased so significantly that I needed to have another back surgery. And then just shortly after that surgery, I developed CRPS. As I was improving from CRPS, I was severely depressed. I was asking the same question that Kayla's asking here. Why is it taking so long to see a breakthrough? And then as soon as my CRPS pain was starting to come down, I developed chronic migraines. During that time, being depressed and having migraines, when my migraines eventually subsided after I started going to school for physical therapy and doing my doctorate, I developed ulcerative colitis. I developed that ulcerative colitis around the time that my little sister, who was misbehaving up in Iowa with my father, came to live with me for the last part of high school. And she ended up dropping out of high school, using, doing a bunch of different substances and just kind of acting a fool, quitting her job. At the same time, I was president of my class and I was trying to manage everything that was going on with my doctorate. And I developed ulcerative colitis. And so you see, it wasn't just CRPS, it wasn't just migraines, it wasn't just the ulcerative colitis. It was a compounding effect of a whole bunch of things in my environment that were leading to my nervous system being hyperactive. And so when we ask a question like, why does it take so long to see a breakthrough? We often think, I'm doing all the things right physically. Why is my pain not coming down? Well, the reason for that is because there are extenuating factors, extrinsic factors in your life that are contributing to your nervous system being hyperactive. So I won't get too specific to Kayla to keep her privacy, but there are family dynamics that are challenging. We may be taking care of a parent who has Alzheimer or dementia, or dealing with financial struggles, or at a job that we absolutely hate and we don't see a way out of. We may have lost contact with some of our children, in the sense that they're upset with us for some reason. We may have had family members pass away. All of those things play a massive role in the level in which your nervous system is amplified. And getting to a breakthrough point there has to involve processing what happened. So for me, I had to really process the grief of losing my mother. I had to really process the grief of losing my brother. And until I was able to process those things and make those connections and see that reality, my pain or my headaches or my ulcerative colitis symptoms, they were all still there, serving as proxy for those emotions in a way. And I talk about this in depth in my online program and in some of my videos here on YouTube. But that's why it takes so long. We are not only reprogramming your nervous system from 7 years of CRPS, we are also reprogramming your nervous system from a life of, challenges, work challenges, marital challenges, relationship challenges, financial challenges. We've lived our lives, especially as people who end up with CRPS. I'll put this personality of CRPS individuals up on screen here. We have lived our lives in this way of trying to please others and emotionally hold things in so that other people around us aren't too affected, and care for others in extreme depth. And we chase, certain levels of perfectionism and things. And it makes us really, really great, caring and kind, empathetic human beings. But it also primes our nervous system for it to reach a breaking point. And that breaking point could look like CRPS or headaches or ulcerative colitis. Other ways that we might demonstrate a breaking point is through gastroparesis or POTS, or all these other conditions that I talk about often. So to answer your question, it takes long because there's a lot of stuff for us to work on. And if we're working together and midway through working together, you have another tragic event happen, well, then of course it's going to be a longer process because there's a whole bunch of grief around what happened. So it's a challenge, and I feel for you in asking this question. But Kayla, I will see you on Monday, and we'll keep working on that breakthrough for you. This is going to be an up and down process, and I'm never going to give up. So we'll keep going. Wonderful question. I know a lot of people probably asking the same thing, and so good to have it here. Kathy, how are PN, pudendal neuralgia, and CRPS connected? So just kind of what I was explaining to Kayla, it doesn't really matter the label or the alphabet syndrome, as I call it, that you get. They're related because they're a consequence of the same problem. They're a consequence of what I call central sensitization, meaning a nervous system that has ramped up in sensitivity throughout our life due to the events in our life, whether it's traumatic emotional events, injuries or accidents, surgeries, etc. The nervous system has ramped up, ramped up, ramped up, and then it crosses this threshold, which I would call the breaking point, right? And once it gets above that threshold and we become centrally sensitized, we then develop symptoms that could look like CRPS or pudendal neuralgia. And honestly, it really just depends on the symptoms you're having for the diagnosis that you get. Okay, so if you go to the doctor and you say, I have chronic pain, or complex pain in my hand or in my foot. And then the doctor sees that, okay, there's pain, there's redness, there's swelling, there's changes to the hair or the nails. This fits the Budapest criteria. You have CRPS. But if you go to the doctor and you say, I have pain and it happens to be in my rectum area or in my groin area, well, then the doctor might say, oh, that might be the pudendal nerve. So therefore, you have pudendal neuralgia. Or if you go to the doctor and you say, I have pain here on the side of my face, and there's nothing showing up on scans, it's very confusing, and it's kind of in my jaw here, the doctor might say, oh, okay, this is the distribution of the trigeminal nerve. You have trigeminal neuralgia, right? So it doesn't matter the diagnosis. The plan is always the same. We want to calm down the nervous system. And the way that we would do that, I like to think of those videos of like stray cats or stray dogs. When you meet a stray cat on the street and you watch those videos of the rescuers trying to help the cat, if we run up to the cat and we just grab it, which is what happens in a lot of hospital environments or rehab facilities, unfortunately, the cat will freak out. It'll bite you, it'll claw at you, or you'll flare if you're someone dealing with CRPS or pudendal neuralgia. But if you slowly approach the cat or the hurt limb or the nervous system that's hyperactive, and you give it treats along the way, and you earn its trust, and you let it smell your hand, and those kinds of things, eventually at the end of those rescue videos with the animals, you see that animal's nervous system, the animal itself, calmed down. And usually those videos end happy with the animal running around and smiling, and you're crying by the end of the video. Animals have a nervous system just like humans. And what has happened with these alphabet syndromes, the PN and the CRPS and the trigeminal neuralgia and the POTS and all that, is the nervous system has reached that threshold of the stray cat that you see. The stray cat has been out on its own. It somehow, ran away from home and got lost. It spent nights by the busy highway with cars going by, honking, and it's been in fights with other animals, and it's been struggling to find food, and it's been cold, and its nervous system has become sensitized. It's become hyper alert, hyper aware. It is stuck in fight or flight. And us being stuck in fight or flight, just like the cat, we can calm that down through the same process, giving ourselves treats, which might look like food, but it might also look like caring for ourselves, you know, trying to do things that we love and enjoy in a safe way, even if it's 5% of the actual activity. So sometimes with my clients, what I'll have them do is if they love painting and they haven't painted in a long time because, it hurts to sit or their hands are affected, I'll say, hey, why don't we just find a paintbrush? Find one of your paintbrushes, dust it off, and just kind of set up your art area. And let's start there for this week. One task, one small effort, one small letting the nervous system sniff your hand, right? Letting the cat sniff your hand as a way to get there. So I've kind of gone on a little bit of a tangent here, but I feel like it's related. PN and CRPS are the same thing. We're just being diagnosed with a different alphabet syndrome. And so when I treat an individual with pudendal neuralgia, I'm not treating them that much differently in the way that I would treat CRPS. When I treat an individual with trigeminal neuralgia, same concept. Yes, we do desensitization on the face or desensitization in the groin or rectum area, but other than that, it's very similar. We need to look at life and all the things that have happened in life and how to process that to calm our nervous system, and we need to get back to physical activity. So the mind and body are two sides of the same coin. We cannot separate them and expect results. Okay, that is why you see everyone going to, physical providers and they get shots, injections, stimulators. They drink special, teas or take certain herbs, and they feel like that's going to help them fully get better. It doesn't, and you end up needing or being reliant on a substance or a treatment for the rest of your life. Whereas the difference here with what I do, and not just me, other people out there in the world, is I address not only the physical challenges, but also the emotional sides of CRPS as well, which I talked about a little bit in Kayla's question. So to answer your question, PN and CRPS aren't just connected, they're the same problem, in my opinion. Okay. So I hope that helps, Kathy. Wonderful question. Yeah, let's go to the next one. Michelle, elevator speech on how to explain CRPS to non-medical friends, coworkers, or casual conversations. So when it comes to casual conversations and a quick pitch of CRPS, basically what I would say to them, and this depends on your objective. Like if you're going to try and get someone who's never experienced CRPS to understand, you're going to be explaining until you're blue in the face and their eyes are going to glaze over and they're going to look at you like, I have no idea what you're talking about. That sounds wild. That is very sad that that's the case, but it's just the reality. And so a part of me says, don't explain. Who cares? I have a pain condition, and it tends to act up from time to time for unknown reasons, but I'm working on it. That's an easy explanation. But if you want a more, scientifically sound approach, basically say, I had an injury if you have CRPS type 2. And after that injury, my nerves stayed extra sensitive. And it takes a little bit of time for them to calm back down. It could take a month, it could take a year, but I'm working on calming it down. And CRPS is a syndrome where the nervous system is hypersensitive. And so, it's very important for me, if you are a little bit cautious, around my hand or around my leg, while I'm working on calming my nervous system back down. So something along that line would be great. But to be honest with you, for me, I stopped trying to explain because I knew that people weren't really going to understand what was happening to me anyways, because how could they? No fault of them. It's just impossible to understand unless you've experienced it. And I know that from being someone that experienced it. So yeah, easy elevator speech would be, I have a pain condition that has made my nerves extra sensitive, and it's going to take a little bit of time for them to learn to not feel that way. Or I had an injury, and that injury led to my nerves in my foot or my hand or my back being extra sensitive, and I'm working on calming that down. Or you can say it's a chronic condition and I'll probably have it for a while. You could also say that. But I like the framing of I'm working on it because that's not only good for your friends because it helps them understand that you're on a journey here, but it also is good for you mentally to say I'm working on it because that gives you back the control. Okay, so hope that helps. Great question. One I get a lot as well. I can see 6 or 7 people liked it. So, Karina, I'm 8 months post neod neurodrogenate, I always say that wrong, infusions, and my foot leg pain has decreased substantially, allowing me to exercise and do physical therapy needed to start walking again. I love that. Unfortunately, 6 weeks ago, I had 3 cavities extracted at the dentist, and this caused massive pain in my jaw. The dentist said the nerves were traumatized. Since then, I've had terrible pain in my jaw and the worst headaches I've ever had. Could this be related to the CRPS? And in that it's my central nervous system still overly sensitive. How can I handle this situation? Medication does not relieve the pain and I'm miserable. Oh, Karina, I'm so sorry. It sounds like we were making great progress with our infusions and some of the physical therapy and stuff. And then we went to the dentist and really got traumatized by the dentist. So not only did he probably, cause some pain from, just dentists doing that. And I love dentists. My father was a dentist, but he also, and this is taught in my online course in module 5, where I talk about placebo and nocebo. He noceboed you unbeknownst to him a little bit by saying that the nerves were traumatized. When you say something like that, that's kind of just a blanket statement. It can be really scary. And believe it or not, because fear and anxiety are processed in the same part of the brain as pain, can actually lead to more pain for you. Remember, even if nerves are traumatized, they can learn and adapt and calm down. This is evident by, for example, amputees. Their nerves are burned, cut, traumatized, but they don't have lasting pain for the rest of their life. Their limb or their stub of where they were amputated, it learns, it adapts, and it can normalize again. So even if the nerves were traumatized or damaged in this dental procedure, they will learn and calm down again as you, just as you said here, calm the central nervous system and calm down that sensitivity. So rest assured, this will calm down. It looks like this question was over a week ago. But I promise, stay the course, continue through my online course. I know you're in it. And over time, that sensitivity from the dental procedure will start to calm down as we heal up. Okay. So everything will be all right. Yes, this is in relationship to your central nervous system being overly sensitive, and it's also in relationship to that dentist. I'm sure he didn't mean anything by it, saying that the nerves were traumatized. That's really non-specific. It doesn't really say what happened or that he cut it or anything like that. Maybe they were just overly sensitized from the swelling in that area from that procedure, which is also probably why you were feeling the headaches. But as that swelling comes down, as you heal from the procedure, everything should go back to normal. Renee, no question here, just a shout out to you for helping our granddaughter through CRPS. Thank you, Chase. Oh, Renee, that's so nice. To give you guys some background, I am working with Renee's granddaughter, Lindsay, and Renee actually called me at one point when we were first working together for some clarity about my plan with Lindsay, because in the beginning, the process was real slow. And Lindsay was very fearful, wearing things like a knee brace, etc. And I reassured Grandma Renee that I would get Lindsay better. And actually, we are going to be filming Lindsay's testimony here in the beginning of March. Lindsay has burned her knee brace. She is now going up and down the stairs for the first time. And I'm just really excited about her progress. And I think she's going to keep doing fantastic. And so look out for Lindsay's testimonial in March. And no need to thank me, Renee. This is my passion, helping people overcome this fear and move forward. Karina, what if someone has suffered injuries that has increased pain, sensitization, and disability? Do they need to wait to start this program? Are there any cases where CRPS is too progressed to be able to improve with this program? Or do you believe that everybody can heal to some extent? Karina, great question. And actually, this was 2 weeks ago, so even before your dental question, and you've already started my program. So I reached out to you and answered that question in Messenger. But I see no reason why everyone can't retrain their nervous system to function in a more proper way. Okay. So even if you've had injuries and increased pain and you've been sensitized and you've been on disability, you don't have to wait to start the program. In fact, that would be the perfect time to start the program. Just so you know, the online program is lifetime access. So as long as it's on the internet, you have access to it. It's self-paced. You can go at any pace that you want, and you can, start over and rewatch videos as many times as you want. And the online program is constantly updated. So since it launched last year on February 1st of 2025, I have updated the program probably over 45 times with new videos, redone lectures, made them better, added more toolkits, etc. So there is no wrong time to start the program. And I do firmly believe that everyone, regardless of the time or how many years or progression of CRPS, that you can improve significantly. So if you want some examples of that, you can watch Renee's testimony. She had CRPS for 35 years and is now pain-free. You can also watch Christina's testimony. She had CRPS for 10 years, met me when she was in a wheelchair, pain in her arm and both her legs, and is now pain-free. Or Jacqueline's testimony. She had CRPS for a number of years, went to Spiro Clinic and spent over $50,000 with little to no relief. And now she's pain-free. So yes, anyone and everyone can benefit from the program. And I'm not just saying that. I firmly believe that, and I'm proving it with those testimonies that I just showed you. Jonathan, hello everyone. My question is probably pretty simple, but I feel like I should give you some background into it first. I had a spinal fusion surgery to L4 S1 in 2022, then got a spine stimulator in June of 2025. About 3 weeks later, I started having pain for no reason in the ball of my left foot. Man, that sounds familiar, Jonathan. It turned into CRPS and had now affected both legs basically from the knee down. At one point, I was healing and doing really good with it when it was just the ball of my foot. But ever since it started spreading, it has gotten worse and worse. It attacked the bottoms of my feet on Christmas Eve, 2025. And I just decided to walk on the new flare up all day. That was a huge mistake, and I've not even been able to walk or drive or even wear shoes since Christmas. My question is this: I'm only 7 months in, and I'm still in an enormously painful flare up. Is it too soon to start the program? I feel like the desensitization stuff will not have a good chance to work unless I wait until the flare up dies down. Jonathan, first of all, I am so sorry to hear all the stuff that you're dealing with. That is a long time to deal with pain, not only the CRPS, but the back pain itself. And it is a scary thing to go through, the experience of the nervous system becoming more sensitive and the pain spreading around. One thing I want to say to you is no, it's not too soon to start the program. And actually, you're one of the individuals that asked this question and then started the program, which I'm very glad to have you in it. I've seen your comments and I've been responding to them, so I hope you see them. But to be a little bit more direct, I want you to really think about, as you did in the first module of the program, the timeline, really think about what was going on leading up to your spinal surgeries and your spinal fusion. So what was happening in 2022? I also want you to think about what was the significance of Christmas this year? Why Christmas Eve? There has to be a reason. I really want you to start to think about the reasons that this pain might be here from an emotional standpoint. The things I know for you is that your father is dealing with a medical health condition that is really challenging, would be really challenging for anyone, especially a son who loves their father. I also know that you are not feeling supported at home in certain ways by someone that's in the household with you. Those things are really important. And the fact that you are having pain in your legs, I don't think is coincidence. A lot of times we develop pain in our legs when we are having a hard time standing up for ourselves or putting our foot down. We also develop pain in our back when we have had a lot of things to carry for a number of years. So please think about that as you go through my program and as you learn and as you approach module 7. I think you're in module 3 or 4 right now. And please know that it is never too soon to start desensitization. Just like the stray cat that's out stranded on the road, we want to slowly approach him so that he can learn that he is safe and desensitization is the way that we do that from a physical standpoint. So, Jonathan, I am thinking about you. I am sending my thoughts and my prayers your way as you go through my online program. And take a big, deep breath for me. Things are going to be okay. I think that a big part of the pain that you're experiencing is your fear of CRPS in and of itself. You use words here in your question like attacked, right? And I've seen other questions where you use words like falling apart. Those words have a lot of weight. And I promise you, CRPS is not a venom that is attacking your body. Yes, it is painful, but it is 100% something that we can calm down and start to reduce that pain in both your legs. Okay, so I look forward to meeting with you in a consult later on this year. But in the meantime, take a big deep breath. Think about some of these things in your life that may be contributing to your pain, and see how maybe we can address them or change some of the dynamics around them too. Okay. Yesy, if the left side of your body is more sensitized than the right side, does this eventually go back to normal as the nervous system regulates, or do you need some sort of brain exercises to strengthen the side that is more sensitized? Okay, so as your nervous system regulates, yes, that will go back to normal, but exercises for that side of your body would be a great thing to do. Okay. You can do this through apps like Laterality or Recognize. I'll put them both on the screen here. Those apps are a good way to practice. If you don't want to get those apps, just get a magazine. Any magazine, go somewhere and get some, or if you have one laying around, and flip through the magazine. Hopefully, it has people in it, and just circle all of the left hands, or all of the right feet, or all of the left feet. And what you're doing in this way is you're visualizing what a right and left hand or right and left foot look like. And that is training your brain to understand the nervous system from a visual standpoint. Okay, so that is one exercise you can do. You can use the Laterality or Recognize app as well, which is kind of the same thing. It's just showing you flashcards of different feet and hands, and you have to identify, is it a left or is it a right? That's one thing you can do. The other thing you can do is not really as much a brain exercise as a nervous system exercise, but through my online course and also here on YouTube, I have my desensitization series of videos, and doing the desensitization activities on the more sensitive side will train it to be less sensitive. So those activities include my textured desensitization, the KT tape method that I use, my vibration plate, foot bath method that I use, as well as mirror therapy methods that I use, and things like that. Those are all encompassed in these 3 videos here and in module 4 of my online course in a little more depth. Okay, so to answer your question, yes, it will go back to normal. We just need to train it. Okay. So nervous system or neuroplasticity is what got us here. Neuroplasticity is what will bring us out as well. Donna, hi Chase. What are some hand and wrist exercises to help with joint pain from the cold weather? Thank you. Hey Donna. So this, you can find the answer to this in my desensitization video number 2, I believe. I go over some wrist exercises. If not number 2, it's definitely number 3. But honestly, any exercises that are working on your grip strength. So you could get something like a gyro ball from Amazon. It's a ball that you get in your hand, and it spins in a certain way, and you spin it the other way, and that strengthens your wrist. You can also get grip training rings. You can get grip training stress balls, all on Amazon. Anything like that is going to help your pain in the cold weather because you're increasing blood flow and you're increasing the use of those muscles in this cold weather. So that is what I would suggest to help with any joint pain that you're having. Putting stress through the muscles and the hand is the thing that's going to help alleviate that pain. Gradually. So depending on where you're at, you want to do this gradually. And I break that down a little bit more specifically in those videos that I've mentioned. All right. So Ruth asks, do you only deal with CRPS type 1? And Jody replied there correctly, all CRPS. And that's a great question, Ruth. And it's actually a question I get a lot. And I'm assuming you are diagnosed with CRPS type 2, which is why you're asking. Just so you know, the majority of my clients actually have CRPS type 2, and I myself technically was diagnosed with CRPS type 2 as well. There is really no difference between CRPS type 1 and type 2, or CRPS NOS, not otherwise specified, which is a third version. And I want to kind of explain what it even means when we see CRPS type 1 and type 2, because there's a lot of misconception about that. Oftentimes, because of the terminology that is used with CRPS, types, spreading, remission, stages. If I was to just go up to you and say, I have a condition that has types, it can spread, it has stages, and you can go into remission, what condition do you think I am talking about? And most people in the lay public would say cancer. And so when we're using those terms, which I think is a bad thing about CRPS, we use those types of terms, we automatically get into this fear cycle of what is happening with us. And we assume that the typing of CRPS means that they're different. But that is not the case at all. When we talk about CRPS type 1 or CRPS type 2 or CRPS NOS, these are the only differences. Type 1 is CRPS that came on insidiously, which means without a known cause or origin. So, for example, I've had clients who just woke up and suddenly had a pain in their elbow, and it just became more and more and more painful, and then they were diagnosed with CRPS. There's no known origin, no assumed injury or surgery or nerve damage. That's CRPS type 1. No known cause or specific damage to a nerve. CRPS type 2 is if you had an injury or a surgery and then you were diagnosed with CRPS. There is an assumed feeling that a nerve was damaged and therefore you got CRPS from a nerve damage. So CRPS type 2 is CRPS with suspected damage to a nerve. Okay. When we are diagnosing and we're checking the diagnosis box in the medical record, we can check diagnosis CRPS type 1, meaning insidiously, or we can check CRPS type 2. If we don't check that box, or if we didn't do enough due diligence to ask you how the CRPS came on, the third thing is CRPS, and then we didn't check, we didn't specify type 1 or type 2. And so on your medical chart, it says CRPS not otherwise specified or NOS. It's literally just the information in the medical chart. It does not mean that you have a special CRPS because it's NOS. It does not mean that type 1 and type 2 and NOS treatments are different at all. The approach is still the same. In my documentary video with Lydia, Christina, Adam, and Matt, all four of them are CRPS type 2. Lydia had surgery on her knees, then developed CRPS. Christina had surgery on her ankle or an injury to her ankle and then developed CRPS. Adam had his own injuries and surgeries, and so did Matt. Those are all CRPS type 2. So if you're wondering if I only deal with CRPS type 1, no, not at all. There is plenty of individuals with CRPS type 2 that I've helped. All of those in the documentary included. And then there's plenty of individuals that I've also helped with type 1 that show up in some of my testimonial videos that you can check out in the Overcoming CRPS series on my YouTube and also on my website. But great question. It is a question I get a lot. I view the types as the same condition, and the process for which I treat those types is exactly the same. Any information that's out there about needing a specialized treatment that's different for each type, I just flat out disagree with. And I prove that that's not necessary in my testimonial videos. So yeah, that to answer your question, yes, all types of CRPS, just like Jody said. And Ruth is actually my aunt's name, so it has a special place in my heart. So thanks, Ruth, for your question. Bonnie, I developed CRPS in my right ankle, foot, lower leg after breaking both ankles, and I'm afraid it could be spreading to my other foot by the way it feels sometimes. How do you know if it's starting to spread? Also, I would like to ask you what you think of getting a spinal stimulator. I'm already scheduled to speak to a psychologist first thing in the morning, which I don't understand why that is required before getting an STS. And I've had my MRI as well. So after appointment in the morning, I'm assuming surgery will be scheduled pretty soon. What are your thoughts on getting a stimulator? I've heard positive and negative, and just afraid of having it done. Thoughts? Okay, Bonnie. First of all, wow, breaking both ankles. I am so sorry. You don't specify how that happened, but I'm sorry it happened. That's scary and no fun. That is for sure. The fear of spread is a big thing that a lot of people had and have, and I promise you that is not a venom that is spreading through your body. What is happening is your nervous system is getting more and more amplified, and the brain, the way it maps our body, is mapped like this. It's mapped in a mirror pattern. So in this image that I'm going to show you on screen here, you can see that the right and left foot are mirrored across from each other, and the right and left hand are mirrored across from each other. So as your brain and body and nervous system become more sensitized, sometimes you have that mirroring effect of pain. It is not a venom that has spread from one leg to the other. It is just the nervous system becoming more sensitized. If we can calm down the nervous system through, a gradual process, we will calm down that sensitivity. And this piggybacks to why I actually disagree with spinal stimulators. I think that they can be helpful for some people, and that is wonderful. I don't think you've done something wrong if you've got it and it's been helpful. But I think statistically, they are not very supported for CRPS. And to give you further detail on that, down in the pinned comment below, I'm going to have a link to my newsletter about spinal cord stimulators with a bunch of research as well supporting my stance on them. But a stimulator is the idea is that it's stimulating your nerves to calm down the pain. Well, you don't need a $50,000 device implanted in your spine to do that. You can stimulate the nerves by touching your leg or moving your toes. If I wanted to stimulate the nerves in my fingers, I'm doing that right now. I can touch the stubble on my beard, non-existent beard, and stimulate the nerves in my fingers. So if a stimulator is helping the pain, maybe we should try to stimulate our nervous system and use neuroplasticity to help retrain the body so we don't need an outside device for it. Okay. So my stance on spinal stimulators is that they are not the best. The outcomes are not great for CRPS. Percentage wise, it's pretty low. So I would be careful with that. And I've actually already reached out to you in messages. So I hope that you've done some research and read that newsletter. And then lastly, you're scheduled with a psychologist first thing tomorrow. The reason they do that is because they want to make sure you are cognitively sound to make the decision to have the device implanted. Because if the device doesn't work properly, which a lot of the time it doesn't, they don't want to be sued. So that's why. There are a lot of active lawsuits around spinal cord stimulators right now, big ones. And so just so you're informed, there's a reason for that. Okay. So be careful there. Jody, what happens if you have a tendency to overdo it on activity most of the time? The friend I'm asking for, wink face, can't moderate very well and usually ends up in recovery for days after. Do you always eventually get stronger and all good, or are you sending wrong messages to the brain and prolonging recovery? What I say is it depends on the amount of days. So if you are, or if this friend of yours is exercising or doing something and they are then laid up for a week, I would say we're pushing it a little too far. However, if you are exercising or doing something and you're the general time frame I give is 24 to 48 hours. If you're flared up or in pain for 24 to 48 hours and then it's starting to calm down, you're probably in a good range of growth. The way I look at it is this. When I'm training, like weight training, my objective is to be sore. Okay. If my arms are not sore or hurting a little bit after my training, this is for anyone, any athlete. If you aren't hurting a bit after your training, you're probably not stimulating a lot of growth. With CRPS, there is the normal human being, normal nervous system level of soreness, and then you have to stack the CRPS level on top. Okay. So there is an expected level of soreness plus CRPS soreness on top. The more that we train and the more that we stimulate ourselves within a safe range, so 24 to 48 hours of soreness or flare, the more that CRPS level soreness will start to level out and come down. And then we want to push ourselves again. Okay. And the reason for that is we want to continue to get stronger. We want to stimulate our nervous system. We want to get the blood flowing. Um, but we also don't want to like go run a marathon every day or go put ourselves in a place where we're flared for a week and then we don't get to go back to the gym and do some work because we're hurt too much, right? You're not damaging anything per se, but we want to give the nervous system time to regulate and calm down. So if you're feeling pain during it and it calms down right after, or you're feeling pain for 24 to 48 hours, you're in a fine range. If you're pushing beyond that and you go exercise and then you can't do anything for 7 days, that would be a little bit too much. So I hope that answers your question. 24 to 48 hours of flare or increased pain, and then a return to baseline. Your baseline could be 2 out of 10, 5 out of 10, 8 out of 10, could be 9 out of 10. As long as you're returning to baseline, you're all right. You're good to go. So I hope that helps, Jody. And actually, my other aunt's name is Jody. So funny. Everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Yeah, great names, Ruth and Jody. Denis, I am in a flare right now, and I'm staying as positive as possible. Tonight, I am awake due to burning. What are some ways to lower the burning? Burning is usually in my right leg and foot, but tonight the burning is in the bottom of my left foot. I have compound ointments. What do you think of using compound ointments? Why does cold weather make CRPS pain get worse? Thank you, from Denis. And she said for me to stay warm. I am very warm. It's 75 here in Houston, Denis, but 2 weeks ago when you sent this, it was freezing for the first time in a while in Houston. So I did stay warm. Thank you very much. And sorry to hear that you were having a flare and dealing with burning. Actually, I got a few questions about burning and how to deal with burning. And honestly, to help address burning, I would need to know more about your specific case, because I need to understand why the burning is happening or if it's always, et cetera, et cetera. I don't mind compound ointments. They're fine. My general consensus on any type of treatment is, have you heard success stories about it? Do you believe in it? Um, is it low cost? Is it something you don't have to do for life? And what else? Have you heard success stories? Do you believe it? Is it low cost? Is it something you don't have to do for life? If you can answer yes to all four of those questions, then I'm for it. Okay. Oh, and fifth, is it non-invasive? So, compound ointments are usually low cost. A lot of people have heard good things about it, which is good. Um, they aren't invasive. You're not cutting open your body or installing some sort of implant, and you don't have to use it for the rest of your life. I'm all for it. Good by me. So compound ointment's totally cool. When it comes to burning, the first thing I'll say is usually a counter for burning is to use something cool. Okay, so you could use a lukewarm water or cold water foot bath. You could use ice packs. I know that's controversial, but ice is actually one of the myths of CRPS that ice is bad. The idea that ice is bad is based on a single study that is cited on a nonprofit organization's website. I won't name names. That basically was a case study, which means they used only one individual, and that individual left ice on for something like 17 hours and got frostbite. And that is why they say ice is bad for CRPS. In science, in medicine, we cannot use a single study to base our theories on. And so ice does not have a detrimental effect on CRPS, just only ice for, 10 to 20 minutes and then take the ice pack off for at least about an hour and then you can put it back on. So if the burning is really bad, you can try to use an ice pack or some lukewarm water or something like that to calm down the burning. Then when it comes to desensitizing burning, that's when I need to understand more about your personal story. So the burning could be due to blood flow changes. It could be due to nervous tension or nerve tension. And there's different exercises for those types of things with burning. So you'd have to reach out to me and schedule a free consult for me to get more specific there. But on my online course, I talk about a bunch of different desensitization things. And as you do those things, burning as a symptom, along with pain and other things, will start to come down just naturally as the nervous system calms down. So I hope that helps for Denis and for everyone else that was asking about burning. Use the counter of burning, which would be something cool for those moments when things are really bad, and then go ahead and watch my desensitization videos to look about how to calm down the nervous system as a whole. Jen, I have steady improvements in my physical pain. I can walk a block without my cane. Let's go. I am currently on pregabalin and alendronate, and recently neoadronate. See, I told you I always pronounce that wrong. Treatment in Italy, but my nervous system is in flight as if I'm running a marathon on the inside of my body, and I can't stop. I tried yoga, Pilates, meditation, compression garments. What more can I do? I love this question, Jen, because it is just a generalized showcase of my theory itself. You have tried all of the physical treatments when it comes to CRPS. You've even dabbled into some of the mental and emotional treatments like meditation. But in order for me to help you bridge that gap, remember, we're two sides of the same coin. We have the physical stuff and we have the emotional stuff. We need to merge it. And so if you were working with me, what I would say when it comes to what more can I do, I would say look at your life in general and what has led you to be in a state where you're in fight or flight. So, for example, an animal gets in fight or flight when a lion is chasing it. Okay, so a zebra getting chased by a lion, it's going like this, breathing really fast. Its digestion is slowing down. Its muscles are tensing up. Its eyes are dilating. Its ears are listening more because it's in fight and flight. It's in sympathetic overload, and it needs to hear everything around it. It needs to see where it's running in order to get away from the lion. When the zebra gets away from the lion, it goes like this. Oh, I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm at peace. The lion is over there doing something. I don't care about the lion. Humans are different because our lions come in the form of the job that we hate, the marriage that's falling apart, the children that aren't speaking to us and hiding our grandchildren away, our parents being ill and us needing to take care of them. Those are our lions. And so we don't very much get an opportunity to go, oh, I am safe. And so for me to help you learn what more you can do, this is something I teach in my online course, but I help you identify your personal lions, and then we figure out how to get to a point where you go, oh, I'm safe. Okay. So I hope that makes sense. You're doing all the right stuff. No doubt. No doubt. You're doing great. You're getting to a point where you can walk without your cane. That's awesome. But we need to get that other half to bridge that gap that you've currently reached. Okay. You're at a crossroads here. And that second half of CRPS, which medicine misses all the time, is the next avenue to help. Okay. Robin, how do you feel about the doc recommendations of 30 minutes of cardio each day for CRPS? I try to do every single day, but have to take breaks because my legs get like jello. Laugh out loud. Also, do you think it is sometimes okay to push through pain? So, Robin, I would say that it's generally good to do cardiovascular exercise, but if your legs are getting to the point where it feels like jello or you're in a bunch of pain, think of another form of cardio to do. Like if you want to follow that recommendation, no problem. I think cardiovascular exercise is wonderful, but you could do another form of cardio. If you have access to a gym, you might be able to find a cardio machine that is all arms. Okay, so you're still getting cardio, but you're not affecting your legs as much. You might be able to find a way to do cardio for 30 minutes that is on like a seated recumbent bicycle, so it's not as much pressure on your legs and doesn't leave them feeling like jello. I think that those are ways to still accomplish that goal of cardio. Sometimes the doctor says, oh, do 30 minutes of cardio each day. And we think, oh, I got to go out and run or go for a jog. No, you can do cardio in a lot of ways. If you do 30 minutes of push-ups on your knees, with breaks in between, that's technically 30 minutes of cardio, depending on how fast you're doing it. So cardio can be a lot of things. Cardio can also be cooking. If you enjoy cooking and you want to cook and you're doing a very involved dish and you're hitting the fridge and the stove and all that kind of stuff, that's technically cardiovascular exercise, especially if you get a little bit like to the point where you're a little bit winded. That's technically cardiovascular exercise. So don't get too rigid with doing that 30 minutes of cardio each day in a specific way. Get creative, make it fun. It can be anything. Could be handing out coffee at church for 30 minutes. That could be cardio. So yeah, get creative with it. And then when I say, do you think it's sometimes okay to push through pain? Yes, I do. Going back to the question that I had earlier, as long as you are not causing yourself a flare for more than 48 hours and you're still returning to baseline after that, you're in a safe zone to push into some discomfort. And in fact, we have to push into discomfort to learn. Imagine learning a new language through neuroplasticity, just like we would with pain, and never challenging yourself with a difficult conversation where you're like just on the edge of your ability to speak. You would never learn that language. The only way your body's going to learn the language of safety when doing activity is to be on that edge of difficult, that edge of painful, that edge of awkward and uncomfortable. Just like learning a new language, we're learning a language of safety physically for our body. So yeah, hope that answers your question. Yesy, if you are on medication to help symptoms because you can't do it without at the moment, does desensitization work? Does the desensitization work you put in while on the medication sustain the results you are achieving after you taper off? Yes, absolutely. So think of this. If you are taking a medication, so let's say you're taking like Lyrica or pregabalin or some other nervous system relaxant, or you're taking a muscle relaxer or something like that. What that medication is doing is it's essentially putting noise canceling headphones over your pain. So if you're listening to this video right now, take your hands, the palms of your hands, and cup them over your ears and just start talking or just start listening to me talking. It's going to sound muffled. Okay. If my ears are extra sensitive and I need to use headphones to get used to loud noises or protect from too loud of noises, that's totally okay. I'm still going to learn to be in noisy environments gradually, just in a way that isn't as hard. Okay. And so if you're on, let's say Lyrica or gabapentin or one of these nervous system depressants, and you are doing the desensitization work, all you're doing is using a tool temporarily to help you be able to tolerate the desensitization work. The key here is temporarily. I want the medications, whatever you're on, I don't like them, but they're fine to use as a bridge, not as a road. So if you need to use a painkiller, you need to use gabapentin or Lyrica or something like that for a short time to get to where you want to go, that's totally cool. Just think of it as a tool, a device like noise canceling headphones to help you get there in a way that feels more safe. Just like the zebra that was getting chased by the lion at the end that goes, oh, I feel safe. We want to have continual moments throughout our rehab process of feeling safe to do things. So if medication helps you achieve that as a bridge that we eventually get off of, I'm totally okay with that. And you are not hurting yourself in any way being on the medication while doing desensitization. Okay. Hope that answers your question. And if you're deciding to taper off, please, please, please talk with your provider and explain to them, hey, I'd like to taper off. Can you help me do it safely? Okay. But yeah, awesome question. Matthew says, Matthew is one of my clients featured in the documentary Freedom from the Fire. He says, for myself, CRPS is like a roller coaster. The more you go around, the easier it becomes to overcome. And I love this comment from Matthew. It's not a question, but this is the truth, okay? CRPS is most definitely like a roller coaster. A graph that I show a lot of times is the road to recovery chart. And there's two different charts, and I'll show it on screen here. One chart has a line going straight up. We think that the recovery is going to be like that. But in reality, the recovery is going to be more like the other chart, which has a line that's kind of a squiggly roller coaster. We are going to have ups and downs all throughout the journey. I remember I went to the gym for the first time and I had a great workout. I was using my walker. I didn't have my shoe on, and I was really weak, but it felt really good to be back in the gym. And I was doing good, doing good, doing good at the gym. And then suddenly one day after one of my workouts, I had like a crazy flare and I panicked. I thought I messed things up. I thought this was going to be my new normal. I was going to be just screwed for the rest of my life. And for like a month, I didn't go back to the gym. And then finally, I got over the fear because my flare ended like after a week, but I got over the fear of going back to the gym and I went again. And I went for a while and it went really good. I actually even started wearing a shoe again and it was going great. And then one day I woke up and both my legs were fully red. And of course, I panicked again and I got worried and I was scared and I thought I ruined something. And so I was riding that very roller coaster that Matt was talking about. But the more that I did that, the more that I noticed my body having these weird and annoying symptoms, the less I cared, the less I let it drive me into fear. And the more I just rose to the challenge of what was ahead of me. And over time, I cared less and less and less, and I feared less and less and less. And then eventually, one day I realized, wow, I haven't had pain in 3 weeks. And that was, you know, 7 years ago now. So yeah, this is a roller coaster. It is not a fun ride, but eventually we will be able to get off. So great comment, Matt. I really love that. All right, next question. So first of all, thank you guys so much for these great questions and comments. I really enjoy and have missed making these videos. So please, as a reminder, make sure to leave comments down in the comments below with questions for Q&A number 10, which will likely be out in just a few weeks here. So leave those questions below if you have some as we're going through this, and I'll be sure to answer them. And please don't be worried about having a repeat question from one of the other Q&As. Repetition is the father of learning, and especially when we're in a state of a lot of fear and anxiousness. So duplicate questions are more than welcome. I'm happy to answer them multiple times in different ways each time. So please do ask whatever question you have. It is not too specific. It is not stupid. I'm welcoming that question. So would love to answer it. To answer Lynn's question, Lynn is saying, do you have to have pain? Can you have CRPS without pain, but rather vascular skin and temperature changes? And then what do you do when one doctor says you have CRPS and the other says you don't? So Lynn, CRPS is diagnosed through firstly exclusion. So they're making sure that there's no other main thing that is happening, that is easily identifiable. And then they use the Budapest criteria for CRPS. This is the gold standard for diagnosis. There is no other test that identifies CRPS. Bone scans do not do that. EMGs do not do that. Those are used to rule things out. CRPS is diagnosed through the Budapest criteria, which I'll put on screen here. For you to have the diagnosis, you need to have greater than one symptom in 3 or more categories listed on the Budapest criteria here. So one symptom in sensory, one symptom in vasomotor, one system in pseudomotor, and one system in motor category. Okay. You need at least 3 categories there where you have a symptom there. And then the provider needs to observe at least one sign in 2 or more categories. Okay. So you might go to a doctor one day and you might not have color changes. And so that doctor might not see or observe that sign that day. And if you don't have a picture to show them, they won't diagnose you with CRPS because you're not matching the criteria. Whereas you might go another day and you might be all lit up red and swelling and sweating, and the doctor might say, oh, yeah, this is CRPS. So that might happen. One doctor might diagnose you and the other won't. However, if the doctor's being rude, I just want you to know, Lynn, doctors are not God. You can switch doctors. You do not have to listen to doctors that are not kind to you or don't take the time to listen to you. Doctors are not God. Often we put doctors on pedestals and sometimes they don't deserve it. So if you're going to one doctor and they're saying, yeah, I think this is CRPS and they're trying to help you, just go to that doctor. Screw the other doctor. So yeah, for lack of better language, yeah, forget them, either way, you need some help. Either way, you're suffering. So let's figure out a path for you there. And I think you're in my online course, Lynn. So I hope you do start it soon. And some of these questions will actually be answered for you in the online course. So it's there for you anytime. Let's see. Can you explain warm water therapy? Are there pros and cons to it? Example exercises for underwater. Okay, so warm water therapy, I think what you're talking about is aquatic therapy, because they have to keep the pool between a certain warm temperature. There's definite pros to it. You know, if you want to talk about noise canceling headphones, like we talked about with medication, water itself is noise canceling for the nervous system. So, for example, just imagine right now going from above water to underwater and what that does for sound, just for your ears. It muffles it in the same way that those headphones do. Well, water actually does that for your entire nervous system. It muffles sound. It has a small compression effect on your body. The waves moving help with blood flow, help with swelling. You can do exercises underwater that you might not be able to do if you're in pain. Like, for example, if you can't stand, being in the water might be really helpful. Christina, my client that went from wheelchair to walking in just about 6 months and actually ran a 5K with me, she went to a pool and did water therapy with her dad. So water therapy is really great because what's happening is it's taking the weight off of your legs and off of your body and allowing you to move around underwater. If you want example exercises underwater, you can get these weighted wrist wraps that you go in the water with, and you move your arms like this. You move your arms up and down like this. You can do kicks in the water. So if your feet are the things affected, you can hold onto the side of the pool and you can do some. So we can't see my feet, but you can do some kicks with your feet like this. There's all kinds of things you can do in the water that would be harder to do outside of the water. And then you get the soothing feeling of the warm water. So yeah, if someone's suggesting aquatic therapy or warm water therapy to you, Michelle, go for it. Give it a try. Worst case, if you don't like it, yeah, you don't have to keep doing it. So yeah, give it a shot. I think it's very effective and very helpful. And actually, believe it or not, my brother is a physical therapist just like me, and 2 days out of the week he does warm water therapy with people. So if you guys are in Iowa and looking for a PT, just let me know and I can send you my brother's way. Sonia, I just purchased your 8-week self-guided program. The skin sensitivity has progressed during the 7 years of CRPS. Can that go away? Yes, absolutely. It can go away. Remember, that sensitivity is our nervous system building, 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 becoming more sensitized, and we just have to calm that down. So let me give you another example to help you with this. On a bad day, on a Monday, okay, it's super let's flip this around. On a Friday, it's super sunny outside. You just got paid. You're going to go to dinner with someone you really enjoy being around. You're eating at your favorite restaurant. Afterwards, you're going to go to a great movie. And on the way out the door, you stub your toe on the coffee table. And this is without CRPS, right? You stub your toe. It hurts a little bit, right? But on a Monday, if it's rainy outside, you just had an argument with your friend or your spouse, you just got a random bill in the mail you didn't expect, and you're already behind on the bills, and you got to go to a job you hate, and then you got to heat up that leftover junk that's in the fridge since Friday, and you're not sure if it's any good or moldy or what. You're just having a bad day. And on your way out the door, you stub your toe. Which day hurts worse? I know all of you right now are saying, well, Monday, obviously. Well, what's the difference? Same toe, same coffee table, same force, same stubbing, but the pain is worse. Well, the difference is the extenuating factors that have led to your nervous system being more sensitive. The bills, the job that you don't want to go to, the food that's not going to be good. All of that led to extra sensitivity. Whereas on Friday, as the week went on and you got closer to the weekend, your sensitivity went down. Then on Friday, you stub your toe, it doesn't really hurt. That is what happens with CRPS, except it's over a way longer period of time, and it takes a much longer period of time to calm the sensitivity down. So your skin sensitivity, it progressed because things were getting more chaotic. We were getting more afraid of CRPS. Well, we can also calm it back down and get your body to more of a Friday feeling all the time instead of a Monday feeling all the time. So I hope that analogy works. I hope it's helpful to understand just kind of how neuroplasticity and nervous system training goes. But yes, it can go away, I promise. And if you need proof of that, go watch any of my overcoming CRPS videos to see how we do it. Al, can you give me some tips for riding out a flare, please? Al, yes. So, I always find the word flare fascinating. And the reason I find it fascinating is because language is really important to me. When we talk about a flare, what is the purpose of a flare? And I'm not talking about a CRPS flare. I'm talking about just a flare in general. So let's say I'm stranded on an island and I shoot a flare up into the air. What am I trying to do? Why am I shooting that flare? Well, typically, shooting that flare means I'm trying to draw attention to myself on the island so people can rescue me. A flare is a signal for attention. And what I mean by that is your body is having pain, having a symptom, and it's acting as a signal for us to pay attention to something. In a normal system, it's pay attention to the foot that's hurt. Like if I sprained my ankle, it's technically flared with pain. I need to pay attention to help my ankle feel better. With CRPS, the ankle isn't hurt anymore. The flare is oftentimes a false alarm, or it's an alarm that's for something completely unrelated. So if you're having a flare, the first thing I want you to do is think, what is going on right now in my life emotionally that could be the reason for this flare? So one of my clients, Dalton, recently reached out to me and said his pain was up. Then I said, Dalton, why do you think it's up? What's going on? And he said, well, my dog died last year at this time. It was the night before the anniversary of his dog's passing, and he was feeling emotional about it. And I said, Dalton, why don't you find some pictures of your dog, and why don't you write your dog a letter about how much you miss her, and why don't you see what happens? And he just messaged me today and said the pain is starting to come down. So, Al, you may not be able to find anything right away, but I want you to think about what's going on in my life during the times that I'm having a flare. What is the pattern? Is it Sunday night every week before work that I have the flare? Is it every time my father-in-law calls my wife that I have the flare, and complains on the phone? What are the reasons that that flare emotionally might be there? And then, if you can't find a reason, sometimes you can't, sometimes there's no reason, then I just want you to comfort yourself. If there was a child that came to you and was having was upset emotionally or having a tantrum, what would you do for them? And then think, what would I do for little Al? What would I do for me? For me, if I'm having a bad day, believe it or not, guilty pleasure of mine, the first thing I want to do is make a s'more on my stove because I love s'mores and I love bonfires, but I want to go to the effort of making a bonfire, especially in Texas when it's like 90. But s'mores are delicious. My stove is easily accessible, and I feel better when I have a s'more and drink a glass of almond milk afterwards. So, what do you need during that flare? What do you need to care for yourself during that time? We're riding out the flare, and so be gentle with yourself and think about, what does little Al want? Okay. I hope that question helps, but anything that makes you feel calm is what you should do when you're riding out a flare, for sure. And remind yourself this, actually, the final thing in a saying I say a lot: flares are called flares because eventually they burn out. Okay, so just remember that. Deborah, why, when I go to see a physician after clearly explaining I have CRPS and do not wish to be touched, it is a game the entire time I'm there for them to try to touch, poke, stick a pin and a pen on it or as close as they possibly can, despite seeing me squirm and get emotional because I'm in fear of them now. Yeah, Deborah, I'm really sorry that you've had that kind of experience. It breaks my heart to know that there is a lack of respect sometimes in the medical community for your wishes. We have to remember that some of these physicians or some of these doctors are scientists at heart. And so they get curious, and that doesn't excuse what they're doing, but some of the time they're so curious that it's hard for them to help themselves. That's not an excuse. And so if you go to a physician that's like that and doesn't respect your wishes, remember, they are not God, and you can go to a different one. So sometimes it takes some time to shop around a little bit to find someone that you'd like to work with. Um, but yeah, I'm sorry that that happens. It's frustrating. I'm sorry that you are in fear of them now to the point where you feel emotional. I would just try to find another one if you feel like you need to see someone like that. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, and I'm no stranger to that experience. So that's really frustrating. Danella, how to reset your nervous system when it won't shut off, when the breathing, meditation, etc. don't stop the mind finding a problem for every solution. Danella, I've answered this a little bit in other questions, but I'm going to answer it another way for you. Why or when do you think you first learned that you needed to find a problem for every solution? Think about that a little deeply. When in your life do you think you first needed to start solving everything? And what did that do for you? Okay, so for example, when I was 12, my family became a foster to adopt household. And I was the oldest in the house at the time. My older brother was already out of the house, but I was 12. My little brother was 9, and we started getting foster kids in the house. And these foster kids came from all walks of life. And for a number of years, we had somewhere around 14 that came in and out. And for me, it became my job, my mission to care for those kids. Anything that was going on with them, I was trying to figure out what was happening and how I could help. That was great for that time of my life. I learned a lot of great skills. But then what happened is I grew up, and that transpired into my romantic relationships. It came into my professional relationships. I started getting so good at seeing everyone else's problems that I was just adamant at finding a solution. And a lot of you are hearing this and you're saying, whoa, that's me. I kind of am that problem solver. I kind of am that natural caretaker. I kind of am that people pleaser. And that's not coincidence. Like I said, and I'll put it on screen again, we all share a personality, and there's a reason for that. And so, firstly, Danella, I would try to understand when it was that we felt like we needed to find solutions for every problem or find a problem for every solution, and then try to explore the emotional weight behind that and what that means. So, for a lot of people, that'll be in childhood. For some people, it will be in a turbulent relationship. But that's a big reason the nervous system won't shut off. At some point, we learned that in order to stay safe, we needed a solution to every problem. For me, I needed to have something to comfort the child that had come to my house from an abusive home in that moment. And I got very, very, very good at that. But what happens then is I got bad at that for myself because my needs stopped mattering and everyone else's needs mattered more. And eventually my nervous system said, hey, wake up. I need to be cared for also. And in a lot of ways, that's what CRPS is. That's what an overactive nervous system is. It's your body saying, "Hey, wake up! I'm here. Help me." Um, I often say this: CRPS and POTS, PANS, PANDAS, FND, all of these other conditions that go along with it, they often get the name invisible illness. Okay, that is a across the board statement for a lot of conditions. And I truly believe the reason that that name has been assigned, as I said, words are important to me, is that we all have a deep, unconscious need to be seen and understood. Okay. And what I mean by that is emotionally, we feel invisible, not only in our illness, but in our life. And so part of the way that we heal invisible illnesses is by helping ourselves finally see ourselves on a deeper level. Okay. If that doesn't make sense to you, this is something that I teach a lot in my online program and in my one-on-ones. So please don't hesitate to reach out on my website, thewindowpane.com, and do a free consult. We'll talk about it. Okay. Great question, Danella. Thank you. Okay, Jenny, what if you can't afford the program? Jenny, I hear you. When I was dealing with CRPS, I did not have any money. I didn't have health insurance. I went home and laid on my father's couch for a number of years, and no one could help me because I didn't have any money. Um, and so that is why I am consistently making free material just like this video to help you. My program and my one-on-one coaching is not required for you to get help for your CRPS. I don't gatekeep any of my methods or my information. I don't. It's all actually here on YouTube. It's just that the online program is a little more structured or guided in a specific order for you, but you don't have to take the program. And in fact, tons of people message me all the time about how much my free videos have helped them. So, what I would advise for you to do if you're not in a position at the moment to afford the program is I would advise you to just start with my free videos. And I would go ahead and click on my name, which should be down here underneath the video, and go through my videos from, the ones I first put out all the way to now. That's about 200 hours of videos, but it's so much information and so much that could help you. You just have to put in the time to go through it, but it's all totally free. Additionally, what I'd recommend for you is go to the pinned comment under this video and click on the link to sign up for my email newsletter. It's totally free. And as I said, I send out toolkits every single week to help you with things like sleep, desensitization, meditation, etc. So I make a consistent effort to make the program as accessible as possible. And if you can't get into it right now, that's okay. Start with the free stuff. I would rather you guys start with the free stuff than jump right into my program. Start with the free stuff. Make sure you like what you're hearing or it's going to be helpful for you. And then you can sign up for the program if you want to. Additionally, if you can't afford the 375 for the program or the 300 with the coupon code Q&A 75, which I'll link down in the comment as well, then what you can do is you can use Afterpay or Klarna, which are two features that I have in the payment system. And that is interest-free financing. So I pay extra money per month to have that interest-free financing option. And I think it takes the cost down to about $60 a month for a couple months, interest-free. You'll have to click that on checkout if you want to try that. If that's more accessible to you than 300 up front. But I feel for you, and you do not need to buy or pay anything to me to get help. I will continuously be putting out free information like this, including 9 more of these videos just this year and a ton of other videos I have planned. So yeah, Jenny, I hear you. You don't need to pay me anything. It's just if you want something more customized or more structured, those options are there for you. And the reason I have to charge for some things is because, well, this is my job. And so, if you go to a hairdresser and you get a haircut, they're going to charge you for the haircut. But I do want to put out as much free info as possible. And then I do have some paid services that are to support me and my family, my elderly father, and pay towards my student loans and things like that. So yeah, all that to say, you don't need to pay me anything. Check out all of my free stuff. I got a ton of it and a ton more to come. Great question, though. Okay, Rhonda. Looks like we're getting close to the end here. Hi, Chase. I have 2 questions. How do I focus on CRPS recovery when I have other health issues, such as AFib, that continuously draw my attention away? I have had bad AFib days where I relax and breathe, focusing on calming my heart down. Ablation failed. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And then the second question, my CRPS is in my left knee. I was diagnosed after having surgery for a fractured patella. I also have 2 meniscus tears. Severe osteoarthritis has now set in. My PT was stopped by my surgeon due to the severe pain from forced bending. I could bend the knee to 100 degrees, albeit a painful 100 degrees. I'm now at 60. No PT will touch me. Can you suggest a couple of gentle bending and stretching and strengthening exercises I can try? Oh man, Rhonda, I'm really sorry to hear. It's particularly about number 2 that no PT was stopped. PT should have just been modified. So that's really a bummer. And then number 1, so let me answer number 1 first, then we'll jump into number 2. So number 1, how do I focus on CRPS recovery when I have other health issues going on? Well, honestly, those days when you're focusing on relaxing and breathing and calming your heart down, you're actually calming your nervous system. So those days are still days that you're helping with CRPS. Additionally, you can do CRPS stuff that isn't taxing for your heart. So remember, I have my desensitization videos to teach you desensitization techniques. Those won't be taxing for your cardiovascular system at all. And honestly, I would hope that you could get to PT with a cardiovascular physical therapist. And I would honestly shop around a little bit for PTs in that regard. So, depending on what state you're in, look for a cardiovascular specialized physical therapist. Maybe call the clinic that did your heart or your ablation and um, ask them if they have cardio PT that you can take part in. I think that would be very good. Then with the CRPS in your left knee, and then these mentions of osteoarthritis and the meniscal tear, what I want you to know is that structure has very little to do with your pain. In fact, if I go down to the Houston Rockets basketball team and I scan the entire basketball team, which they have no pain, mind you, statistically, 30% of them will have a torn meniscus and not even know it. Okay. So a lot of times we blame structure for our pain when it's not even relevant at all. So, for example, I have a little wrinkle on my forehead here, probably getting bigger by the more I think or get angry with some of these doctors. But this wrinkle on my forehead doesn't cause my headaches. Just like a meniscal tear doesn't necessarily cause knee pain by virtue of the fact that 30% of people have meniscal tears without knowing. And here's a study on the screen to support that claim. That's not only true for meniscal tears, but that's true for rotator cuff tears. It's true for herniated discs. It's true for bulging discs. It's true for spondylolisthesis. It's true for osteoarthritis. We can have arthritic changes and no pain whatsoever. So I hope you can disconnect your pain from these structural things that you've been told. And I hope that we can find you another PT to help you with some of this bending and stretching and strengthening. The knee is pretty straightforward. If you can't bend it, you try to bend it. And if you can't, stretch it, you try to stretch it. That's pretty straightforward. The joint only moves, one way like this. So that is the general consensus there. What I'm going to do is down in the comments, in my pinned comment, the big pinned comment that I keep adding things to, I'm going to give you a website where you can search for a specialist who at least has some training in pain, maybe not necessarily CRPS, but chronic pain in general. And this is a tool that I have for people to search for PTs in their area. And why don't you use that tool to search for a PT who might be trained? So I'll use Tennessee as an example, and I'll show you. I don't know if you're in Tennessee, but that's coming to mind. If you click on Tennessee on this tool, it'll bring up a list of therapists who have registered themselves to say, hey, I'm specialized in pain in some way. And you can call one or two of those people and say, hey, I have CRPS. I've been having a really hard time with my knee and bending it, and a lot of PTs won't touch me. Will you help me? I guarantee you can find one. I guarantee you can. And then on top of it, reach out for me sometime and book a free consult and let's talk. And I'll be able to give you. I don't want to give you any suggestions on bending and strengthening exercises explicitly because I really want to know more of your story before I do that. So go ahead and book a free consult with me on my website, thewindowpain.com, or down in the pinned comment, and I can talk about some stuff for you if I learn some more of your story. But first of all, great question. Second of all, I'm so sorry for some of the experience you've had medically, and I hope we can find you a cardio PT and potentially a pain specialized PT through that website that I'm going to link down in the pinned comment. All right, Jeanette. Hi, Chase. If you can, please address the stuck in fight or flight nervous system that can be done to help with anxiety and panic attacks. My pain level is tolerable. Wonderful. I cannot seem to control the panic attacks. Physical pain, disease, and suffering have taken over my mind, and I need help. I fear dying and no one being able to help me. My panic attacks feel like I'm being smothered and can't breathe. I'm seeing a neuropsychologist and working on your modules. I have done the timeline and faced the fact that I've lived in fear and why I've lived in fear since I was little. My nervous system has been in a hypervigilant state since then, literally a lifetime. My faith is all that sustains me at this point. I know your course is tailored more to physical pain, but I feel like this is another factor in an overactive nervous system. Thank you, Chase. Jeanette, you are just starting my course. It is not tailored more to physical pain. If you go through my course, you will find very quickly, especially in Module 7, that I talk about exactly the things that you're talking about in this question. I have an entire process in my online course, Module 7, Steps 1 through 5, where I help you go through and understand how the things on your timeline from Module 1 help or correlate to this living in fear and this hypervigilance, and how to help you calm that down. When I read your statement here, what I hear is, I feel my panic attacks feel like I'm being smothered and I can't breathe. My mind immediately goes to what happened, when, was there a time when you were being smothered and couldn't breathe? And how can we help that? Okay. And so in step 1 of my course, it's the picture activity. I have you, step 1 of my module 7 in my course is the picture activity. I have you go to different ages in your life where something bad happened. And I would first suggest when you get to that, selecting the age in which you felt like you were being smothered and couldn't breathe. And I would do the picture activity that I mentioned in that aspect of my course. I think it will be really helpful to calm you down. I'm very sorry to hear all of the things that you are going through, and I'm glad that you're in my course. And I think we've already done a consultation. I have your name blurred out here, so I can't remember if this is the Jeanette I'm thinking of. But if we haven't, shoot me a message and let's get one set up. You're going to be okay. I'm here for you. You are not alone. Let's work through this together. But yes, great question. My course is not tailored more to the physical. Remember, physical and emotional go together like one. My course is both. Okay. In the beginning, it starts with the physical, and then at the end, it gets to the deeper stuff. Okay. So that's there for you. Alicia, she responded to my newsletter asking for questions, and she said, we just talked actually today to get her potentially started with coaching. She said, I'm curious how desensitization works when transitioning from touching the body with 3 objects to using beans, rice, or sand. Does this process involve a sudden switch to the new material, or is it more about gradually adding it alongside the initial objects? Okay, so the entire design of desensitization is literally just to give your body information. And so when it comes to 3 different objects, so if I wanted to desensitize, I could really quickly select 3 items. Can, envelope, and smooth crystal ball. Okay. I've selected these items, right? And what I can do is for my hand, let's say my hand needs to be desensitized. I can touch gently with the envelope. I can touch gently with the smooth crystal ball, or I can touch gently with the metal can. Each of these have a slight variation in texture, which is teaching my nervous system that smooth, metallic, and paper are safe textures. Okay. When we start to do other desensitization activities, they all have a different purpose to teach safety. So sand, beans, or rice, which are detailed in my desensitization video, it's like using 100 cans. Okay. It's a whole bunch of input all at once instead of single input. So this material, it's not a sudden switch. It's a gradual process adding in these new techniques. You can start with whatever you want. Some people will start with a stuffed animal with desensitization. Some people hate the feeling of the stuffed animal to start, and they'll start with a toothbrush, believe it or not. So don't overthink it. The process is simple. We need to get curious and we need to give our brain information, period. Okay. So try the beans, the sand, or the rice and see how it feels. And if it feels too daunting, then try something else. Also, if you're doing the beans or the sands or the rice and it feels very painful to put your feet down on it or your hands, then what I would do is I would put a pillowcase over the beans or sand or rice and then put our feet or hands on it. That is kind of noise canceling headphones muffling the material while still getting exposure to it. Okay, so great question for number one. Number two, I can press my foot's weight onto objects with little sensitivity. However, my toes, when unsupported and upright, need something firm behind them to keep them from going crazy. How can I adapt the beets, rice, and sand to help my brain realize it doesn't have to freak out when only my toes are touched? Suffice to say, I've never enjoyed pedicures. Have you never in your whole life enjoyed pedicures? Because if that's the case, your toes are extra sensitive because they've always been. And so you don't necessarily need to modify anything. You just need to continue to do it. But if you really want to modify it, I would, and you're not going to like this, but I would start with putting my toes in only first. That might be the way to do it. It's very simple. If you can't do something, you need to start to do it in the smallest dose possible. So if that looks like taking a jar and having the beans or sand or rice inside, and then taking your foot, and like, let's say my hand is my foot, and just slowly sliding it in and tapping it with the tip of our toes into the jar, that would be the way you would start. Okay. Let's make a goal for you to get a pedicure eventually. Okay. I think that'd be good. And then three, should I remove the KT tape from my knee and foot before doing desensitization exercise, or is it okay to keep it on? Totally okay to keep it on. No worries about that at all. So yeah, Alicia is asking about some specific exercises in my online course that are related to it. So if you have questions or curious about that, they're in there. They're also in some of my YouTube videos, my desensitization series. This is all on YouTube. So feel free to check that out as well. Okay, that's it. Wow, I don't even know what we're at. We're probably getting close to 2 hours now. But I just want to say thank you guys for all the questions. I look forward so much to doing 9 more of these this year. And if you have any more specific questions or you want to ask me anything for the next one, again, put it down in the description down or the comments down below. Please, if you've enjoyed this video and you've been watching, do remember to leave a like on the video. That helps me out a lot. And subscribe to be notified for the next one. Thank you guys so much. I hope you have a great weekend ahead because I think this is going to come out on a Friday or a Saturday. And otherwise, from there, I will see you in the next video. Take care. Hello, everyone, and welcome to CRPS Q&A episode 12. I am so excited to bring you this episode because we had a record number of comments on the CRPS Q&A 12 Facebook post in the Window Pane Facebook group. There were close to 100 comments this time, which ended up being around 40 questions for this episode. It is really exciting for me to make these videos because I know just by giving you this information, believe it or not, I can reduce your fear and anxiety around CRPS and reduce your pain. So simply by asking questions and then watching this video, you can start to reduce your pain in real time from these episodes. So if you have any questions, even if you think they're repeat questions, please do me a favor and comment them down below this video, or join the Window Pane Facebook group where we have nearly 1,500 members now and ask questions on the post there for the next Q&A. I am so thankful for these episodes, and I'm going to continue making them this year. I plan to make 8 additional, so we'll get all the way up to CRPS Q&A 20, and I rely on you guys for great questions to keep these going. Additionally, if you are enjoying these episodes, could you do me a real quick favor and leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already? Both actions are free. And both actions allow for people who don't know who I am or have never discovered the Window Pane to find this channel and get help for themselves. With so many people dealing with CRPS, over 200,000 people being diagnosed every year, it is my mission to get as much good knowledge and information to people suffering as I can. If you are one of those people who just found out about me or are just discovering this video, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Teagarden, And I myself was diagnosed with complex regional pain syndrome a little over 11 years ago. For 4 years, I suffered in pain with no answers from doctors. I was dismissed, told I was faking my pain, told I was just seeking pills, or worst of all, told I would never get better. Thankfully, I did not listen to those doctors and I found my way out of pain. And now, 7 years later, I am helping people all over the world overcome this pain and move on with life. I have become not only a doctor of physical therapy, therapeutic pain specialist, and one of 60 fellows of pain science in the nation, but I also run a 500 student online course. I help over 100 people a year reduce and get out of their pain due to CRPS and other physical ailments. And I create free videos just like this on YouTube at the time of recording, over 200 hours of free content for you, all of which you can find links to in the comments and in the description of this video down below. So without further ado, let's get right into this video. We have a lot of questions today. I've got my coffee. It's going to take some time to get through, but I'm excited for this episode. Okay, so first question comes from Jonathan. And Jonathan says, what are your thoughts on sympathetic nerve block injections? This is a great question. It's actually a question I get a lot. And I even have a newsletter all about this, which I will link in the comments and description down below for you to check out. When it comes to nerve blocks, generally, I am not opposed to them, but it depends on the type of nerve block. So there are a variety of different nerve blocks that you can get. There are steroid injections that can last for several weeks or months. There are very temporary peripheral nerve blocks that will only last for a few days. There are radio frequency ablations where you're essentially burning the nerves to disable them, which can last for, months to even years. But the thing here is that nerve blocks do not always work to eliminate your pain. And also, nerve blocks eventually wear off unless you do something that I don't recommend, which is surgical removal of a nerve. I do not see that as a long-term solution in any way to getting you back to the function that you would like. So the only time that I would say that nerve blocks are okay is if you have a plan to implement intensive physical therapy or physical functional exercise on your own after the nerve block is given. Okay, so there'll be a period of time where you're recovering from the procedure. But then after that, you want to take advantage of the potential pain relief that you're experiencing from that nerve block by trying to physically rebuild your body as the block itself wears off. Okay. And the reason for that is because my method and my approach to helping with CRPS is using something called neuroplasticity. And neuroplasticity is the concept that the nervous system and the brain can learn through stimulus that it is given. So, for example, neuroplasticity is present in every avenue of our life. For first and foremost, language learning. If you would like to learn a new language, you must give information on the new language and practice the new language over and over and over again so that your brain and your nervous system, by extension, can learn to speak that language. If you want to learn an instrument like the piano, you must play the piano for a certain amount of time over and over and over again so that your brain and your fingers and your ears and your eyes can learn to coordinate the movements required for playing piano. And if you want to get back to physical function, you must practice that functioning over and over and over again in a safe amount so that your nervous system can learn that function is safe. Now, if you do a nerve block, you are essentially blocking by essence of the name, the nerves from getting that information. And that might be detrimental to your long-term recovery. And so the reason I don't like nerve blocks totally is because they kind of take away the ability to learn for a short time. That being said, they can be a valuable tool if you find benefit from them to turn down the volume on the pain itself for a short time while you ramp up the physical activity. And then as the nerve block wears off, your physical activity is increasing and you get to this point where the nerve block is worn off, but your nerves have learned kind of an adult state from the activity that you've been doing. So Nerve blocks can be okay, but I wouldn't necessarily lean towards the more permanent style of nerve blocks like ablations or even permanent nerve blocks like nerve removals because we need those nerves to function. And so what I would actually lean towards is temporary peripheral nerve blocks via steroid injections or something like that. That would be something I would go more towards. And I don't have a big problem with those, but I would be careful with the more permanent style nerve blocks to answer your question, Jonathan. And one of the things I said to Jonathan in his question was that nerve damage is not indicative of CRPS being forever. Nerve damage actually has very little to do with CRPS at all. And Jordan, in response to me saying that, said, if nerve damage has very little to do with CRPS, how do you explain CRPS type 2? Jordan, this is a great question. I totally understand why you have it. There is a common misconception that because CRPS type 2 is caused by nerve damage, it means that we can never get better or never improve. That is 100% not true. Totally false, because nerve damage does not mean that you will have permanent dysfunction. And the reason I know this is because I myself was diagnosed with CRPS type 2. I was told I had irreversible nerve damage on an EMG, and I was told I would never run, squat, or deadlift again because my nerve was messed up and my back was too fragile. All of those things are not true. I have no pain, and most of my clients were diagnosed with CRPS type 2. In fact, I only get about 25% people with type 1. So the idea that nerve damage is the reason for CRPS type 2 and you'll never get better because of it is just false. And we can prove that this is false with very simple thought exercises. Okay, so let's think about nerve damage in general. When you break your arm, most likely you're going to damage some of your nerves, but your arm heals and you don't have pain for the rest of your life in a normal nervous system. Additionally, when it comes to something like nerve damage from, let's say, an amputation, the nerves are cut, they are burned, they might have been blasted off. Yet, most amputees do not end up with permanent pain. And so the idea that nerve damage means permanent pain forever, it falls apart so quick with that simple thought experiment. And in fact, when it comes to amputees, for example, I use some of the same methods in my technique to calm the CRPS nervous system that I would use with a amputee who is trying to avoid phantom limb pain. We use desensitization methods, and we use psychological therapy to help the individual move forward. And through the physical desensitization and the psychological therapies, they do, and they don't have lasting pain. So, Jordan, that's how I would explain type 2. Just because type 2 is potentially from nerve damage or associated with nerve damage, it doesn't mean type 2 is permanent, not in the least. So I hope that gives you some hope. Jonathan, second question. How often do you see people with CRPS develop other neurological issues? Jonathan mentions he has blurred vision. Some days he can't read anything without reading glasses, while other days he doesn't need glasses at all. He also mentions that he gets a weird sensation, burning plastic smell that is also accompanied by a tingling sensation in his head. So, Jonathan, the nervous system itself, when you're dealing with CRPS, is stuck in fight or flight or sympathetic overload. This is called central sensitization. And knowing that you're in my online course, module 3 is all about central sensitization. So please go back and watch that so you can understand why you're getting these other symptoms. But your answer is yes. I have seen plenty of people develop other neurological symptoms while being centrally sensitized or dealing with CRPS. This is also the reason that when you go into support groups, you'll see people saying, you know, my child or my spouse has CRPS and POTS and FND and an MCAS and, interstitial cystitis and gastroparesis. All of these syndromes, which I call alphabet syndromes, are the result of an overloaded sympathetic nervous system. As you use my techniques in my online course and shared in these videos to calm that nervous system, all of your symptoms that you're describing will start to decrease or improve. Case in point is this experience that you're having with needing to read with reading glasses some days and other days not needing glasses at all. I would encourage you to explore what is the difference between those days. Knowing a little bit of your background, there's someone in your life that you're having conflict right now. And I would venture to guess that on the days that that conflict is high and your nervous system is overloaded, those are the very days that you need reading glasses. And on the days that your relationship with that person is better, I bet those are the days that your vision is more clear. Pay attention to that pattern, and it might give you some insight on some of the things we need to work on to calm down our nervous system. And this goes not only for Jonathan, but for everyone watching this. The personal factors in our life, which is something I go over in Module 3 also, Jonathan, are the things that lead to that sympathetic overload and the manifestation of those symptoms, whether it's symptoms of CRPS, symptoms of POTS, or blurred vision, or interesting smells, sounds, sensations, etc. Once you start to see that pattern, you can start to break it and address the things in your life that you need to calm your nervous system. Okay. Joy, have you been able to help people help CRPS with numbness, meaning no pain or very rarely any pain? She has numbness in her shoulder, chest, arm, and index finger and thumb. Has pretty much been constant since an injection of the nerve block for the clavicle 22 months ago. Okay, so to answer your question, Joy, yes, I have been able to help plenty of people with numbness. Numbness is no different in my eyes than pain. What is happening is your nerves are not interpreting signals properly and providing those nerves information through my desensitization techniques, which I go over in Module 4 of my online course and also right here on YouTube through my desensitization videos, which I'll link in the comment down below. Those methods would apply to you as well. I would work on those methods, applying them to your shoulder, your chest, your arm, and your index finger and your thumb to give information to your nerves. Also, if you're having a nerve block for the clavicle, there isn't really a reason that we should be having numbness in all of these places. There should be a very clear distribution of where this numbness is happening. And so to have it in all of these areas leads me to believe that it's not necessarily due to the nerve block itself, especially because this was 22 months ago and nerve blocks, unless you got a more like permanent one, usually don't last much longer than 18 months. But you would have to reach out to me and we would have to have a consult for me to know for sure. So feel free to do that anytime, also using the link down in the description or in the comments down below. Okay, Lauren, my CRPS was caused by multiple sclerosis or MS. It affects the nerve from my elbow through the outside of my arm to my fingers. It all started as feeling like an ace bandage was put slowly, very tightly on my arm to my wrist. Weeks later, it released, and now my arm is in constant pains. Thoughts? Okay, so Lauren, when you say my CRPS was caused by multiple sclerosis, and then you say that it's only in one area of your body, only in your arm and to your fingers, that immediately raises questions for me. And the questions there are, how could your CRPS be caused by MS if MS is a systemic problem, yet you're only having CRPS symptoms on the outside of your arm and your fingers? Okay, so do you understand what I'm saying there? You have lesions on nerves, causing pain signals to be crossed. That's what you're asserting. Yet you're only dealing with the pain in one arm. Therefore, the logic of your CRPS being caused by MS kind of falls apart because MS is a full body experience where the myelin sheath is I guess, reducing, making it harder for nerve signals to travel through the body. What I would encourage you to do is I would encourage you to read a book called When the Body Says No by Dr. Gabor Mate. It explains MS in a really clear way. And then I would encourage you to reach out to me for a private consult so we can talk about, these feelings in your arm. It can totally be improved. and I have a bunch of methods to do that, but I want to know some more specifics of your case in particular. So feel free anytime to book a consult with me using the link in the description down below. Patty, I recently found out from the pain clinician and neurosurgeon that during the first surgery I had 2 years ago, the thigh tourniquet application was 2 hours and 58 minutes. It was not deflated during surgery to allow for reperfusion. The neurosurgeon said it is as if my sciatic nerve has had a stroke from the thigh down, and the pain and burning that I experience in my right leg and foot is from the prolonged tourniquet application and ischemic damage. She said there is nothing that she can do for me. Have you dealt with CRPS and tourniquet injuries before? And is this like other causes of CRPS and overactive alarm system? I'm only on module 2 of your course. I imagine there is more information ahead, but I thought I would ask now. I keep hoping that the intense pain I have experienced since then will continue to subside and completely go away as I do the work in your course. I look forward to my one-on-one with you in October. Thanks so much. Yeah, so Patty, CRPS, I've dealt with compression injuries, tourniquet injuries, and crush injuries related to CRPS in my career, both in people with and without CRPS. And I want you to know that the nervous system can always learn new information no matter what has happened. Remember, even someone with a amputation needs to use the methods that are used applied in my course through desensitization and then through the emotional reprocessing of what has happened to your body or what has happened in your life prior to you being diagnosed with CRPS. And those are things that you will learn about in module 7. But to give you a preview, things that may have happened prior to your CRPS, for a lot of people, there's a pattern of deaths in the family, marital conflicts, a separation of relationship from children or friends in a fashion that is not welcome, the loss of a pet, work obligations that are overly stressful, etc., etc., etc. So as you go through my course, I have no doubt that you will find remedies for the situation that you're dealing with. But if you complete my course and you find that you still need some help, then of course we will speak one-on-one in October. Great question, Patty. Yes, your nervous system can learn, even though the tourniquet was applied in that fashion. Denis, she said, my CRPS stiffened my knee where it does not bend or actually goes the opposite way, and my right foot is turned in towards my left foot, crippling me 26 years ago. In 1999, nothing was shared with me on how to help my CRPS. My question is, how does a physical therapist possibly build muscle back since the right leg has atrophied? Next, my foot is so turned, Chase. I want to walk so badly, my foot literally turns over when I stand up. These are obstacles other than my burning. I just want help. So I guess I ask pain management for PT, question mark. They have been anything but helpful. I do think Atlanta, Georgia is in the dark ages with CRPS. I hate that I got dystonia so badly, but it is my story. Denis, I resonate with this, and I can totally understand how you might feel discouraged if when you went to physical therapy in 1999, you didn't have any help. What I want you to know is a lot has changed for physical therapy since 1999. Back then, physical therapy was a bachelor's degree. It was a very quick road to becoming a physical therapist. Since then, not only has a master's degree become required, but actually physical therapists have to become clinical doctors. So you have to get a doctorate degree to practice as a physical therapist. I would encourage you in any way possible to find out how to get in with a physical therapist, whether it's asking pain management, which I am certain they will give you a referral to, or going to a physical therapist. In some states, you can just walk in, call the clinics and ask and see what they can offer you. My first thought for you is going to be aquatic therapy because with that dystonia and your leg feeling locked out, I think the pool is going to be the best place for us to start to strengthen or rebuild the muscles there. But again, your body can always learn and adapt, even if there is atrophy. Your body will react to the stimulus that you give it. And I talk about this a lot in my online course, but a good example of a body reacting to the stimulus you've given it is Christian Bale. Christian Bale has been in a number of movies where he has needed a different physique in each, some of which he needs to be super frail and some of which he needs to be overweight, some of which he needs to be super muscular. He trains or doesn't train in specific ways to make his body look like that. So he could be very atrophied or he could be very muscular based on what he's giving his body. Your body is no different, Denis. Even though you've been in pain, your body is still capable to adapt, even if you have atrophy. So, what I would encourage you to do is call a few physical therapy clinics, ask them potentially if they have aquatic therapy, and ask them how you go about getting a referral there, or if in the state of Georgia, if you need a referral, or you can just go in and go into a physical therapist. In a lot of states, you can just walk in and do at least the first 3 visits without a referral at all. So I would check in Georgia. In Georgia, I'm not entirely sure, but call up a clinic and I'm sure they can answer the questions for you. Don't wait to start PT though. Get in there and get going. It is never too late. Okay, next question is from Kayla, and Kayla says, what are you supposed to do when you've had enough? I know that I'm not alone in these thoughts. Most days, all I want is peace. What do you do with the terrible fear of living like this for the rest of your life? I know we all have our different struggles in life. What do you do when you cannot quiet the negative thoughts? I know what I am supposed to do or try to do, but just caught in the paralyzing fear. Really hard to push through with such a small support system or going to another therapist who tells you to cut your foot off. We are a small group of warriors trying to move through the blinding pain and fear. I appreciate reading all of your questions, knowing that I'm not alone. Chase, I hear what you will be telling me because I always try to listen to your voice when my head is so full of fear and anxiety. Trying to change the focus with much difficulty. I truly empathize with all of you and send compassion to you and your families. Kayla, first of all, thank you for sending compassion to everyone else who is dealing with the same types of feelings that you are. I myself have personally been there. I had very real moments during my journey where I wanted to take a permanent way out. And I'll tell you one thing for certain is today, I am so glad I never did that, even though I was very close many different times. My advice to you today is going to be a little different than some of the advice that I have given you in the past. And my advice to you today is to zoom out a bit. Zoom out as far as you can away from the mountain that you see in front of you. A lot of times when we are looking at the future, we see what is ahead of us as insurmountable. We see a mountain we have to climb, and we ask ourselves, how could I ever leap to the top when I am stuck right where I am? And so I want you to zoom out and I want you to look just at the first step in front of you. What is one thing that you can do today to improve your life, even just 1%? And this is a concept that I talk about all the time in my online course. It's something I borrowed from the book Atomic Habits by James Clear. And this concept is that a 1% improvement each day leads to a 37 times better life by the end of the year. So I want to ask you, Kayla, what is something you can do today that improves your life by 1%? It won't fix everything. It won't even feel like anything has changed, but it'll start you on the upward spiral towards making life a bit more tolerable. So look around you today, if you're watching this from a chair or the couch or bed, and ask yourself, what can I, Kayla, do that will make my life a little better? Is it spending less time on Facebook today and reading negative comments? Is it making my bed? Is it tidying up some of those papers that have been cluttering the desk over there? Is it making one meal for myself? Anything you can think of that you could do, that you would do today, that would improve life by 1%. It could be picking up the phone to call someone, a friend that you haven't talked to in a while. It could be signing up for a gym, depending on how functional we are. Any of those things to start to improve life just a little bit. And then as you start to gain momentum, you can try for 2% or 3% each day and see what happens next. Another thing I would encourage you and anyone else dealing with this is when you have a very small support system, as you mentioned, social isolation is often the reason for that. And so, what I would encourage you or anyone else watching this situation is to start to rebuild social interaction. This doesn't mean you need to have connection with old friends or family members or anything like that. Simply go somewhere that you can regularly go to, whether it's a coffee shop or a gym or the mall, and start to interact with individuals on a regular basis. They don't need to be the same individuals, but start to have social dialogue day to day. So, for example, I would go to a coffee shop, a local coffee shop, and I would go read there 3 times a week to start to break my isolation. I would get to know a little bit some of the baristas. And when I would see them there, they would say, "Hey, Chase, welcome back. Glad you're here today." That starts to build a pseudo social relationship that helps me feel less isolated and less alone. So, coffee shop, a gym, even if you're just going there to do, 2 minutes on the bike or a couple lifts with your arms, or even just if you're going there to sit in the sauna, you are going to see the receptionist every single day, and they're going to say hello to you, and sometimes they'll learn your name and you'll learn theirs. And you start to build a social circle again, and it helps you feel less alone in the world. So my 2 bits of advice for you are stop looking at the whole mountain and just focus on a single step. And then the second one is choose some activities you can do regularly during the week to feel like you have more support. Even if you know these individuals at the coffee shop or the gym aren't going to come rescue you from your house when you need them, at least they're a person that is saying hello to you each day and helps you feel less alone. No one is coming to save us. We have to do it ourselves. And as hard as it is to hear, this is in your power. You can do this 1% today, maybe 2% tomorrow, and let's build back some social relationships. That is the answer for what we do when we're stuck in this despair. I know it is scary, but the alternative is to stay stuck. So make the decision today to make a change. Okay. Thinking of you, Kayla. I'll see you in a few days for our one-on-ones. And yeah, have a good rest of your weekend. Okay. Next question. Okay, Christina. Christina asks, what do you think about scrambler therapy? I actually have a full newsletter on this and my thoughts on scrambler therapy. Overall, I have no problem with scrambler therapy. Scrambler therapy is non-invasive, meaning they aren't breaking into your body and hyper activating the nervous system in any way. It's not something that is a drug or addictive in any way either. And so I am all for trying it if you feel confident that it might be helpful. The thing that I will say about scrambler therapy is that I don't view scrambler therapy as a permanent solution to CRPS in any way at all. And the reason I say that is because I think scrambler therapy does a good job of turning down the alarm system, the nervous alarm system, by providing new signals to your nervous system to calm it down. But by virtue of the fact that scrambler therapy requires often booster visits or continuous visits to turn things down, it tells me that and I know this for sure, there is more going on with CRPS than just the physical turning up of the nervous system. There are things in our life that we need to address through counseling or therapy, or even through just physically becoming active again to get over the fears that might be associated with CRPS from a physical standpoint, that scrambler therapy just can't do for you. And so that is why I say that scrambler therapy is often better when paired with something like my pain coaching. So I do have a lot of clients who will go through scrambler therapy while working with me. They will see a generalized or temporary reduction in their pain. And then through working with me, they will keep that pain away. And even when they start to have a recurrence of pain, they will be able to calm it down without having to go for scrambler boosters continuously. So I think scrambler's great. I don't have any issue with it. I just don't think it is a permanent solution without also being coupled with pain coaching or counseling or a physical therapy regimen of some kind. So if you're looking into scrambler, some of the providers that I think are great are Max up in Wisconsin. I'll link his website down below in the comments. Also, Jennifer Gibson. these individuals have either personally dealt with chronic pain, whether it's themselves, one of their family members, or even personally dealt with a family member having CRPS. I think both of them are in it for the right reasons. And Max even offers a money back guarantee if the scrambler doesn't work for you. So in that sense, why not try it? But again, I do think that you need to have some accompanying therapies to make it the most effective. From the statistics that I've seen, somewhere between 60 and 85% of people see benefit from scrambler therapy. And so, yes, I think scrambler therapy is fine, but I also think you need an accompanying service like what I offer, and maybe even education like what's in my online course. So I hope that helps. That is my thoughts on scrambler. Christina has a second question here, and she says, could there be any correlation between CRPS in a premature baby and neurodivergence, specifically dyslexia? There may be a correlation because in someone who is neurodivergent or dyslexic, there is an increase in the amount of stressors within your life that could lead to your nervous system activating fight or flight. I know it is very hard for anyone to be dyslexic, especially going through school. That can lead to challenges such as stressors about completing schoolwork, stressors about exams, bullying from other children. And then that can lead us to a state where our nervous system gets more and more and more hyperactive. And then eventually we end up with a condition like CRPS or some other pain type condition. But correlation does not equal causation. So simply because there's a correlation doesn't mean there's a cause. For example, there is a correlation in CRPS being, more prevalent in women, but it doesn't mean that being a woman causes CRPS. I know that's like a super simple analogy, but that's the best way to look at it. Just because there's a correlation doesn't mean it's the cause. Another thing, a lot of CRPS is caused by nerve damage, but just because nerve damage is correlated with the onset of CRPS doesn't mean it's the cause of CRPS. Case in point, you damage your nerves all the time. I can go hit my hand really hard against my refrigerator, and if I hit it hard enough, I'll probably damage the nerves on the outside of my hand. But I'm not gonna. It doesn't mean I'm gonna get CRPS in my hand. So remember, correlation doesn't equal causation. I do think that it can definitely, being neurodivergent or premature or dyslexic could lead to a case where the nervous system is more primed to develop CRPS, but it doesn't mean we can't calm the nervous system back down either. So, yeah, the nervous system can always learn no matter the situation. Brenda, she said, maybe you could explain what the symptoms of phase 3 are and the usual complications that usually develop at this stage, please. Brenda, so this is actually something that I talk about in module 2 of my course about CRPS misconceptions or myths associated with CRPS. One of those myths that is associated with CRPS is the idea that the stages or phases of CRPS are inevitable. And what I mean by that is people learn about CRPS stages and they think, oh my gosh, that means that I am going to begin in stage 1 and then go through the next stage and the next stage, and I'm going to get progressively worse. That is actually not what we see in research at all. What we end up seeing in research is that people can fluctuate between stages at any given moment. So you could be in stage 1, having burning or changes in or muscle spasms or changes in skin color, and then the next day you could be in stage 3 where it's difficult to move your limb or your muscles feel like they're dystonic or contracted. And the idea of the stages being inevitable or the stages being something that you must move through in order is completely false. In fact, in medicine, we don't even use the staging anymore. Okay. So we don't call things CRPS stage 1, 2, or 3 at all. That's actually been done away with. So there's no reason for me to explain the symptoms of stage 3 because it's not used in medicine anymore. And the idea of stages being something inevitable is actually completely false. So what I would encourage you to do is I would encourage you to go ahead and watch this video here. It's a recap of a live stream that I have, and in that live stream, I start with a bunch of the CRPS myths or misconceptions. I think that'll help explain what I'm talking about on a deeper level for you, and you can check that out. That's the thumbnail, but the link for that is going to be in the description as well. Man, there's going to be a lot for you guys down in the description and in the comments. So I hope that helps, Brenda. Please take a deep breath. You were not inevitably going to get worse. In fact, in research, we see people don't have that happen as long as we start to move forward with the certain therapies you would need. Okay. Robin, hi Chase. Thank you so much for doing these Q&As. Of course, Robin. I have CRPS in my right hand after CMC joint surgery. It's been 4 months now. I'm in OT twice a week. Is there any exercises that you would recommend in addition to my OT? I do putty exercises 1 time a week, hold a 5 pound weight for 10 minutes, and scrubbing exercises for 3 minutes. I also continue to do cardio most of the days, some lightweight once or twice a week. I have mild swelling and pain, but mostly stiffness every day. The progress is so slow. I will do what I need to, though. Yeah, Robin, it sounds like a lot of the stuff that your OT is having you do is stuff that I would suggest. The only things that I might suggest you to add are going to be exercises for individual fingers a bit more, maybe exercises for grip strength. And, some of the things that I would suggest for that is possibly, it looks like you're doing putty exercises, but you could get a stress balls. There's variety of different stress balls of different strengths that you could use. There are also rubber bands that you can get to spread your fingers out. Those are on Amazon. Additionally, there are individual different resistance finger exercisers that you can get. I'll put pictures of all of these up on the screen as I'm explaining them. There is the wrist gyro ball that will help strengthen the wrist and also your grip strength. And then there are also just general grip strength tools that you can get as well to work on the strength in your hand. I would work on strengthening not only your fingers and your hand, but also your wrist and then also your forearm by extension. And any of these kinds of exercises are going to very, very much help you. The progress is slow, but we need to keep going. And then additionally, don't forget about the emotional aspects and undertones of CRPS that we may need to focus on or address. Okay. And those are things that I go over if you're in my online course in Module 7 in particular. Mallow, I hope I say your name right. Malou. Hi, Chase. I am currently taking your online course, as you know, but I'd like to ask you a question. In 2022, I had foot surgery, and after extensive testing, was diagnosed with CRPS. The extreme nerve pain in my foot, especially around the scar, but there is so much more. I have a sensitive stomach and intestines. I have extreme skin reactions that flare up and goes away. I have a lot of lower back pain. Is it possible that this is all related to an overstimulated nervous system? Yes, the answer is yes. All of these things are common things that I see when it comes to CRPS. I will see flare-ups of difficulty or sensitivity in the stomach or intestines, gastroparesis. I will see skin reactions, itching, burning, etc. I will also see people have back pain or shoulder pain or neck pain in flare-up fashion. And yes, this is all related to an overstimulated nervous system or a nervous system that is stuck in fight or flight. When you think of fight or flight, I would encourage you to think of it in relationship to being chased by a lion. Okay? When we get chased by a lion, one of the things that happens while we're running away is our digestion starts to slow down because we don't want to prioritize digestion when we're running away. We want to prioritize activity in our muscles. Our vision narrows, our hearing intensifies, our muscles tighten up as we start to use them to run and or fight off the lion. And when we get away from the lion, what should theoretically happen is we should go, and everything normalizes again. Our muscles relax, our intestines and our digestion returns to normal, our vision normalizes, our hearing normalizes, and we are calm. That is true in the jungle. That is true for animals like a zebra. That is not true for humans. The lions in our life have to do more with the relationships that we're in, the jobs that we have, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so, as you can imagine, if we are constantly running or constantly in fight or flight, a lot of our bodily systems are going to be taxed to the limit. So that is why a lot of people dealing with CRPS end up with tightness or soreness or tension in their muscles, leading to headaches or back pain or shoulder pain, etc. Gastroparesis, um, difficulty or skin reactions that are happening because of the perspiration or sweating that might come from being stuck in fight or flight. All of this is due to a sympathetic nervous system, and learning to address or notice the lions in our life, which is what I help people learn in my course. You'll see it as we get to module 7, is the step that we need to take to calm that nervous system. April said, "What are your thoughts on the vagus nerve and how it relates to CRPS?" April, thank you for this question. And this is actually the question that motivated me to do a full newsletter on the vagus nerve itself. What I think about this idea that the vagus nerve as a singular nerve is such an important factor in calming our nervous system, I think that it's well intentioned, but generally silly. The idea that a singular nerve in a body with thousands of nerves and billions of neurons is the answer for the pain that you're having is quite frankly misguided. We are operating with a nervous system, the entire nervous system itself. Here's a picture of what that looks like with a ton of nerves. And so anything that can calm you down as an individual, I think is helpful. That being said, vagal exercises or vagal breathing or vagal stimulators are very calming for a lot of people. And so they may be a good solution to help calm your nervous system, but they would be just as effective as, going and doing something that brings you peace and joy. For some people, that's painting. For some people, that's listening to their favorite music. For some people, that's meditation. For some people, that's eating a s'more. Doesn't necessarily matter. And I don't think the vagus nerve is some end all be all solution for CRPS in any way. So if you find yourself being convinced into buying, super expensive items to stimulate the vagus nerve, or sign up for super expensive programs to calm the vagus nerve, just know that the body is composed of a ton of nerves, and using a single nerve as a remedy for something, I think is a bit misguided. If you want more information on that and see me break it down with research, please do check out my newsletter on the vagus nerve as a whole for CRPS, and that'll be linked down in the comment down below. Haley, would your online course work for children age 9, or is it really geared towards adults? So, Haley, as of right now, I am developing a course for kids specifically. The online course itself has a decent amount of heavy topics that I would encourage parents to like field before they have their child watch them. The way I would suggest you go about this is you as a parent take the course, and then you can use what you learn in the course to help your child rather than having your child just go through the adult version of the course. If you want your child to join you in watching the course videos, generally speaking, all of the lecture videos, so module 1 through 8 lecture, is safe for you and your child to watch with no heavy material. With the exception of module 7, I would watch module 7 yourself first and then decide what you would like to show your child in that module. But generally, the lecture videos in each module are totally safe for you to watch. And then some of the client videos in the modules are totally good for your child to watch. Also, I would just watch them yourself first. So I hope that answers your question. Anytime I'm working with a child, I generally encourage or force have the parent go through my online courses at the same time to learn everything they need to know about the condition. So yeah, hope that helps. Hopefully by the end of the year, I will have a course out just for kids. But for you specifically with your child at age 9, I would say you go through the course first, learn what you can, and then you can decide how to use what you learn to help your child yourself. Haley said, curious about how to respond when my daughter is having a pain flare but wants to push through and go sledding, play with friends, etc. Should I encourage rest or allow activity? I would allow her to go have fun with her friends. And the reason for that is a lot of times when we're having a pain flare, it is because we are feeling overly stressed or overwhelmed. And for kids, going sledding or going to play with friends is something that can reduce our stress. You can do this in a paced amount and say, hey, yes, you can go do that. But if the pain starts to feel like too much, just let me know and then I can come get you. I wouldn't restrict her from going to have fun and enjoy life when she's in pain because the pain is going to be here regardless. And the more that she can just get back to life and play with friends and enjoy things, the less and less she's going to notice or be bothered by that pain. Okay. John said, I've got a question for you, Chase. Many years ago, I herniated my L5S1 on my left side. Consequently, when I got CRPS after my right ankle surgery, it was my left leg that was affected. Nowadays, I'm not functionally limited, but I still deal with allodynia, and when I rest, my little toe will spread, my toes will claw, my calf and glute will spasm at rest. Is this a normal part of recovery? Is it a sign my brain is rewiring? It's hard to not it's hard not to get a little anxious when your leg is doing its own dance. John, it's crazy because I resonate with this so heavily. I had two surgeries on my L5S1, one on the right side and one on the left side. And what I will say is, yes, the experience that you're having is normal. And I know that because I went through it. I had moments where I would be driving and suddenly I would have, a spike in pain unexpectedly. My calf in particular would spasm. It would kind of go like this, like all the individual muscle fibers. Would get cramps in my left leg in particular and in my toes as well. And what I would say, based on my own experience and then based on the experience my clients has have had, is that this is totally normal. Imagine it like this. Imagine your computer malfunctions and you need to turn it off and turn it back on again. Or your computer gets an update and you need to turn it off and turn it back on again. What happens when you turn the computer back on, which in essence, the electronics of the computer is your nervous system, is your computer will beep, it will flash, it might turn on and off twice, it will make a bunch of weird noises, and then when it turns on, it will just run normally. Your nervous system is rebooting, it is rewiring. And so there's going to be some beeps and boops and flashes, but I promise you it is nothing catastrophic to worry about. And eventually those do subside, speaking from experience for my own experience as well as my client's experience. To give you an idea, not only did I have those cramps, but I even had times where I woke up and my leg was red and swollen unexpectedly after I had done something new. And I most certainly resonate with panicking or feeling anxious when this happens because I would have full-blown panic attacks when that would happen because I had no one to tell me it's normal. But yes, I promise you it's normal. And I would almost encourage you to look at it as something good, like, wow, yes, my brain is learning right now. It's updating. And these are the beeps and boops and flashes. Okay. So I hope that helps. So crazy to see how alike our story is with the herniations and the surgeries, etc. Need to know 876 said, what can we do to calm our nervous system and repair the mess we are already in? Pain, stress, exhaustion, brain fog, numbness, poor thinking, etc. While trying to deal and fix ourselves, life just keeps throwing more fuel to the fire. Yeah, this is a great question. When you have a nervous system that is going wild, and then you have other things going on in life that's throwing fuel to the fire, it can be very challenging for your nervous system. What I would encourage you to do, because there's some vagaries here, is I would encourage you first to make a list of what are the lions in your life. What are the things that are throwing fuel to the fi fire and making things more difficult for you? And then go ahead and take a look at that list and figure out how do we start to address some of those things? What are the conversations that we need to have? What are the things that we are avoiding? When there is more fuel being thrown on the fire, how do we start to put that fire out? And a lot of times for my clients, creating a list first and foremost is the starting point of how to address this fire that is spreading out of control. Additionally, a thing that my clients are very bad at, including myself, is asking for help and making this list and learning where we can ask for help and where we cannot will also be very effective as well. But I resonate with what you're saying. Hang in there. And if you want a little bit more guidance, reach out anytime. Need to know 876 said, it seems like a lot of people with CRPS have dental issues, even with good dental hygiene. Why is that? This actually isn't true. What you're seeing is a lot of people posting with dental questions because there is this misconception that the dentist is the place where CRPS spreads for sure. So many people ask me questions about what do I tell my dentist? What do I do for dentistry? What do I do at the dentist? What's the protocol for dental stuff? I promise you, you will be okay. You can go to the dentist. There's nothing to worry about. I have been to the dentist many, many times since my diagnosis with CRPS and never have I had any type of issue. I don't think people have dental issues with CRPS despite good dental hygiene. I think that there is a common fear-based messaging around the dentist that doesn't really have much merit. Need to know 876 said, is chronic fatigue part of the alphabet soup? Because I have it and I'm exhausted all the time. On good days, just walking a bit seems to knock me out. For days when I used to be very fit and active, how do we get over that? Yes, chronic fatigue is 100% part of alphabet syndromes. It's called chronic fatigue syndrome, CFS, which are three letters from the alphabet, and they're absolutely alphabet syndromes. When you are being chased by lions, using the analogy again, you feel like you are running. When you are stuck in fight or flight, you feel like you are fighting and flighting, right? Fighting and running. And of course, you will get exhausted and fatigued from that happening. And so, piggybacking back to your first question, make a list of all of the challenges in your life, and then let's break down how we can start to address them. First and foremost, we need to notice what we are dealing with, the lions that are at our door, and then we need to figure out how to help them to go away or how to help ourselves not put as much pressure on ourselves. Sonia asks, when I'm flared up, should I avoid any mirror therapy or massage? Great question, Sonia. So one of the things I say about flares in general is that even Olympic athletes need to take rest. So when we are feeling flared up or sore, we can take some time to rest and allow our nervous system to calm down back to baseline. Remember, flares are called flares because they eventually burn out. Now, when it comes to avoiding something specific like mirror therapy or massage, if you find mirror therapy or massage itself are relaxing for you, I don't think you need to avoid them. You could even do very light mirror therapy or even very light massage to calm things down and still get in the work of desensitization. That being said, if you find that mirror therapy or massage, especially a harder massage, is very irritating for you, then while you're flared up, I wouldn't do it. So it really honestly just depends. Is the mirror therapy soothing and relaxing for you? Is the massage soothing and relaxing for you? If so, totally fine to do during a flare. But if when you're flared up, doing the mirror therapy or massage in any fashion is upsetting for you or painful for you, then I would avoid it until your nervous system calms back down. Okay, great question. Christina, most important question. Can one fully recover from this syndrome? You know, it's wild because even to this day, I'm getting questions like this when all you need to do is simply Google CRPS recovery rates, and you will find statistics stating anywhere from 30 to 85% of people fully recover from CRPS and get out of pain. CRPS is often called the incurable illness when a simple Google search completely disproves that. If someone can get better, like myself and like my clients and like people who I've never even met, then the condition is not incurable. It is very much something you can overcome. So yes, people can fully recover from this. And if you want proof of that, just go to my YouTube channel and watch any of my testimonial videos titled Overcoming CRPS. There are plenty out right now and plenty more planned for this year. Yes, you can overcome this syndrome and move on with life and not even think about it. If this wasn't my career, if I wasn't helping people overcome this pain like I did myself, I wouldn't even think about CRPS. It wouldn't even be something that would draw my attention at all. I have moved on, and that is possible for everyone, including, I believe it's your daughter that's dealing with CRPS. It's 100% possible. Daughter or son, one of the two. But yeah, you've reached out to me before. I would love to talk with you in a one-on-one consult to see how I can best help you guys move forward. But 100% you can fully recover from this. I'm living proof, and so are my clients.
3, 2, 1.
Pain isn't my prison, it's my power.
Woo!
Karina, hi Chase. I haven't walked in a year and a half, but I'm getting so close to walking again. I love it. I walk on an underwater treadmill at physical therapy at the height of 4 feet at a speed of 1 mile an hour. Okay, so there's an incline at 1 mile an hour. I've taken some small steps with my walker and my crutches when my foot is feeling good. I practice standing for a few minutes at a time. I still get flare-ups and pain when I overdo it. I try to be consistent with all my exercises and not to push myself too far too quickly. My question is, how do I know when I'm ready to bear weight and walk? How much should I push myself and should I push through pain? Thanks. Hey, Karina, this is a fantastic question. You are ready to walk and bear weight whenever you feel ready to face that fear. And here's the thing. You might, if you are extra fearful, have a flare up following the first time you try to walk. All that is information. It is not a failure. It is not a setback. It is a step towards learning and helping your body feel safe in walking again. So you are going at a great pace, but I would also not get too caught up in not causing a flare up. A flare up will happen. It will calm back down, and then you can try again with that new information. So, for example, let's say you take 10 steps with very little support and you do fine. And then the next day you take 15 steps with very little support and you have a flare up. Well, there's some information for you that somewhere between 10 and 15 steps, as of right now, is the safe place for you to push the limit with pain. Okay. My answer here is I would border on the edge of discomfort as your guide. Okay. So if it's uncomfortable, you're in the right spot. If it's excruciating painful, scale back just a little bit. I hope that helps. Overall, it looks like you're in the perfect groove right now, but I would allow yourself to push just a little bit farther to see if you can't go a little bit outside your limits and break through some of the fears that you're having when it comes to weight bearing and walking. Okay. But overall, great. Love to see you doing the underwater treadmill. Love to see you practicing standing and love to see you starting to take a few steps. So let's keep going. Let's keep doing it. Denis, how did you get your migraines under control, Chase? Mine are definitely not controlled, and I have a migraine today like so many nights. Yeah, Denis, great question. One of the things I started to do is I started to ask myself, when I have migraines, what am I feeling in general? And I don't mean what am I feeling in my head. I started asking myself, what am I feeling emotionally? And what I started to identify is I would get migraines at the time when I was feeling the most unappreciated after my efforts. Okay, so what I mean by this is a lot of individuals with CRPS share a personality, and I'll put that personality on screen right here. We are the type of people that sacrifice for others, often at the expense of ourselves. And I noticed that I would get migraines most often when I had been sacrificing for others and I didn't feel like I was being appreciated or recognized for that sacrifice. And then the migraines, what they would do is they would subconsciously allow me to take time to care for myself. They would sideline me from my responsibilities, and the migraine itself was a great excuse for me to rest and recover when I could just give myself that rest and recovery on my own. So the way I got my migraines under control is when I started to feel like I was sacrificing myself too much or taking on too much responsibility, I would start to delegate to other people, or I would build in a rest or relaxation time. So, for example, next month, I'm going to take a short break from work, a small vacation to rest and recover myself. And if I was to just push through and not take that break, even though I feel conflicted about it because I have clients that are relying on me, I would probably end up with a migraine. I would probably reach a breaking point of I have done too much. I am not caring for myself. And my nervous system would say, you need a migraine right now to care for yourself. And I know that sounds strange because migraines are not pleasant, but when you are the type of person who self-sacrifices quite a lot, symptoms are sometimes the way that your body calls out to you and says, "Hey, Denis, time to take care of yourself, whether you like it or not." So I hope that answers your question a little bit. I go into more detail about this in Module 7 as well. And I know you're in my online course, so keep going. Jenny, how do you deal with the mental trauma that is affecting CRPS? Jenny, great question. And when it's very hard for me to fully address how to deal with that in the Q&A, this is one of the main highlights of my online course when it comes to CRPS. And Module 7 is all about the trauma and emotion in relationship to CRPS. So if you're looking for a step-by-step guide on how to do that, in my online course in Module 7, you will see a full breakdown of that process for you at any time. So I would highly encourage you to check that out. And I am excited to see what you discover if you're already in the course as you enter Module 7. But go in order, don't skip ahead because there is a lot of great information in the beginning modules. Smiley, hello, Chase. Here is a question that I keep asking myself. Is the stiffness of my knee or any other part of my body affected by CRPS reversible? Sometimes I have the feeling that my knee has been stuck so long in stiff block mode that it would take a miracle for my knee to get free and come back to normal functional mode. How does CRPS generate this stiffness and a blocked knee, which in turn led to my limping and impossibility to walk normally? I feel like a broken toy because of that, and I often wonder why those symptoms occur and if by any chance anything can come back to normal mode once CRPS is gotten rid of. Okay, so Smiley, normally what happens in CRPS when a body part becomes dystonic or it becomes stuck in a locked position, it is because we have been protecting that body part for so long. So let me give you an example. If I was nervous about my arm experiencing pain, oh, I zoomed in the camera, and I put my arm in a sling and held it there, like the sling was strapped over my shoulder and my arm was stuck in this position for a long time. Eventually, when I take the sling off, my arm is going to have a lot of difficulty. I'm going to fix my camera. My arm is going to have a lot of difficulty being mobile and moving because I've been stuck in this position for so long. But over time, slowly starting to move it, slowly starting to get it out of this bent position will ease it. And obviously, I'm speeding up time. This might take 6 months for you to get your knee able to bend again. But slowly doing physical therapy to help start to move again will, yes, help us get out of that state. There are other methods by which you could get out of this state if you are having extreme dystonia. Some of those methods are targeted Botox injections, which you'll have to consult with your neurologist about. But to answer your question, yes, your body can always learn. Your body is functionally okay. CRPS is just a mixed messaging of pain signals. And so your body theoretically can function normal again. Keep hope, keep going through my course. I know you're one of my students, and I have confidence that you can see some profound improvement as you do. Kenneth says, what nerve specifically shall we target for slowdown? Kenneth, I will actually go back to the question that was there about the vagus nerve. There is no specific nerve that you need to target to help calm your nervous system. It is an entire system challenge. There is no special or magic nerve for you to specifically target. And that idea is very much misguided. So just know there's no special nerve you need to target. If you wanted to target a single specific nerve, that would be really, really hard considering how many nerve connections there are in your body. So, for example, the sciatic nerve is often blamed for pain. The sciatic nerve contains branches of thousands of nerves throughout your leg and lower body. You can't simply just target a sciatic nerve when it comes to exercising or recovery. So don't get caught up in specifics. Think of the whole nervous system as an entire alarm system. That is what we need to target, the nervous system as a whole. Denis, I had a very tight plaster cast that went on my body down to my right leg. It was so tight, they put it on to keep the leg from moving due to the L5S1 vertebrae. I could only last 6 weeks in it. But Chase, that was where my CRPS developed, from the top of my right leg to my knee. How much can plaster casts have to do with CRPS? So when you are casted or booted, which some teenagers will have, they'll have an ankle injury, they'll be put in a boot for a long period of time, and then when they take the boot off, they'll have developed CRPS because that foot had become extra sensitive. This casting sends a message to the brain that that area of your body is unsafe. That is the reason why you develop extra sensitive nerves in that area. All that we need to do to help calm that area after that casting or that booting is very slowly introduce stimulus or sensation through my desensitization techniques to that part of the body. And so to answer your question, the casting or the booting has to do with CRPS because it can send so many signals to the body that we are unsafe, that we need to redo that signaling. That is why a lot of times when I start to work with, teenagers or even adults who are afraid to take off their knee brace or take off their ankle brace, it greatly encourage them to slowly remove that brace and spend time during the day without the brace, because we need to teach the brain that we don't need the brace to be safe. Okay, so yes, it did probably contribute to the development of CRPS, but it does not mean that it is not completely reversible. You can totally do that with the methods that you are learning in my online course, Denis. Jill said, "Hi Chase, I developed CRPS in my left foot and left leg after L5S1 spinal fusion, discectomy, laminectomy 3 years ago. My toes, foot, and ankles swelled, turned dark purple. Now only my toes are discolored, but my foot, leg, and back are all very painful. My major issue with foot pain is wearing a shoe, but I have even more debilitating pain in my back. My main issue with my back is sitting, as I am unable to sit for more than about 30 minutes in a regular chair, anything without a lot of cushion or a recliner where I can shift my weight. Standing for a very long time in one place is also difficult. If I lift anything over 10 pounds, my back, leg, and foot pain kick in. A neurosurgeon at KU said the tailbone is curved, and he thinks my tailbone pain may be because of the hardware putting additional pressure on that area. If I sit too long or do something to irritate my back, my foot and leg immediately start to hurt worse. And when I am irritating my foot, I feel stabbing pain in my back. I can also feel pain grinding in my back when I turn a certain way, and then my foot hurts. It's so weird. My question is, do you have other patients with pain in multiple areas like this? Should I start with focusing only on my foot first, my back first, or both at the same time? Do you think I should start trying to sit in a hard chair for short periods? Thank you. Jill, fantastic question. First of all, I want to say I am so sorry for all that you are dealing with. That sounds very painful on multiple levels. As you may or may not know, I had an L5S1 surgery, a microdiscectomy on twice. Okay, so I understand to some extent what you are going through. My suggestion for you would be to start on both, working through some of my exercises on desensitization in both the foot, leg, and back, or all three at the same time. And then what I would encourage you to do is not necessarily sit in a hard chair, but if you're using a recliner, what I would do is I would practice sitting in a certain recline position that's comfortable and then slowly start to come up. Practice that position until it's comfortable and then come up, practice that position until it's comfortable. It's not going to be a fast process where, like, in one day you're going through each position. You might be in one single position for an entire week or 2 weeks before you adjust that recliner. But yes, you're exactly right. I would start to, for short periods, expose yourself to some of these things that are scary or painful for you. Same thing with lifting over 10 pounds. I would start to, for short periods, expose yourself to lifting a weight that is around 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 pounds to start to expose your body to that stimulus to help it feel safe. This is tapping right into neuroplasticity, the exact thing that I teach. But then on top of it, Jill, I would encourage you to also, and I think you have, I block out your last name, so I can't remember which Jill this is, but we've either spoken in a consult or we're going to speak in a consult soon. I would love to speak with you one-on-one so I can understand more of the specifics of your situation. There's a lot of different things going on, and I want you to know that this is very much my wheelhouse. Most of my clients have a lot of different things going on, and I can form a custom plan for you that we can move forward with. But for now, in the meantime, yes, I think your ideas for starting with both areas or all three areas of pain and starting to sit in a more firm chair are great ideas. And try the reclining, gradual increase in reclining. That's called graded exposure. Try that as well, and see what kind of progress you can make in the meantime. Great question. Carmel says, "Hi Chase, I'm taking your online course now on Module 4, Desensitization Techniques. I have CRPS in my left foot. For the past month, I have been using some techniques daily, touching my foot with textures, drawing shapes, touching areas, and using acupressure pad and balls. I wanted to ask you when it is okay to challenge the foot with more advanced techniques. How will I know when I'm making progress physically? I still get episodes of burning, tingling, pain, and redness when I'm walking, standing, and driving in my daily activities." Yeah, Carmel, this is a question I get a lot. How do I know when to move forward with more challenging techniques? Honestly, you can move forward whenever you are ready. You will still get episodes of burning and tingling, pain, and redness when you're walking. It will still happen. But these techniques where you're providing information to your foot with the new textures and things like that will start to make those episodes and things less and less and less. The more we expose our body to new stimulus, the better your body will be able to tolerate it. So piggybacking off of what I said earlier in the video about learning piano or learning a new language, the more that we expose ourselves to that new language or the more that we practice piano, the easier speaking will get and the easier piano will get. Similarly here, the more that we expose ourselves to the desensitization techniques that I go through in Module 4, the easier these other activities, such as walking or doing things physically, will become. It might take a long time. You're not going to master a language overnight. It might take several weeks for us to see some improvement. But as long as you continue with these activities and move forward in the course and get to the Module 5, 6, and 7 activities, the more and more you're going to see improvement. So just to let you know, still having episodes or still having burning or tingling pain or numbness or redness, it is not a signal of failure. It is not a signal of moving forward too fast. It is just a signal that you still have work to do. So keep going. Wonderful to see you applying this pretty regularly for the past month, and keep going with these techniques. Keep trying the new stuff, see how they work for you, and get curious. Get curious about what can I expose my foot to next. For me, I got curious about what does grass feel like? What does dirt feel like? What does sand feel like? I started exposing my foot to those things, and I noticed over time it got more and more accustomed to what those felt like, and it stopped hurting as much until eventually the pain was gone. Okay, so I hope that helps. The answer is challenge yourself. No need to look for a specific moment that you feel ready. Just challenge yourself and get curious, and you will see improvement. Patty, hi Chase. I have another question. I have noticed that I often wake up in the middle of the night with mild to severe nerve pain. My right foot and left leg are my primary areas of CRPS, but when I am awakened with the pain, it is often in both legs up to my waist and both hands and forearms. As soon as I realize what is happening, sometimes I am so sleepy and just know it is awful pain. I start vagal breathing, in for 4 seconds, hold for 6 seconds, out for 8 to 10, like I was taught when I developed CRPS 2 years ago. Why does this happen? Is there this a type of spread? Usually, after doing the breathing for a few cycles, I find myself waking up the next morning. Other times, I have to get out of bed and try other things to calm down my ramped up nervous system. Thanks for taking my question. Hey, Patty. So, simple answer is that at night, when we are dreaming or getting ready for sleep, that is when our mind starts to become the loudest. When you are dreaming, you may have a dream or a nightmare as you process some of the emotions that are related to the development of your CRPS. You might not remember the nightmare, but when you wake up, you are in a state of hyperactive sympathetic overload or fight or flight. When you are in that state and then you do the vagal breathing to calm yourself down and calm your nervous system down, then you suddenly wake up in the next morning. That means you succeeded in calming your nervous system down and getting back to sleep. When you have to get out of bed and try other things to calm down your nervous system, the same thing is taking place. We're calming down that overload. What I would suggest for you, on top of the breathing that you're doing, is if the breathing doesn't end up successful, I would suggest for you to complete what I call my mind-body journaling practice. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and in one of the comments down below, I'm going to list out exactly what my mind-body journaling practice is. And you can go ahead and copy and paste that into a Word document and use that. This is something I go over in Module 7, Step 4. The Mind Body Journal is the video. And you can also check it out there because I think you're in my online course. But just in case you're not, the Mind Body Journaling practice is something I developed that you can give a try. And I'll paste that into a YouTube comment. So check the comments below and you'll see that practice. And the next time you wake up at night, or even just before bed, I would do this mind body practice and see how helpful it might be for you. But yes, just to let you know, this is a totally normal experience that my clients have. It is not a type of spread. I'm not sure what you meant by that at all. It is simply your nervous system being overloaded. And sometimes at night, that's the easiest time for it to be overloaded because at night is when we do the most thinking, when our mind does the most exploring and ruminating. Okay. Lynette, is temperature intolerance a symptom of CRPS? I wake up drenched in the middle of the day or night. During the day, just doing simple things causes it too. I am changing my clothes at least twice a day. Also, do you work with patients that have an SCS in place? I know my CRPS is continuing to progress despite the decrease in pain. Hey, Lynette. Yes, temperature intolerance or uncontrolled sweating is totally a symptom of not just CRPS, but nervous system overload once more. So remember, your nervous system is in fight or flight. It thinks it is being chased by a lion. And so sometimes sweating is the way that it's trying to cool you down as you run from this lion. When we start to address the lions in our life, the nervous system will calm down and that profuse sweating will start to stop. So I want you to know that this is changeable. And to answer your question again, yes, I do work with people who have an SCS in place. In fact, a lot of my clients end up getting their spinal cord stimulators removed after we work together because they recognize that it is no longer something they need. So having an SCS does not disqualify you from taking my online course or working with me one-on-one at all. I will work with anyone and everyone, and I believe I can help everyone, at least to some degree, in some way. So yeah, to answer your questions, the sweating is a symptom of sympathetic overload. It is something that you can reverse. And yes, I will work with you even if you have an SCS. In fact, my goal will be to get you to a place where you can remove it if you'd like. All right. Well, that is all of our questions. I want to thank you guys again for all of your submissions this episode. And please, if you have more submissions, do not hesitate to put them down in the comments down below. I will plan to see you next month for episode 13, and I look forward to continuing this series for as long as I can in the months and years to come. All right, guys, take care. If you're watching this on the day of release, have a good weekend, rest of your weekend, and I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 13 of my CRPS Q&A series. I am so excited to bring this information to you today because we had a ton of really great questions on the Window Pane CRPS support group page. And I know that after watching this video, you're going to feel better, less fearful, and less anxious about what is happening to your body when it comes to CRPS. My mission today is to help you to understand central sensitization in a way that maybe you haven't before. And the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to actually start this video with a presentation about central sensitization and nervous system overload to make it very easy to understand the situation that leads to CRPS, and not only CRPS, but many other of what I call alphabet syndromes. So conditions like POTS, PANS, PANDAS, FND, fibromyalgia, tinnitus, IBS, TOS, MCAS, AMPS. I think I said that already. A lot of conditions that are often co-diagnosed with CRPS that can very quickly lead to a spiral for an individual who's dealing with these diagnoses into thinking that their body and their whole system and, all their organs are falling apart. When what is really happening is you're stuck in central sensitization, and getting there was an iterative step-by-step process throughout life that, believe it or not, can be reversed. And you will see actually a lot of the symptoms of these syndromes start to fade away, many of them even disappearing altogether. And so when I start this presentation, it's going to become very clear about how you ended up here. And then what that's going to do is it's going to help me to answer a lot of the great questions that we got over these last couple weeks while I've been collecting questions, because all of them kind of mimic the same type of question. They're the same type of curiosity that people have about what is happening to my body and why is basically what I'm being asked. And so this presentation will do well to help people understand that. And I think that's going to set up the framework for this episode. This is a new version of this presentation. I have presented this on my YouTube channel before, but not in this format or style. So I'm hoping it's really helpful. Additionally, if you're new here and you're wondering who is this guy and why is he talking about CRPS, my name is Chase Teagarden. I was diagnosed with CRPS a little over 11 years ago now, and I was left to basically my own devices. I had no money, no insurance, and the doctors were basically just telling me that I was faking my pain, seeking medications, that I would live with this for the rest of my life. And it got to the point where I was using a walker to get around, not even wearing a sock. And I went to 3 different neurologists begging them to cut my leg off before I ended up thinking about taking my own life. Thankfully, I didn't do that. And 4 years later, going my own way, I found my way out of pain. Since then, I've become a doctor of physical therapy, therapeutic pain specialist, and one of 60 fellows of pain science in the nation. And I now help people all over the world overcome their pain and move on with life. If you are interested in any of my resources outside of the over 200 hours I have of free videos on YouTube, or my free newsletter, which you can access on my website, thewindowpane.com, or additionally, my online 8-week self-guided program where I walk you through step by step my exact process to getting out of pain. Or if you want something really customized and you want to work one-on-one with me, you can find all of those things in the description down below of this video or on my website again, thewindowpane.com. Thank you everyone for being here. I have my coffee, and without further ado, Let's jump right in to this presentation. Okay, so as I mentioned, before we jump into the questions, I want to do a presentation on central sensitization as a whole. This can also be called sympathetic overload or being stuck in fight or flight. What I want to do is I want to kind of break down how, through neuroplasticity, we become sympathetically overloaded, and how, through neuroplasticity, again, using it to our advantage, we can become desensitized, decentrally sensitized, or break out of that fight or flight cycle. So, first and foremost, I want to talk about the vicious cycle of pain. And this is so true for CRPS, and not only CRPS, but a lot of other alphabet syndromes, which I'm going to talk about at the end of this presentation. But what happens when we get diagnosed with one of these conditions, whether it's CRPS or pudendal neuralgia or trigeminal neuralgia or fibromyalgia, et cetera, is we go to the doctor and the doctor says to us, you have a disease that is incurable. You will be in pain forever and you're screwed, basically. And what happens then is we have the pain experience, as you can see at the top of this diagram, and we get anxiety that the pain itself is causing tissue damages and harm. We get more focused on the problem. We maybe start Googling things and researching, and the more focused we get, the more worried we get, the more changes take place in our nervous system, the more pain we have, the more anxiety we get about the situation, and then the more changes to the nervous system, and then we have pain again. And then that cycle starts to continue over and over again. We go around this circle, and it's not only happening from a physical perspective, but it's also happening in a psychological way as well. So, on the psychological side here, we have pain, we have anger, anxiety, and fear and distress. Our mood gets worse, we get depressed. Our pain gets worse, and our increased perception of pain. So, we notice pains and we're more hypersensitive. And then, over on the physical side, we're having pain, so we avoid activity, we decondition, we get bone demineralization, our muscles atrophy. Then, when we try to be active at all, our pain increases again as our activity increases. We avoid further, we get further deconditioned, and then both cycles repeat in both directions over and over again. The way in which we break free from this cycle is instead of having an injury and then a pain experience and then going to the doctor and getting scary and negative information like you're never going to get better, then catastrophizing about our pain, then getting more afraid of our pain, then becoming hyper vigilant, and then becoming depressed and disabled. What we need to do is we need to have a pain experience. We need to have a doctor or provider that can help us have no fear at all, moving over to the right side of this diagram. And we need to confront the things that we're avoiding, whether they be physical things or emotional, personal things, which we'll talk about. And only through that can we get to what I call recovery, what some people call remission. And if you're in my online course, you know why I call it recovery. So understanding, these cycles is the perfect setup for us to jump into my presentation on central sensitization. So let's jump right into that. This presentation is called Reframing Pain. And this presentation is my effort to help you understand central sensitization in a way that is approachable and manageable and less fearful. Okay. Nervous system overload and calming the nervous system is such a mystery today. And there's a whole bunch of confusing and jarring information. You're sold a bunch of devices. You're told to, stimulate your vagus nerve and rub your earlobe in a certain way and don't eat this or drink that. And, that complexity is not helpful for you to move forward with no fear, as you saw in that breaking free slide. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to show you a step-by-step process by which I desensitize myself and also how you might be able to do it. But first, we need to understand how we became sensitized in the first place. So to do that, we're going to start with the definition of pain. On July 16th of 2020, the International Association for the Study of Pain, meaning the leaders in pain research, they introduced a revised definition of pain. And this definition is that pain is an unpleasant sensory and emotional experience associated with or resembling that association with actual or potential slash perceived tissue damage. So when we see from the leaders in pain research this definition, what we see is that pain is both sensory and emotional, and it is also due to actual or perceived tissue damage. So what that means is that pain does not equal damage. A good example of this is if you step off a curb and sprain your ankle, it hurts, right? But if you step off a curb and sprain your ankle and there's a bus coming at you, your ankle is not going to hurt. You have the same kind of damage, but a different pain experience. Your brain is prioritizing you getting out of the way of the bus rather than you having pain. So you can have damage with pain. You can also have damage with no pain. Another example of this is if you're working out in the yard or in the garage and you come inside and you suddenly notice, oh, I cut my elbow. But in the moment, you didn't notice at all, right? Like when you were busy out in the yard or working, you didn't even notice the cut. That is damage without pain. And sometimes you might look at the cut and you might start to worry, what did I cut it on? Do I do I need to get a tetanus shot? And then you start to have pain after that. And so that is pain without damage as a factor because, what's happening is you're starting to worry and your nervous system is then saying, okay, pain is necessary here. Another example of pain without damage is something like heartbreak. When you can feel physically pained when you lose someone you love, that's heartbreak. Another example of pain without damage is something like a headache. Your head could be hurting, but it doesn't mean that your brain is, exploding, even though it might feel like that. Your brain is probably physically fine. And we see this all the time with alphabet syndromes or CRPS, where we go get a bunch of scans and the doctors say, no, everything looks normal. You have pain for quote unquote no reason because there's no damage. Okay, so this definition of pain is really great because it includes the fact that it can be sensory. So if I stab you with a knife, that's going to hurt. But it can also be emotional. Like if you don't know me and I stab you, it's going to hurt even more because of the fear. And if you really do know me and I stab you, it's going to hurt in all kinds of other different ways because of the emotion. Why has Chase, who seems to care about me, stabbed me? I'm not going to stab you, but you get the example, okay? So pain does not equal damage. And what usually happens then is we have a threshold in our body represented by this line. This is our danger threshold. And what happens is, when you have an injury, there is an electrical spike in our body that pushes us up over that danger threshold where we may experience pain. So when we sprain our ankle, we go up over that danger threshold and our brain decides, is ankle pain useful right now? So for example, step off a curb, sprain your ankle, there's a bus, not useful. We won't feel pain. Step off a curb, sprain your ankle, there's no bus. Pain is useful. We will feel pain so that we go get help for our ankle. Okay. Now, we in a normal system operate down around this blue line. The blue line is representing the level of electrical activity in our nervous system or sensation activity. And when we're in a normal bodily system, a non-centrally sensitized system, we have a ton of room for activities. We can run around with our kids. We can mow the lawn. We can do the laundry. We can maybe even go to the gym. And that whole time, as we do those activities, our nervous system is having an increase in activity or electrical spike. And we're approaching that danger line. Okay. We can do all of those activities and have no pain whatsoever, not even cross that danger line. And then in a normal system, we will go back down to no pain. We can even sometimes, if we do enough activity, we can even cross that danger line. If I run a marathon and I might feel kind of sore, but then as I recover, again, I'll come back down to this no pain, to this normal level. This is in a a typical nervous system that will happen, even with injury. So let's imagine I kick you in the elbow. If I kick you in the elbow, you're going to have a spike in electrical activity where it goes up to the danger level. If you feel that I am a threat because I've just kicked you in the elbow, you will not have pain in that moment until you get away from me. And then your elbow will have pain. But as your elbow heals, you're going to, again, return to baseline. This is a normal nervous system. Unfortunately, for a lot of us, unfortunately, for a lot of you that are watching this, if you're dealing with CRPS or another alphabet syndrome, your nervous system didn't return to baseline. For a variety of reasons, it stayed elevated at this orange line, or even for some of you, the orange line might even be overlapping the red line. And that stuck in elevation, that orange line is called central sensitization. And believe it or not, it's actually remarkably common. In fact, 1 in 4 people in their lifetime will enter into a state of central sensitization one or even multiple times. And when we are in this centrally sensitized state, when our nervous system is overwhelmed or hyperactive, we have a very minimal tolerance for activity. So instead of being able to do all kinds of activities like the laundry and going to the gym and mowing the lawn without any pain, what ends up happening is we may do the laundry or maybe even try to stand up for 3 minutes, and suddenly we're experiencing pain because we've crossed that danger threshold based on how sensitized our system is. A lot of people will say, I'm centrally sensitized, or the doctor will tell you, but they have no idea how to explain how we got there. And the way in which we become centrally sensitized is through a concept called neuroplasticity, this word here in purple. And neuroplasticity sometimes gets a bad rep, but neuroplasticity is quite literally the framework for how our nervous system learns or adapts to anything. Okay, so neuroplasticity is the nervous system's ability to reorganize its structure, functions, and connections in response to intrinsic or extrinsic stimuli. So neuroplasticity is how our nervous system adapts. So our entire nervous system at all times is adapting to what it is given. This is how we learn anything. This is how we learn to ride a bike. This is how we learn new languages. This is how we learn piano. It can work in our favor, meaning we learn to tolerate riding a bike for longer. We learn to be fluent in a language or to play a piano well through practice and repetition and exposure. At the same time, it can work negatively for us. So if we are fearful and afraid of moving and not doing much, we can actually learn to be in pain. The good news is that through neuroplasticity, if we can learn to be in pain, we can also learn to get out of pain. We just need to know as a first step how we became centrally sensitized. And that's what I want to explain to you today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the 6 factors, both peripheral and central factors, that lead you to central sensitization. And through learning about these factors, you should be able to figure out how to desensitize your system. Okay, so the first factor in peripheral factors, and peripheral factors are factors that are outside of our central nervous system, meaning not related to the sensations of the brain or spinal cord or nervous system as a whole. And these are going to be those factors. So the first one is injury. Many of you ended up with CRPS following an injury, and you may even still be blaming CRPS on your injury today. What I want, and I used to do the same thing, but what I want you to do is I want you to know this. Injuries will heal within 4 to 16 weeks. At the very longest, they're going to take about 6 to 18 months to heal for the more intense ones. But if you have had pain beyond that time frame of 4 to 16 weeks, or on the longer end, 6 to 18 months, you can no longer consider injury as a factor to adding to your central sensitization. So in the beginning, if you're in that early window, Yes, that is part of why you're sensitized. But as your injury heals, your body is going to naturally desensitize. So think about if you've, sprained your ankle or broken your pinky in the past, unless that was the situation that led to your CRPS, what happens is as your ankle heals, the sensitivity in your ankle and your nervous system as a whole comes down. Okay, so you were sensitized during the injury, and then as it healed, it comes down 4 to 16 weeks. The next factor is positioning and movement. So if you stay in one place, if you don't move your arm, if you stay really sat down on the couch or cooped up for a long time, I mean, some of you are still working. So if you sit in your office chair for a long time, when you get up from that chair, initially you are centrally sensitized because you feel really stiff. Especially if you've stopped moving for a number of years, you need to start introducing movement and positioning changes more often to start to desensitize yourself. Okay. Now, positioning and movement is a small part of central sensitization. So if we start to hone that in, we're starting to desensitize ourselves. The next thing is our structural problems. Why is that in quotations? The reason that's in quotations is because a lot of times in medicine, doctors will blame our pain, our lasting pain, on a structural problem. They might say, you know what, you have this CRPS or you have this pain because of your herniated discs or your degenerative disc disease. They might blame labral tears or rotator cuff tears or meniscal tears. It's very enticing to do that because it seems to make sense. But if we really look at the research on these structural quote unquote problems, it doesn't really add up as a reason for our pain. And I'll explain why. In 2015, in a landmark study about spinal degeneration, a group of researchers took 3,110 individuals from the ages of 20 to 80, and they placed them in an MRI machine. And what they noticed is increasing with age, meaning from 20 to 80, the disc degeneration rate went from 37% to 96%, meaning 96% of the 80-year-olds in this study had disc degeneration. They also had 83% also had disc bulges, 43% also had disc protrusions. Many of them, 83%, had facet joint degeneration. And what they noticed is the prevalence of these conditions increased linearly, so with age, from 20 to 80. The interesting thing about this study, and the most important part, is that these individuals with 96% disc degenerative disease and disc bulges and facet degeneration, none of them had pain. And so if 96% of 80-year-olds walking around today have degenerative disc disease and no pain, can we say that disc degeneration is a reason for pain? No, statistically, we cannot. Okay. This is no different than if I look at a 20-year-old and I look at the amount of wrinkles on their skin versus an 80-year-old and the amount of wrinkles on their skin. The wrinkles are not causing pain. These are simply parts of aging. And this type of study can be duplicated and has been for the shoulders, meaning that an astonishingly high rate of rotator cuff tears appear in patients with asymptomatic, meaning pain-free shoulders. Additionally, we see this in the hips with labral tears or groin abnormalities. 77% of hockey players demonstrate abnormal findings in the hip on MRI, but they have, again, no pain. The knees, we see this with meniscal tears. 30% of professional basketball players have meniscal tears and don't even know. And furthermore, surgery proves this point. Did you know that fake surgery is just as effective and sometimes even more effective than real surgery? That's right. Fake surgery, where they fake repairing a rotator cuff or fake repairing a back issue, it has the same outcomes and sometimes better outcomes than real surgery. So can structure really be the problem for our pain? Probably not. Travis Pastrana is a great example, an extreme example. This athlete has had over 30 surgeries. He still does motocross, and he doesn't complain of pain. Well, occasional backaches. But he has joints in nearly every part of his body that are replaced with metal. So the next time you are blaming your CRPS on the metal implant in your body, I want you to think of this image because the human body is adaptable. And just because something, your nerve is damaged or was damaged, does not mean you're going to have pain forever. Travis is a very good example of this, but additionally, amputees. Amputees don't have pain forever, and their nerves are severed, exploded, burned, all kinds of things. And again, they adapt and overcome through desensitization. So, those are the peripheral factors. Okay, so we've gone through injury, positioning and movement, and structural quote unquote problems. As we heal from injury, as we start to move more, as we turn down the fear of our structure, we're going to start to desensitize our system and become less sympathetically overloaded. The next set of factors are medical factors and medical messaging. Medical factors include things like medications. Okay, so some medications will help us desensitize our system. Some medications will sensitize our system. Okay, so if you're diabetic and you don't take your insulin, your system is going to get sensitized. Whereas if you time it right and you take it correctly and keep your blood sugar well, you're going to desensitize your system. When it comes to medical messaging, when a doctor tells you that you're never going to get better or that you have the back of a 70-year-old when you're 20, or that, you have the worst herniated disc you've ever seen, or he's ever seen, that's going to lead to increased fear. And that increased fear from medical messaging, by virtue of something called the nocebo effect, is going to lead you to more pain. So this happened to me when my doctor told me those things. I got afraid that my back was super fragile, and therefore my back became more sensitized. That didn't turn out to be the reality. Today, I'm able to do all kinds of things with my body, including running, squatting, deadlifting, etc. But, a lot of doctors will say things and they end up being more harmful than good, and a lot of times often untrue. So medication, timing, and the use of medication can either sensitize us or desensitize us. In fact, if we use opioids for too long, they can actually mimic the exact sensations of CRPS, meaning we can get opioid-induced hyperalgesia, which I'll talk about later in this video. So yeah, through medication and getting the medications right and reducing our fear about what doctors have said to us, we can desensitize our system. Health and lifestyle. If I eat in and out all day long, so if I eat fast food 7 days a week and I just lay on the couch, I'm going to become more sensitized because that's not good for my body. But if I eat a diet that's a little bit more healthy or makes me feel better, and I move around a bit more, I'm going to become more desensitized. The final factor, and what I believe the most important factor when it comes to alphabet syndromes, is personal factors, meaning the things in our life that may be contributing to our sensitivity, our fight or flight overload. So if you are in a turbulent relationship, if you just lost family members, if you're in a job you hate, if you're financially struggling, if you are constantly reliving trauma from your childhood, that will put you into a fight or flight state. And through addressing and changing some of these personal factors, we can again start to desensitize our system. So, in knowing these factors, here's the method. After 4 to 16 weeks, 6 to 18 months on the very high end, injury is no longer a factor. The more that we start moving around and changing our position in a dosed and safe way, the more we desensitize our system. Learning about how structural quote unquote problems are not so much the cause of our pain will reduce our fear, which will start to desensitize us. Getting our medication right, weaning off certain medications, and forgetting the bad information that some idiot doctors have told us. No offense, but some doctors are idiots. Will start to desensitize us. Improving our diet and our lifestyle, exercising within a tolerable range, will also be helpful to us. And then finally, addressing those personal factors in our life, getting out of that toxic relationship, shifting to a new job, confronting individuals or putting our foot down to individuals that have been harmful to us, or finally feeling that grief that we never felt, will also start to help us to desensitize. And through desensitization, we will bring our system back down to normal, and we will end up with a return to normal baseline and a new typical nervous system. When we are centrally sensitized, we often call this sympathetic overload or being stuck in fight or flight. And what happens when we stay centrally sensitized for a long time is that our body prepares you to fight or flight, or in some cases, freeze. And what happens is our heart starts to beat fast. We might get high blood pressure because of this. Our breath is fast and shallow. We might start to feel lightheaded because of that. Our pupils of our eyes will expand and make us more sensitive to light. Our gut will become inactive, meaning we might get gastroparesis. The blood will rush away from our skeletal muscles and away from our brain, making it hard to think clearly. We might get brain fog. The blood in our peripheral might be it might make our skin red. It might lead to swelling. Hormones will rush through our body and we'll feel anxious and we'll expend a lot of energy. So we might get chronic fatigue syndrome. Not only chronic fatigue syndrome, but through sympathetic overload, we might end up with what I call alphabet syndromes. And this is why on Facebook groups, you often see people saying, my son or daughter has CRPS and AMPS and POTS and PANS and tinnitus and MALS and MCAS, and they were tested positive for Lyme and tested positive for mold, and now they have TOS. The reason for that is because these are all a result of the same thing. They are all a result of sympathetic overload or central sensitization. These conditions follow the same pattern as well. They get labeled as incurable, and they also get the nickname S disease or invisible illness. It is not just CRPS, it is all of these conditions. And what that should tell you, hopefully, is that if we address the central sensitization, if we address the sympathetic overload, then we can reduce or even get rid of a lot of these alphabet diagnoses. So I want to say that again. If we can address the central sensitization and we can work on this situation, we can bring the nervous system back into alignment and address this central sensitization and not live our life in this chronic state. A big way that we need to do that is by really taking a look at our life. Remember, pain is an unpleasant sensory and emotional experience associated with or resembling the association with actual or perceived tissue damage. And so when it comes to the emotional aspect of things, I know sometimes this is hard to hear. We really have to look at, what does sympathetic overload actually mean? Well, sympathetic comes from the Latin word sympathia, which means feeling in common or sympathy. The word sympathetic comes from the Greek words sym and pathos, meaning together and feeling or emotion, respectively. So in medicine, the term sympathetic refers to the sympathetic nervous system, but it's literally talking about emotional overload, sympathetic overload. And we see this even in scientific maps of the body. When we look at our pain map from CRPS, but then we look at the overlay of emotional maps, it starts to look really familiar, right? These emotional heat maps. And so, as we go into this Q&A, I want you to really think about your own personal timeline when it comes to you ending up with CRPS. So for me, in 2008, I just started having back pain. In 2012, because of my back pain had gotten so bad, I had my first back surgery. In 2013, I had my second back surgery on my herniated disc, and then I was diagnosed with CRPS. As I was getting better from CRPS, I ended up with chronic migraines, another alphabet syndrome. And then in 2019, when my migraines resolved, I ended up with ulcerative colitis, another alphabet syndrome. I also want you in line with thinking of your physical timeline, I want you to think of your emotional timeline. So in 2008, my mom was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. In 2011, my mother passed away. In 2013, my brother died from substance abuse. In 2014, I was diagnosed with CRPS. 2015 to 2018, I was depressed, struggling to move forward, stuck in life. And in 2019, my sister moved in with me, dropped out of school at the same time that I was president of my class and taking neuroscience, the hardest course. And when we smash these timelines together, and you can do this for yourself, this is actually, as a preview, this is the first assignment in my online program. What a lot of you will start to see is overlapping or close to, or maybe just before your diagnosis with CRPS, you had a lot of challenges when it came to emotions. So for me, 6 months or around the same time as my back pain beginning, my mother was diagnosed with cancer. It was found in her low back, the same area my back started hurting. In 2011, my mom passed of cancer, and 6 months later, I had my first back surgery. In 2013, my brother passed, and several months later, I had my second back surgery. Then I was diagnosed with CRPS. Then, while I was depressed, I dealt with my migraines. And then, when my sister started acting a fool, I developed ulcerative colitis. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Chase, everyone has these challenges in life. Everyone has these problems and these conflicts. But here's the thing that I want you to understand. The reason you end up with alphabet syndromes is because you have a specific type of personality. You are the type of person that is self-sacrificing. You suppress your own needs to meet the emotional needs of others. You have a strong sense of duty and obligation and responsibility, often again at the detriment of your own needs. You have a very difficult time processing and expressing anger. You might even see anger as bad, which can sometimes manifest as emotional or physical symptoms. You take on the burdens of others, meaning you are extremely empathetic and caring, again, to your own detriment. And you have a strong desire to avoid disappointing others, even at the cost of your own well-being. These might not all be true for you, but I have full confidence that they resonate with you to some level. This is the part of CRPS that medicine misses, and I'm going to go in a lot more detail on that and show you clear examples on that in a few weeks when my Fight the Flame conference presentation comes out. But I want you to really think about all of these factors as I answer the questions in the Q&A, because many of these questions are easily answered by that presentation that I just showed. So now let's go ahead and jump into the questions and we'll see what we can discover. Awesome. I hope that presentation was helpful, and let's use that to frame the rest of this video. All right. So first question, and actually before we jump into that first question, if you're still watching at this point and you learned something from the presentation or you've been learning something from these videos, please do me a massive favor and like the video and also subscribe to my YouTube channel if you haven't already. Both things are free to do, and both things tell YouTube that this information is important and tries to pass it on to other people who are dealing with chronic pain or CRPS. Another thing you can do to help me out is if you feel compelled to share the information in this video, please share this to any Facebook groups that are out there that are helping people with CRPS, any support groups you might be in, anything like that. It is always helpful to have referrals from other people on Facebook to get others who haven't seen my information to see it. Believe it or not, I've been around and posting online for over a year and a half now, and there are still so many people out there that haven't heard of me. So every share, every like, every free subscription really, really helps me. So I would truly appreciate it if you would do that. Thank you so much. So first question comes from Marcia. She says, my question is my son has suffered with this for just over a year now with no relief, and his pain is severe and spread throughout his entire right side and full torso. He's tried many different meds and therapies. I think he would benefit from your program, but he can't seem to wrap his mind around the brain pain connection. He sees and feels all of the symptoms, and he just can't understand that he might be able to control a lot of this. It's even difficult to ask the question because it's so hard to put into words or wrap your brain around. He sees and feels these symptoms and feels really strongly that there's obviously something really wrong, which there is, but it's hard to even explain. Hope this makes some kind of sense. Marcia, it makes total sense. And, it is really hard to frame the concept of central sensitization, which we just went over, for anyone, especially for kids who see like my leg or whatever part of my body is clearly physically changing. How can this have anything to do with anything other than something being wrong with my leg? And honestly, it's really simple. A lot of us already believe and understand the concept that a lot of the CRPS symptomology could be related to our emotional state or our nervous system state. And here's some really easy examples for him. When he is embarrassed, what happens? A lot of times for me personally, my face turns red, my heart starts to beat fast, and my palms might even sweat. That means I am having changes in blood flow to my face and the beating from my heart. I'm having changes in sweating or perspiration in my hands, all from a single emotion, embarrassment. When we feel angry, what happens? Well, our shoulders may become tight, our jaw might clench, we might even find ourselves squeezing our fists. Kids might even stomp their foot into the ground. That is a physical reaction to an emotion. And so when I try to explain to kids what is happening to them physically, being driven by something emotional, I use those types of examples. And what your son might not notice or might not realize is that his pain, just based on the description of where his pain is, spread throughout the entire right side and full torso, I would venture to guess a few things that I've seen as patterns in kids that I work with. I would venture to guess that a grandparent is potentially ill or had a fall, maybe even a stroke that affected the entire right side of their body. I would venture to guess that maybe he's dealing with bullying or some challenges at school. I would venture to guess that there's a number of personal factors, as described in that presentation, that your son is currently dealing with. And the more that he starts to notice the pattern of, so if grandma's sick, when grandma is brought up or grandma is talked about, I'm having more pain. Or if he's getting bullied at school, when it's Sunday night and school is on Monday, he's having a flare. He starts to notice this pattern of when my emotions are heightened, my pain is increased. That will start to help him worry less about his body falling apart and understand that it has more to do with the emotional factors in his life, the personal factors, than anything else. So, if you want help in explaining this to your son, you can book a consult with me anytime at thewindowpain.com, and I can talk to you and your son about that. Or show him this video and let him know that, hey, this tattooed guy on the internet, he had pain in his foot before, and he could see that it was red and it was swollen and it really, really hurt, but now he's totally fine. And that's possible for your son too. So I'd love to speak with him at any time, or you privately reach out anytime. I hope that answers your question. I hope that gives you some ideas on how to help your son understand this. And yeah, we'll go from there. Next question, Rhonda. Do people, kids, teens, younger adults, any below age 50, recover more quickly from CRPS than seniors 50 plus? If yes, what is it about being younger versus older that allows for faster recovery? Rhonda, so I linked a alphabet syndromes, another series that I have on my YouTube channel, a lesson from that where I am actually talking to a mother and her daughter. And in real time, they demonstrate why I believe that younger kids get better faster than those that are older dealing with CRPS. And quite simply put, you'll notice it in the video, what it comes down to is, and this might sound awful, but stubbornness, being extremely set in your ways or being extremely tied to what you've been told by doctors. If you've spent much of your life or a lot of years believing that your torn rotator cuff and the surgery to fix that is the reason you have CRPS, and you've really married that idea, it is going to be really hard for me as a pain coach to help you get over that idea. And in that video, you see mom and then her daughter. Her daughter is just like, yep, that makes total sense. I accept it. Let's see what's next. And mom is like, well, wait, what about this? And what about that? And what you don't see in the video, in the side parts of that video, is us talking about the stress factors in mom and her daughter's life and the contribution that that potentially makes. And so, what ends up happening when it comes to helping adults versus helping kids is a lot of adults have been more bogged down by bad medical information as described in that presentation. And that is a lot of work for me to undo that information. A lot of times I'll spend entire sessions with adults going over every ache and pain in their body and every symptom that they're having, and just simply saying to them, hey, that's normal to me. It does not mean you're incurable. Let's move forward. I don't necessarily have to always do that with kids. Kids believe it much easier and understand it much faster because they've been alive for less amount of time and they haven't been fed as much negative info as an adult has. So, put simply, stubbornness and ability to believe, ability to dream and see what is possible. Those are the challenges for older adults. And that is the reason kids get better faster, not because of any advantage that kids have from a bodily standpoint. Okay. I hope that makes sense. And I hope that gives you hope. Because as I say a lot, hope is the antidote when it comes to these conditions. M, wishing you all the best at the conference. Wish I could attend. Maybe someday there'll be one conference in Iowa. So M is talking about the CRPS Fight the Flame conference, which I've already done and given my presentation there, and that will be on YouTube soon, so everyone can stay tuned. What M is asking is if someone is living in a state of personal, ongoing trauma or stress that is not going to change, is there any way to calm the brain enough and maintain it so one can recover from CRPS? So, M, unfortunately, with this question, I would need some more specifics, but I'm just going to do some hypotheticals about what might be going on, and then I'll offer some ways in which you can change those things. So, one common thing that I see with people who are diagnosed with CRPS is oftentimes they are in a toxic work environment, a toxic relationship, or one super common one, they're taking care of a parent who is ill, an ailing parent or an ailing spouse with a lot of times with dementia is one of the main ones. And they will say, well, I'm in this situation and there's no way I can change it, so I'm never going to get better. It's not about changing the situation. It's about changing how you relate to the situation itself. Okay. So the reason that you feel in sympathetic overload or fight or flight is because you feel like this situation is insurmountable. You don't have a plan. You don't have another out. You don't have an avenue. When it comes to taking care of ailing parents, you are a caretaker instead of a care coordinator. Okay. And so what I mean by that is the people who feel the most stressed out when it comes to taking care of their parents are the people who feel like they have some sort of moral obligation or responsibility to do everything for their parents and totally sacrifice their life for that. That is not the truth. I often encourage my clients, and they see a significant reduction in pain when they switch from caretaker to care coordinator, meaning they start to become a person who is planning and coordinating the care of their parents by other people. So bringing in outside help, recruiting other siblings or family members, asking for help. Even if you're the oldest and you feel like it's your responsibility, you can ask your other siblings to help you with their parent also. Looking at resources for getting them into a home or a care facility. Those are all ways that you can change this traumatic or stressful situation into something manageable. When it comes to a toxic work environment, if that's what you're referring to as chronic stress, ways that you can start to change that is, okay, I've had this job for 10 years. I hate it. I see no future that where I'm not stressed. What I would like you to do is I'd like you to dust off your computer, open up your resume if you have one, and update it. Start there. Start updating the resume, start getting it formatted for a couple different jobs you might want, and begin there. Then what you're doing is instead of being in this room where you're closed off and you're like, I have no options, I'm stuck in stress forever, you start to say, okay, I've got a resume. And if I have a resume, you know what I could do? I could apply to a few jobs. And, maybe I get rejected by 10 jobs, but the 11th job might offer me something. And yeah, maybe it's a little less money, but it's a new environment where I'm not by Megan, my evil coworker, and I'm not dealing with my boss who does nothing when I complain about Megan. Um, Maybe I can move forward. Maybe here's an option, here's an out. And what actually ends up happening, funny enough, is people who have worked at a job for 10 years, they go to apply to another job, and that job is offering them more money and it's less hours and it's way better. Okay. And then the next one, a toxic relationship. If you're in a toxic relationship that you are unhappy in, and for some reason you feel like you can't get out of, I want you to ask yourself something. If you stay in this place for another 2 months, or another 2 years, or another 20 years, what is your life going to look like? That shudder, that fear that you just felt when I gave you that conceptualization should be motivating enough for you to figure out how to make a change. It will not be easy. It will be painful, but you get to pick your poison. It's either the pain of the CRPS or the pain of walking away. And a lot of times our CRPS mimics exactly what we need to do. A lot of times in a challenging relationship, our pain manifests in our feet because we need to put our foot down and we need to walk away. Think about those things. Think about your specific situation, which I don't know particularly. How can you change it? The idea that you can't change it or you have no control is flawed and untrue. And I hope that you can start to see that as you do some of these thought exercises. Can you switch from caretaker to care coordinator? Can you dust off your resume? Can you look at options to get away from this situation that is clearly hurting you, both physically and emotionally? Um, Thanks for the question, Em. I hope that helps. I know it's a challenge, but I know you can do this. Okay. All right. Next question is from Georgie. I am really thinking about doing your program as I truly believe this can be treated. I responded, why wait? Every day you wait is another day lost. Get started and take back your life, Georgie. And then Danielle said, you won't be sorry. He cares so much about what he does and has helped so many. Danielle is one of my students in my course, but also one of my pain coaching clients. So thank you, Danielle, for encouraging Georgie. Georgie, one thing I know for sure is for like 6 months or 8 months, you've been commenting on my YouTube videos and on my Facebook and on a whole bunch of stuff saying how you're considering doing my program. And you've done other programs. You're even in an active program right now in New Zealand, I think is where you are. Um, my question to you truly is, what are you waiting for? You don't have to quit the program that you're in now to do my online course. It is all virtual. A lot of it is primarily education, and you're just going to get a bunch of tools that are going to complement the program you're in New Zealand. You will not be hurting yourself by signing up for, my $300 course. If anything, you'll be helping yourself and helping make the program more effective. So if you feel interested, if you would like to sign up in my online program and start to help yourself move forward faster in the way that you see all of these people in my Facebook group improving, you can sign up for that program right now using the link in the description down below. For those of you wondering what it is, I introduced it a little bit earlier, but it's my 8-week self-guided online program. This program is over a decade of my knowledge, all in one place, to help you get to exactly where I am, which is pain-free from CRPS. So many people over the last year, 350 plus, have gone through my program and sent me messages about how much it has helped them. That is because I don't just look at the physical sides of CRPS and help you with the physical aspects, like in Module 4 of my course, where we go through my desensitization protocol and update the brain's map to get you out of pain. But I also address the emotional aspects in Module 7 of my course, where we look at trauma and emotions and their link to pain in general. In Module 7, you also get access to my 5-step process for overcoming the emotions and trauma associated with CRPS and help you get back to a more meaningful and fulfilling life. So if this course is something that you would like to partake in, you can check the link in the live stream chat or in the description down below on the re-recording of this video and find out more information there. The coolest thing about the program is as you go through the program, you meet a lot of my clients and you get to watch their one-on-one sessions with me. And all the way through the 8 weeks of the program, from week 1 to week 8, you watch those clients go from, some of them bedbound or in a wheelchair to fully recovered or to a place where the pain is so minimal that they can just get back to life and move on. If you are interested in something like that, if you are still watching this video and you want to get into it, you can use the coupon code QA75 to get $75 off and make the program less than a single visit of Scrambler therapy, less than a single session of ketamine, and less than the cost of visiting a physical therapist 1 or 2 times. So like I said, I'd love to have you in the program, Georgie. You've been commenting that you want to try it for the last 8 months. Take the leap. You won't regret it. I promise. Okay. Link down in the comment and in the description of this video. You can get signed up for the program right away. Kayla, why is fear so powerful? Why is it so hard to make decisions about moving forward? What keeps us stuck? Why does pain diminish your self-worth? Kayla, great question. Here's the thing. When you have lived a lot of your life in a certain spot, I know you've been dealing with CRPS, if this is the Kayla I'm thinking of, for somewhere around 7 years. When you have lived a lot of your life in a cage, in the cage of CRPS, to the outsider looking in, that cage looks like a bad place to be. And myself, as a pain coach, can come over and open up that cage and say, hey, Kayla, it's great out here. Why don't you step out and move away from this cage? The problem is that the person living in that cage, they've gotten really used to it. It feels safe. And the outside of the cage feels really scary and uncertain. It could lead to us hurting more. It could lead to the dangers of being vulnerable around family or friends. And the cage starts to feel really comfortable. And it's not that you want to stay there. It's not that you're choosing to stay there. It's that you feel afraid to step out. You feel afraid to send that text to your daughter that she asked you to send and reconnect with her. You feel afraid of disappointing people. You feel afraid of disappointing yourself. You feel afraid that you won't be able to do it. And so rather than even send a text or organize that trip to the park to hang out with your family, you would rather just stay inside. It feels safer to stay in the hurt. And I know that's hard to hear, but that is the nature of fear. Fear looks like an ocean, like you're looking out over an ocean. And if you even step out of the cage into that ocean, you're going to sink to the bottom and be done for. In reality, fear is an inch deep and a mile wide. So as soon as you step out of that cage into that water, you're going to recognize it's not as deep as you thought. And you're going to have to walk a little bit in the wet, but eventually you'll move past it. So to answer your question, fear is so controlling because fear at some point feels safe. I want you to know that on the other side of fear is true safety and true healing. So I hope that over these next couple weeks while I'm gone, you actually do take the step to send that text message, to organize that play date with your daughter and the grandkids, and face your fears. Because I promise you that is the only way that we address number 6, those personal factors. Okay, so I hope you hear me. I think you're the Kayla that these things are pertinent to. And if you're not, Kayla, you're watching this. Let's do this. In 3 weeks, I hope to hear a good report. All right, Jen, are there any unintended side effects when taking medications to help with pain that can seem like they are symptoms of CRPS? Jen, this is a great question, and it's going to help a lot of people. I think you know the answer. I think you asked it to help in order to help other people, but absolutely yes. There are a number of side effects that can come from taking medication and mimic CRPS itself. One big thing is opioid-induced hyperalgesia. If we take opioids for too long, what ends up actually happening is our nerves kind of flip and become more sensitive. So if you're on opioids for a long period of time, you might think that it's helping with your CRPS and that the symptoms that are showing up are just a breakthrough through the opioid itself. But opioids can literally induce hyperalgesia. It's called opioid-induced hyperalgesia. Not only that, but a lot of the medications that we take are nervous system depressants. And when that is happening, it can literally lead to gastroparesis. It can lead to decreased liver function. It can lead to changes in our heart rate. A lot of the medications that we take are also mood modulators. And so some of these medications with long-term use can lead to depression. It can lead to increased anxiety, which can then increase pain. So, a big thing about my online course and about my coaching is helping individuals start to wean off of medication. There is no problem with medication being a bridge to get you somewhere, but I firmly believe that medication should not be the road. Okay. And this even applies to something like ketamine. Ketamine is very helpful in certain ways, but in the long term, just like doing anything long term, is not fully helpful. So another example, alcohol. In the short term, in a social setting, alcohol is great to curb your social anxiety. It might make you, dance a little bit easier. It might make you approach that girl or that guy at the social gathering that you're at with a little more confidence. But the next morning, you're going to have a hangover. And you can either continue to drink every single day forever to avoid the hangover, or you can start to drink less and less and less and rehydrate to get rid of that hangover. So, a lot of these symptoms that you might be dealing with could be from the hangover of being on these medications for so long. And when you wean down, for sure, even if you do it in a paced way, you're going to have a bit of a hangover. But over time, your body will adapt and you will be able to move past these medications. So, yes, there are unintended side effects when you take medications for long term that can look exactly like CRPS. And I've had a lot of clients who wean down off medications and the majority of their symptoms go away. So, consider that as you're working through my online program and as we're working together in our one-on-one consults, Jen. Rosie, if the nerve pain stopped and the inflammation has decreased significantly, why does the foot continue to show blood pooling and shiny skin? Shiny skin. So, Rosie, the cool thing about this is that a lot of times people think the road to recovery is a perfectly straight line. They feel like they are just going to start to get better, the pain's going to go down, and there's going to be nothing left. The truth is, the road to recovery is more of a zigzag line like this I'm showing on screen. And during the zigzagging, we're not actually going backwards in progress. Our body is just recalibrating. So the way I like to think about of like these lingering systems or even pain flares that we might have is like when your computer updates and it does the whole update sequence and then it has to restart. When it restarts and boots back online, what it does is it will beep. It will have a lot of flashing lights and sounds. It will probably make a weird cranking noise, and you might feel nervous at first, but then once the computer is back online, it just works like normal. So while you're desensitizing, I want you to think of it like a computer update, a nervous system computer update. And during that update, you're going to have some beeps and boops and flashing. You're going to have some pain flares. You're going to have some shiny skin and some blood pooling. But as we return to normal, as we return to baseline, those symptoms will resolve. So when you see those symptoms, don't panic. They're just beeps and boops, just updates. Flares are called flares because they burn out and they are expected along the road to recovery. So that is why it is happening. I'd also like you to consider when your foot is showing blood pooling or shiny skin, what is going on personally in your life that could be leading to that nervous system change? Is it during a holiday that has special meaning to you, like the anniversary of your mom's passing, or a certain holiday that's always hard for you, because on Easter this happened, or on Easter it reminds me my family's not as close as I'd like them to be. Look for patterns there as well, and that'll help you worry less about the physical symptoms. Hope that helps, Rosie. Bunny, you're going to be amazing. Okay, she's talking about the conference. It went amazing, Bunny, and I'm really excited to bring it to YouTube. Just be patient as I'm doing some editing. Bunny says, I've had my pain completely gone, and then suddenly it came back. Why would it do that? I've done your program and have the tools. Does that just happen sometimes? I'm working it out all my best to a great night. So Bunny, what I said is use module 7, step 4 in this moment to inquire about what might be troubling you emotionally. So module 7, step 4 is my mind body journaling process where we kind of look into our emotions to see why the pain might be coming back or the symptoms might be showing up. It is not a sign that you are doomed to start a spiral back into pain. It's a sign that there is something we need to process emotionally, or we've tried something new physically that our nervous system is still adapting to. And so, by using my methods in my online program and my mind body journal technique and other methods within Module 7, I'll put on the screen here what my 5-step process looks like in Module 7 if you want a little glimpse at the online program. We can start to sort through, is this emotionally based? Is this due to something new that I've done physically? No matter what, it's part of that update process for your nervous system. So using the tools and resources that you have, I have confidence. This was over a week ago that you asked this question. I have confidence that you're doing pretty great right now. And if not, reach out to me. But I have full confidence that you're doing pretty great right now after inquiring about those emotional aspects that might be contributing to your pain. It's a very normal thing. Remember, on the road to healing, we have those ups and downs, like I showed on that chart. Don't worry about it. It's just a beep and boop. Linda, the best way to learn pacing. I struggle with pacing. I am fine doing 10 minutes of walking and others not fine. Should you walk through a flare? How to pace without flaring? How many times per week to walk when learning to pace? It seems so random to me. Do I need to set a guide when starting out? Been trying to get better for 4 years and still can't figure this part out. Heat is a trigger too. Linda, the biggest thing I'm going to say is just because you end up with a flare does not mean that you've done something wrong. It does not mean that you are damaging yourself or setting yourself back by having that. A flare is literally just giving you information. The way that I would suggest you pace when it comes to activity is start with imagining what you think you can do and then do half of that. So if you feel like you can walk for 10 minutes, I want you to do 5. And do 5 for a week or 2 weeks, 5 minutes per day, and then move up to 7, and then move up to 10, and then move up to 12. Little by little, in a very slow, gradually approached pace. And what you're going to notice is that you can do those 10 minutes, and on the days that it feels random, there's probably something else going on outside of the physical activity that you haven't taken into account. I know you're in my online course, so you're going to learn about those things in more depth as you move through the program. But what I want you to do is keep it very simple. Don't overthink this activity. If you need a day of rest, take rest. Even Olympic athletes take rest. And gradually, in a pace-graded approach, move forward. 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes, 12 minutes. For me, when I started out, I started with wiggling my foot 1 to 5 times for like 2 weeks. And that was it. And then I moved from 5 times wiggling my feet to 10. And then from 10 times to wiggling my foot and placing it on the ground. It was a very slow process that was iterative. And I continued to challenge myself so that my nervous system could learn and update. Don't get too caught up on what the flares mean, or don't look at a flare as a setback. A flare is just a learning experience. Maybe I wasn't ready for that much right now, or maybe something in life was making my nervous system more sensitized to when I tried to walk. All things to look at, all things to consider. All right. Good question, Linda. Maria, How does one deal with flare-ups associated with changes in weather? Weather is really tough for my son because of the constant weather shifts. He purposely avoids looking at pressure changes, but I can see that his really tough days track with sudden pressure changes. How do you desensitize to that? Maria, I'm glad that he's not looking at weather and pressure changes because simply by anticipating that kind of stuff, you can prime yourself through the nocebo effect, as discussed in my presentation, to be in a place where you are more sensitive to pressure. So if I believe that pressure is going to do bad things for me, then more likely than not, I'm going to feel that. A big reason that he has this sensitivity to pressure changes is because his nervous system is sensitized. When your nervous system becomes sensitized, you might be more sensitive to bright lights. You might be more sensitive to loud noises. That is the nervous system being on high alert. And that is where his body is thinking about the barometric pressure. It's noticing those changes a lot easier. If you work through both the physical and the emotional aspects of this condition and this diagnosis, as you process those emotions, as you get back to physicality and moving around and eating healthily, etc., that will actually start to change because our desensitization will, or sorry, our central sensitization will decrease and sounds won't be as irritating, the light won't be as irritating, and the sensitivity to pressure won't be as noticeable. Okay, so don't focus specifically on the pressure itself. Focus on the overarching theme of what is going on with your son. Holly, congrats, Chase. Okay, so she's talking about the Fight the Flame thing as well. I can never find enough info on the systemic issues that can come with CRPS. What are the different ways this can affect your organs and your internals? So, Holly, the reason you're not able to find articles on systemic issues from CRPS is because, quite frankly, CRPS does not attack your organs. CRPS is not a poison or a venom that is moving through your body. CRPS is a group of symptoms that come from your nervous system being overloaded. So, not from CRPS, but from nervous system overload and from the medications you are taking, you can find yourself dealing with something like gastroparesis, as I discussed in that presentation, chronic fatigue syndrome, right? You might have liver challenges, again, because of the medications you're taking. You might have, muscle atrophy or bone demineralization because you're not moving around. But, Holly, this is important. If you start to calm your nervous system, if you start to wean down off medications, and if you start to get yourself physically moving again, you can reverse bone demineralization because you will build bone based on Wolff's Law. You can reverse muscle atrophy because you will build muscle, right? You can stop the gastroparesis because your nervous system is calming down and you're getting rid of the medications, and you can restore the health of some of your organs. Okay, so when you are Googling for systemic complications with CRPS, you're not actually doing yourself any favors because all you're doing is making yourself more fearful and hypervigilant as you research these things. So, what I want you to tell yourself and remind yourself is my nervous system is overloaded. I need to consider what things are making it more overloaded, and I need to start to address those things. Okay. CRPS, again, is not a venom or a poison that is spreading through your body. CRPS is simply a group of symptoms, meaning sensitivity and pain, as a result of sympathetic overload or central sensitization. Through the process I described in my presentation, we can reverse that and you can get out of this pain. Kayla, why do some people improve following the course while others get no relief? It is really heart-wrenching to see people who have moved forward, and I am still in the same place after following almost everything. Kayla, I resonate with that feeling. It is hard to watch other people doing well. I remember when I would go to the gym with my walker and no shoe, and I started lifting weights for the first time. I remember looking around at other people who were lifting with, bad form or something like that, and thinking, why did I end up with this condition? Why me? Why not these people? Why do they get to live their life and I don't? The reality here, Kayla, is that, when you say, why am I still in the same place after following almost everything? The key word here is the almost. There are things that we've been doing as we've worked together, if this is the Kayla I'm thinking of, that I've been requesting for you to do, things that I think you want to do, but I think you're afraid to do them. And until you really apply yourself in those areas, until you really start to reach out and reconnect to those people in your life that want to be there with you, I think you're going to find yourself in this same spiral. And I'm here to support you every step of the way as you start to reach out. And what I want you to know is that someone who you are familiar with in your life reached out to me this week and said they are sad that they haven't heard from you yet. So I truly hope in the next 3 weeks while I'm gone on vacation, you reach out to that person and you take that step that has been laid out for you there. I think you will not regret it. And I think you will find a great outcome from a pain perspective when you start to do this work. You have worked very, very hard, and I recognize that. But when you say almost everything, the key is in that almost. Let's do the almost. You can do this. Jen, I was diagnosed with CRPS a year ago after breaking my fifth metatarsal bone midway on my foot. I've received neodronate and currently alendronate for osteoporosis. I am able to walk short distances with my cane, but the biggest problem I'm having is with my two toes. Big toe is number one, and number two and three toes. Oh wait. If big toe is number one, it's number two and three toes. Okay, I see what you're saying. They swell if I stand too long, swell when I walk, swell when I work out, and they are also curling and clawing. And because my foot is sensitive to heat, it is now an even bigger problem. And now that spring or summer is here, we have had a few days in the 80s, and when I go outside, my toes are screaming, angry, red, hot, swollen. I don't fully understand why this was happening and would appreciate something I can do to make this annoying symptom go away. Thank you. Jen, I underlined here in your question, screaming angry, because anger, believe it or not, is a big aspect of CRPS. So when you think of CRPS and you think of CRPS imagery, I want you to consider what is the leading element in CRPS propaganda. And that element is not water, it's not wind, it's not earth. That element is fire. And fire is seen not only in the names of CRPS nonprofit organizations and support groups like Fight the Flame, Burning Nights, Ferocious Fighters, but it's seen in imagery associated with CRPS. There is fire and flames everywhere. And when we think about what happens to our skin on our face when we get angry, what color does it turn? Well, it turns red. And when we think about a CRPS limb, those limbs themselves turn red also. And we often see in Facebook groups, when we watch people talk about their pain, they will say things like, my pain was once again triggered. It came back with a vengeance. It is my eternally angry RSD. It really pissed my RSD off. You here do the same thing. You say, my toes are screaming angry. So what I would ask you to do when you think about emotions in your life that you may not have confronted, I want you to think about the emotion that I think describes CRPS in a lot of ways, and that emotion is anger. I know that it feels like your pain is associated with the heat and with activity, and maybe it is, but I have a feeling that there is anger there, whether it's at someone in your life or someone who's no longer in your life, that needs to be processed, and I would consider reflecting on that. If you need some guidance on that, reach out to me anytime. But I think it's going to resonate with you when you watch this back, because you're showing the pattern that so many do when it comes to CRPS and anger. All right, Kira, it was so nice to meet you this weekend and talk to you. Kira met me at the Fight the Flame conference in Charlotte, North Carolina. Very nice to meet you too, Kira. She says, I broke my talus bone in 1998 and had a total of 8 surgeries between 1999 and 2017. I should have been diagnosed in 2003, but I was diagnosed in 2017 when my entire left foot turned black and took the hospital over 2 hours to get a pulse. I am now full body and internally. The only thing I would love is to wear a sock and sneakers and high heel shoes again. I haven't worn them for decades. And when I say decades, I do mean decades. Help. Okay, Kira, super simple. I'm not going to take time in the Q&A to answer this. I have a 3 video series on desensitization that will very clearly help you get back into socks and shoes. I'm going to put them on screen here. These are the 3 videos that you want to watch, and you'll be able to find those linked in the comment and the description down below. Desensitization is the way we use neuroplasticity to reacclimate to sensations such as the compression of socks and shoes. And I have no doubt that you can get back to it using my methods in those 3 videos here. All right. Stacy, how do we get more instructors in the medical field to learn about this topic? To get doctors and nurses, all the different types of doctors more knowledgeable. I feel like a broken record, repeating myself to new medical assistants, nurses, urgent care doctors, and even primary care doctors. They don't even look it up anymore. It's just too much to ask when I'm paying for the doctor's visit. Or do they just not care about patients anymore? Yeah, Stacy, this is a real problem. And a big problem of it is our medical system in general. A lot of doctors only get 15 minutes at the most with patients, and when they see you, they're already running behind by probably like an hour. That is not necessarily their fault. That's the fault of the system. They get paid more to see more people during the day. And so a lot of times they won't be able to take the time to listen or get educated about the topic. And when they get done working, they're so burnt out, they don't even want to look it up. And that's sad. There is a select branch of medical providers like myself that actually want to learn and care about complex conditions. And in an effort to help remedy this problem and get information to those people that actually do want to care, I have good news. I am going to be finishing a provider's course, which as of now, OTs and PTs and nurses can take by the beginning of next year. So by January 1st of 2027 is my goal. I'm going to have a full course to teach people exactly what I understand about CRPS and alphabet syndromes. And though you're going to be able to pass along that word and they can take that course for continuing education credits. So stay tuned. Don't worry, I'm working on it. I actually, not even just a few months ago, presented at the Baylor College of Medicine about CRPS and another condition called FND. And I actually present at East Tennessee State University, University of North Texas, and potentially this next year at Texas A&M University to try and spread the word as well. So I'm working on it. I totally agree we need to get more info out there. And the best way to do that is to incentivize with something like CEUs or have it built into a curriculum at a medical college, which I'm 1000% working on. So great question. I am on it. Alicia, I have 2 friends who are each intensely struggling with an alphabet syndrome. One is dealing with full body FND and the other with severe tinnitus. I know your work helps with so much more than just CRPS, and I'm certain your approach to the nervous system would be a game changer for them. Could you please offer them some words of encouragement? To both of your friends, Alicia, I just want to say I am here anytime you need me. When it comes to tinnitus, one of the first things I always ask individuals is, what is it that you don't wish to hear? One of the biggest tropes in cinema when it comes to extreme stress is you see this in war movies a lot. There'll be a war scene and the person will be extremely stressed out about what is happening around them. And the camera will actually zoom in on their face. So it'll be zooming in slowly, in the reverse this way. And what will happen is gradually you will hear a loud ringing sound where all of the noise in the background will zone out and there will be a loud ringing and then the scene will end. And that's to signify extreme stress. If cinema can understand that loud ringing noise is a signal for extreme stress, I think we as individuals could understand what tinnitus actually is. That loud ringing in the ear is a calling out to you that something is wrong, something needs to change, things are extreme at the moment. FND and CRPS are the same thing. That is why I have the motto, pain is not your prison, it is your power. Pain is a signal. Your symptoms with FND, like your fainting or your random arm movements or anything like that, is a signal that there are emotions that you are not paying attention to. And in order to process those emotions, you are either A, feeling pain, B, having ringing in your ears, or C, having these FND symptoms, which again could be random movements, random weakness, random episodes of syncope or fainting, with nothing wrong with your body physically. So, when you're ready to address those stressors and when you're ready to go through those emotional things that you're avoiding, I'll be here for you and we'll work on it together. So, I think some of your friends have already reached out to me. I think one of their names starts with an S. I think another one's daughter reached out to me. So, I think her name's Hannah. Hannah, if you're seeing this, when I get back from vacation, I'll respond to your email. But yeah, I'm here to help anytime. My course, even though it's labeled a CRPS course, it will help with the tinnitus and the FND as well, by virtue of the fact that they're also alphabet syndromes. Darsh, why does it feel like I'm walking on broken glass? I get daily vibrations with pain, and I know I have to stop or sit down or be even sorrier than I already am with this awful condition. Darsh, I'm really sorry to hear that it feels like that when you're walking. I have a series on desensitization to help with some of those sensations. Your nervous system, you're not actually walking on broken glass. I know you know that. Your nervous system is just sending false signals that it has learned in a way that is flawed. And so to help you process those signals different, I would look at the desensitization videos I recommended to Kira, and kind of go through my process there with those three videos. I have something specifically for vibrations, and I have some things, including acupressure balls and mats, that would help you with that broken glass sensation. Okay, Denise says, just wondering if shooting nerve pain can be related to CRPS. Some of us have scar tissue damage. Just wondering how you deal with shooting nerve pain, whether CRPS is related or related to past surgery. Thank you, Chase. So, Denis, I actually have a newsletter on this. I will link it down below. But nerve damage or tissue damage is not a indicator for long-lasting pain or even CRPS. And so, trying to decipher whether something is from a past surgery or scar tissue or nerve damage is kind of a waste of time. If you have long-lasting pain after the series of 4 to 16 weeks, or again on the high end, 18 months, it can't be related to your scar tissue or your past surgery. And so I want you to rest on that as I went over in that presentation, and I want you to check out that newsletter about CRPS type 2 and tissue damage. That'll be linked down below. Pamela says, why are there different pain scales for patients with CRPS? Why do some doctors use what they call normal 1 to 10 pain scale and others use McGill pain scale? It gets very confusing. You don't know where to put your pain level. So Pamela, when doctors are using pain scales, they're simply just doing that for insurance purposes. So if you're in extreme pain, just say I'm at a 10. It hurts extremely badly, and move on from there. Doctors aren't going to use the McGill pain scale as a metric for you when you go to see them. The McGill pain scale is a subjective study that was done to rate pain. And so it rated CRPS as the worst pain a human can experience based on subjective reporting from people dealing with different types of pains. It's not a scale that you actually use when you go into the doctor. If a doctor is using something like that, that's very strange. But in America, at least, when they're doing a pain scale, it's simply for insurance. And so if you're in a ton of pain, say I'm 10 out of 10, that doctors don't necessarily care about a specific number. It doesn't really, to be honest, convey exactly what you're going through regardless. So, just top of the scale. That's what matters. Okay, I'm just looking through some of these. I forget who this is that asked me, but they said, is CRPS and trigeminal neuralgia linked? Can CRPS lead to it? So, as you know, alphabet syndromes include algias and itises, and trigeminal neuralgia is a pain in the trigeminal nerve. And yes, it is a result of central sensitization. So essentially, they are linked in that way, but CRPS is not leading to it. Again, CRPS is not a poison or toxin moving from your hand to your jaw. What is happening is as your nervous system gets centrally sensitized and overloaded, you end up with certain symptoms. And then when you go to the doctor, they'll diagnose you with an alphabet syndrome. So if I have increased hypersensitivity, increased pain, swelling, and redness in my hand when I go to the doctor, they will use the Budapest criteria and they'll diagnose me with complex regional pain syndrome. But if when I go to the doctor, I don't have those symptoms here, I have them in my face, they're going to diagnose me with trigeminal neuralgia because the trigeminal nerve is right here. If I have these symptoms in my groin, in my around my anus or other areas in my groin, they might diagnose me with pudendal neuralgia because my pudendal nerve is down in my groin. Okay, so I'm using this to signify legs in case you were wondering why I pointed to my hand. But um, diagnosis doesn't necessarily matter. These are all, again, a result of the same problem, sympathetic overload or central sensitization. So, great question, though. Common one that I get. And yes, trigeminal neuralgia is an alphabet syndrome. This person said, is it true about infusions in Italy? Um, okay, so they're asking about traveling to Italy for neodronate infusions. Italy and these infusions, they've put out a bunch of research showing how effective they are. Here's the thing, the research is funded by the very people that are doing the infusions, so they're extremely biased. Also, the benefit that comes from going over there oftentimes have more to do with the fact that you went to Italy, went sightseeing, had delicious gelato, were around a lot of really nice people, stayed in a really fancy Airbnb, and enjoyed life. Okay. So whether or not the infusions are helping or not, I want you to really think about the factors that related to Italy and why it seems to be so helpful for people. Scrambler therapy in Italy is the same thing. You're going on a medical tour, you're doing medical tourism, and you're going and having a great time in Italy. And that has a huge effect on the benefit that you see. My brother's a really great example of this. My brother, when we were trying to help him with his alcoholism, we sent him to a fancy facility. He got to get away from his normal life. He got to separate, and he was cured of his alcoholism. And then he came back to his life where he didn't have a job, where he had a very troubling marriage, and where he was hanging out with the same people that were driving him towards drinking. And lo and behold, he returned to drinking. So people will go spend tens of thousands of dollars at retreat type therapies like Spiro Clinic or fly to Italy to do scrambler and neodronate infusions, and they'll get healed. And then guess what happens? They return home and the pain comes back because they never addressed those personal factors that were leading to their challenges. So when you think about going to Italy, I want you to think about that. Would you have the same outcomes for your pain if you went to do these infusions in like a really sketchy third world country? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think there's a huge benefit to going to to Italy and enjoying yourself while you receive these treatments. Even if it's a minimal amount of enjoyment, you are separating yourself from your typical home environment. Whether it's Italy or Maui or some other tropical place or fancy romantic place, you get a benefit from being there and away from your normal life. So don't discount that. And just know a lot of the successes that you are seeing reported are from studies done by the very companies that are providing these infusions. Okay, so be careful with that. All right, I'm just checking some of this stuff just to see. Okay, last question. Liz said, "Dear Chase, thank you for all your information. My son has had CRPS for 11 years. He was in the hospital again last week, and doctor suggested a medication we hadn't heard of. Research is suggesting it can be helpful. The medication was naltrexone. It would be really helpful if you knew of this medication and could comment upon it in your YouTube video Q&A 13. Thank you very much. Hey, Liz. Yeah, so naltrexone or low dose naltrexone, LDN, does have some good research to support its use. It is minimal side effects. It is something you can use as a bridge to help your son become more functional, which I would then recommend he eventually weans off of it as he starts to get back to regular things in his life. So when it comes to medication, this medication is relatively non-harmful in low doses, low dose naltrexone for a period of time to get him back to activity. I hope that helps. I hope that builds up some of your confidence. And yeah, in summary, this has been a really good Q&A. I've really enjoyed it. I'm really excited to do Q&A 14, which I'm thinking Q&A 14 or 15 is going to be a live Q&A. So if you want to be in that live stream, in that live Q&A where people will ask me in real time and I'll respond, make sure you are a part of the Window Pane Facebook group on Facebook. Being in that group will get you invited to the live stream, and I would love to have you. Thank you guys so much. I am losing my voice. I am out of coffee and halfway through my water bottle. And yeah, I've just really enjoyed all of these Q&As. I'm excited to bring you many more. This is number 13. My goal is by the end of 2026 for us to be at number 20. And if you guys are looking for more guidance or help, reach out anytime at thewindowpane.com. Thanks so much, guys, and I will see you in the next video. Take care. Hello, everyone, and welcome to CRPS Q&A 14. I am so excited to bring this video to you, and I'm so thankful for all of the questions that we got in the Facebook group, The Window Pane. If you are watching this video and you're not familiar with the Facebook group, I would highly encourage you to join it. That is where I take questions for these Q&A videos. So if you have a question that you're wanting to ask, you can either comment them down below this YouTube video or within that Facebook group, The Window Pane. I'll put it on screen here for you. I am so blown away by the amount of questions that we had for this Q&A. I think we have something around 67 questions, and they're very great questions, so I'm excited to answer them. And actually, with that many questions, usually it's around 30 to 35 a video. So this will probably end up being Q&A 14 and Q&A 15. So I've got some work cut out for me today as I film and edit this video. So very excited to share it with you. Very thankful for all the questions, and I hope that this helps you guys. If you are ready to sit down and enjoy watching right now, I hope you grab a drink like me. No coffee today. I actually have an energy drink. Let's see if you can hear me open it. I hope that went through the mic, but I'm excited to go through these questions and help ease your guys' fears. As you know, pain is processed in the same brain area as anxiety and fear, which is the amygdala. So the more you learn about CRPS and the more your fears are calmed down, believe it or not, the less pain you'll end up having as we go through these Q&As. Remember to like and subscribe to this video so more people dealing with CRPS can see it. The more people that see this, the more people we can help. And I've got 6 more Q&As coming this year because the objective is to get to 20 total this year in 2026. If you are just discovering me and you're wondering who is this guy and why should I listen to him, my name is Chase Teagarden, and a little over 11 years ago now, I was diagnosed with complex regional pain syndrome. For 4 years, I struggled in pain looking for answers from doctors, taking over 16 pills a day, using a walker to get around because I couldn't put my foot on the ground, and eventually contemplating taking my life. Thankfully, I did not do that, and after a 4-year struggle, I found my way out of pain, and then I went on to become not only a doctor of physical therapy, therapeutic pain specialist, but one of 60 fellows of pain science in the nation at the time of recording this video, and I now help people all over the world in countries such as Thailand, Switzerland, Scotland, Canada, South America, and of course here in the USA. If you are interested in any of what I have to offer as far as help goes, you can subscribe to this YouTube channel, which is totally free and has over 200 hours of videos about CRPS. You can sign up for my email newsletter, which is also totally free, and I send out information every single week. You can also enroll in my 8-week self-guided online program that will walk you through step by step exactly what I did myself to get out of pain, Or if you're looking for a little bit more customized guidance, you can sign up for a free consult on my website, thewindowpane.com, and I can meet with you for half an hour to learn your story and guide you in the right direction. Thank you everyone for watching this video, and without further ado, let's get into the first question. All right. So, Jill says, for a person with connective tissue disease and one who does have a hard time healing, I am finding recovery from a torn brevis tendon in my left ankle and CRPS, which came back. Finding it difficult to balance healing the tendon and pacing to move forward on my CRPS. I can tell when I overdid it and my tendon aches a lot and I have a CRPS flare. Since I can't seem to get a consult with you, I am going through your program, meaning my online course. How do you best suggest desensitizing so I can start walking again with my dog? I have been stuck in my house for too long. Thanks. Hey Jill, first and foremost, I'm pretty sure you have a consult with me in June, so you are signed up for a consult with me. And to those of you watching, if you are considering working with me or wanting to have a consultation with me, the fastest way to do that is to enroll in my online program, and then that'll automatically put you on my wait list for coaching versus signing up for a free consult, which right now I think I'm booked out until November. And at the time of recording this video, it is May. So that's quite a long wait. And the reason for that is because I'm just one person. I'm a one-man show. The videos, the editing, the email list, the working with clients, all of it is me. And so with demand going up for seeing me and working with me, the wait is becoming a little bit longer and a little bit longer. So if you would like a consult with me or to speak with me sooner or to work with me sooner, then I would highly encourage you to either A, get on the wait list right now for consulting by signing up for my online program, or right now go to thewindowpane.com and enroll for a free consultation out at towards the end of the year. But yes, Jill, you do have a consult with me next month, so I look forward to seeing you and talking with you. And when it comes to the brevis tendon, I'm going to assume that you're talking about the peroneus brevis, which is on the outside of the ankle, because there's no just brevis tendon. Um, and that's a very common one to strain. And it's one that we can get better through the same types of things we do to get other tendons better, which is gradual exposure to movement. Now, having CRPS at the same time complicates things because when you go to move, not only are you going to have the soreness from straining a tendon, and making the tendon work, which will put your soreness level to, let's say, here, but you're also going to have the false alarm of the nervous system that is signaling pain, like CRPS, and that's going to put your soreness even higher. So when you say something like my tendon aches and I have a CRPS flare, that makes total sense, but it doesn't mean you're doing anything wrong or damaging anything. And I want you to know that because knowing that helps with your perception of the pain. If you think that you're damaging something every time you have a flare, it's going to create more fear and you're going to avoid doing that activity. Here's a good kind of analogy for you. When I go to the gym and I strain myself, I want to be sore. I want even someone who doesn't even deal with CRPS at all. When they go to the gym and they strain themselves, they want to be sore. This is the goal for all athletes. We want a certain level of soreness that lasts for anywhere between 1 to 2 days. When it comes to you starting to desensitize and starting to move again, if you are sore plus CRPS mini flare for 1 to 2 days, that is totally okay. I know it's not fun, but it might be what you have to do to start getting back to exercising and moving again. So, as a recommendation for you to start walking again with your dog, first I need to know exactly where you are on how much you can move. So, let's entertain the idea that maybe we can't walk at all. Maybe it's unbearable to put any weight down on our feet and ankles. What I would recommend for you to do is go into your kitchen, use the counters if you can, or you can use like the kitchen counter and a stable chair. Might want to put some weight on the chair so it doesn't tip over on you. But you're going to use the counter and the chair to stabilize yourself. You're going to stagger your feet like this. So it won't be in a straight line. It can be, but to start, have it separated and staggered. And what you're going to do is you're going to weight shift yourself using the counter in the chair for support forward and backward on your ankles or on your feet. Okay, so you're going to lean forward and backward to in a range which is tolerable. You might be able to lean a little more forward and not as so far backwards. And what you're gonna do that about 10 to 15 times. And then what you're gonna do, because this is the peroneus brevis, I think, because it's the peroneus brevis, that helps the foot stabilize and prevents it from rolling inward like this. Um, and so what you're going to do then is with your feet staggered, you're actually going to lean yourself side to side. So you'll be standing there with your hands on the counter and you'll actually lean this way and lean this way. And again, you might go a little more this way and a little less this way. That's okay. But you're going to lean side to side about 10 to 15 times. Try that 2 times a day and see how it goes. If that's super easy, then what you're going to do is you'll use that counter and the chair to not only weight shift forward, but weight shift and pick one of your feet up. So when you're leaning forward, pick your foot up. When you're leaning backward, pick your foot up. And then when you weight shift side to side, when you lean onto the right foot, pick your left foot up. When you lean onto the left foot, pick your right foot up. And do that 10 to 15 times in the kitchen twice a day. If that is super easy, or if you've already begun to kind of walk around your house without assistance and you're kind of using the furniture to surf, at that point, to get out of your house, I would recommend going to a gym or a local fitness center. And if you don't have a membership, Planet Fitness or a YMCA are usually very discounted and cheap and not bad facilities. Go to a local fitness center or find access to a treadmill. Use the arms on the treadmill for support and walk really slowly on the treadmill like that. Then you're starting to walk, but you're also gravity eliminated. So that's an easy way to do it. If the treadmill seems a little bit too hard, then at that point, what you can do is you can use something like an elliptical. The elliptical has it so your feet are stable and you're not actually moving the ankles too much, but you are getting that kind of skiing motion on the elliptical that is mimicking walking in a less weighted way. And you can use the arms on the elliptical to assist your legs at the same time. Another thing you could do is sit on a seated bike as well. Any of these things would be a start to desensitize for walking and get you towards putting your weight down. If you've been stuck in the house and walking your dog is one goal, but sometimes being stuck in the house itself will amplify your pain. I know for me, if I sit inside all day making these videos, which sometimes I do, by the end of the day, I feel kind of depressed. I feel kind of down. I haven't done anything with my day. So when I see you saying that you've been stuck in the house for a long time, I'd want to encourage you, not even for exercise, to just get out of the house. Just go to a local coffee shop, go to a place where you can sit down and kind of randomly people watch or even chat with somebody, even if it's the default conversation of saying hello to the barista. Get out of your house, break up your routine, and that's going to instill a little bit of hope for you as well. I have a client I'm working with now, Matt. Matt, if you're watching this, Matt went out of his apartment and just chatted with, some of the younger kids that were there in the hallway. He went down to a park that was near his apartment as well and just sat on the bench and people watched. And he said he felt he had a pretty good day that day. It was a little bit different. He felt a little more hopeful. So think about that too. If you're watching this and you've kind of been stuck inside and isolating, sometimes when we have an injury, like an acute injury, like let's say in high school, I sprained my ankle really bad. And for about 2 weeks, I didn't really do much. I had to wait for my ankle to heal. I didn't want to like push it too much. I didn't want to be out in society because I was worried, someone would hit my ankle. And that makes sense for an acute injury. But for a chronic pain condition, isolating like that is actually one of the worst things you can do. And the reason for that is because with a chronic pain condition, you can't wait for the pain to go away to start living your life. You have to start living your life again. And then oftentimes that is when the pain starts to come down. So don't isolate yourself. If you have been inside for a long time and you haven't called a friend in a while, you haven't been out in the world, you haven't gone to the movie theater in a while, go pick up the phone, call a friend, go out to the movie theater, even if you can only make it 20 minutes in, just go and watch some of the movie and then leave. I know that seems strange, but just getting out there and being in society again gives you some feel-good chemicals that are some of the same chemicals that you find in painkillers, believe it or not. So I know I'm kind of reading into this, but if you've been stuck in your house for a while, let's get out and let's do something. I hope that that helps, Jill. We can get into more specifics when I see you in June for your consultation call. All right. And sorry about the wait, guys. Like I said, I'm a one-man show, so if you want to get in with me, I would get signed up sooner rather than later. Okay, Mary. First question. I love my acupuncture sessions. I used to view them as a tool for relaxation, peace, sleep aid, etc. I've never been part of Facebook groups for CRPS over my 12 years, but did read somewhere or heard needles will affect the CRPS. I'm thinking this is another bout of bad info. How do you feel about acupuncture as far as worsening the condition? Yeah, Mary, a lot of CRPS tends to be, or a lot of CRPS information tends to be circulated in nonprofit organizations. Some of them are good, but some of them are not vetted and they are run by people dealing with CRPS themselves. So what happens is they will put up information that isn't even true with no source whatsoever. I'll try to put a couple of examples on screen. Basically, there'll be info photos with information about what's bad about CRPS, saying something along the lines of "Don't use ice for CRPS," or "You'll have CRPS everywhere," or "Be careful when you get a shot," or "Be careful with any dental procedure because the CRPS will automatically spread." Remember that fear, anxiety, and pain are processed in some of the same brain areas, uh, the amygdala, for example. And when you get fearful about something causing pain, sometimes that can lead to it causing more pain. Just the belief itself. This is something called the nocebo effect, which is the opposite of the placebo effect, meaning if I believe something will hurt me, the likelihood that it will is largely increased. Acupuncture is something that a lot of my clients have success with. I have no problem with it. I especially don't have a problem with it if you love it and it has helped you relax and feel peaceful and sleep. If you read something that, is contrary to something that you're dealing with, but that thing has helped you, please disregard it. There's nothing wrong with acupuncture, and I don't think it's something that you should be afraid of. If you want to worry about needles worsening the condition, based on based on what these Facebook groups will have you believe, I still have CRPS. And what they will say is that, it can come back at any time. And if needles are scary, I've been struck with thousands of needles on my arms, on my chest, even on my nipples. And CRPS didn't come back or worsen, and I have no fear of that happening. I'll probably get more tattoos. And so I just want you to think about that when you start to feel fearful about these things. Try to take a step back, try to say, okay, this information might not be credible. It might not be a study that is supported very well. For example, the study that said ice was bad for CRPS, that study only used one person, and that person kept ice on for almost the entire day and then ended up with frostbite. Um, Anyone who does that will end up with frostbite. And a study with just one person, if you know research at all, is not a statistically sound study. That being said, in summary, nothing wrong with acupuncture. If you like it, keep doing it. Okay. Second question. I'm having a hard time figuring out how to do mirror image therapy. I know you mentioned for me to go with the less painful leg, but they are always even. Any suggestions? Yeah, Mary, I think we talked about this, but if the legs are always even in pain, instead of setting out the mirror up between your legs and looking in at the reflection of the less painful leg, what I would have you do is I would have you put the mirror up against the wall and do your exercises in the mirror so you can see your full body or both your legs. And again, the reason for that is we want to give the brain as much information as possible. That's the point of desensitization. When the brain is having a false alarm, it is thinking that it needs to signal for pain in the legs, but it doesn't. Oftentimes, something that is really helpful is helping the brain see that the legs themselves are not falling off. They're not falling apart. They look most of the time like normal legs. Maybe they're a little red or swollen, but they're okay. There's not actively being stung by bees or anything like that. So, seeing yourself in the mirror and performing exercises in that way is a form of mirror therapy, even if it's not using your reflection. Okay. We want to give the brain as much information, as much input as possible. In the same way that I was telling Jill to start weight shifting, that is giving the brain information that, hey, shifting my weight on my feet and ankles is safe. If we start doing exercises in the mirror, even if they're the smallest exercises, like let's say a mini squat, the miniest of squats, right? And we look in the mirror and we see, oh, I am moving. I can do this. That's what the brain is interpreting. You are feeding healthy information of safety to the brain, which is going to help calm the sensations that you have in your legs. So that's how you would do mirror therapy if you have pain in both limbs, and it feels even, then I would just look at yourself in the mirror. If you have a day where the left leg feels better than the right leg, then you would put the mirror between your legs and look at the reflection of the left leg while you do the exercises. Okay. Great questions, Mary. I hope that helps. Barbara, I'm having an MRI focusing on my liver unrelated to CRPS. Will that do anything to affect the CRPS in my hand? Probably a silly question, but I'm curious. Thanks. Barbara, never a silly question. It's great that you asked it. No, the MRI will not affect the CRPS in your hand. The only way that that would happen is if you have if you just feel nervous about the MRI. Remember, CRPS is an effect on the nervous system. So if we feel nervous about something happening, it might amplify our nervous system. I know I'm being annoying, but just know that if you feel worried about what they're going to find on your liver, like if this MRI is focusing on the liver and they're looking for liver disease or liver cancer, that could amplify your stress. And then because you are more stressed, your nervous system is more taxed, you might feel some sensations in your hand. But it's not going to make the CRPS in your hand worse or anything like that. So don't worry about that. MRIs are totally safe and fine. I would just pay attention because if you're going for this MRI and you're waiting for the results and you feel really nervous about what it's going to find, you might notice that you have a bit more pain or sensation or swelling or redness. But that's because you're nervous, not because the MRI messed up your hand. If that doesn't make sense to you, what I would actually recommend you do is go back to Q&A number 13. I have a presentation in the beginning of that Q&A where I talk about central sensitization and how the nervous system gets taxed and ends up with CRPS, and that'll help explain kind of what I'm talking about here a little bit more. Lauren, I realized I was originally diagnosed with central pain syndrome, not CRPS. Can you still help with this? This is actually pretty funny because I link her to CRPS Q&A 13, where I have a whole presentation, like I just mentioned, in the beginning of that video, talking about central sensitization, which is, in a sense, central pain syndrome. So, yes, I can help with that. Now, I have clients that not only have CRPS, they have central sensitization syndrome, amplified musculoskeletal pain syndrome, fibromyalgia, POTS, PANS, PANDAS, all kinds of conditions, MCAS, many of the conditions that you see on these Facebook groups where people will say, here are my co-diagnoses, and it's often the same things. I can help with those. Those are alphabet syndromes. And if you want to go back to Q&A 13 and watch my presentation about that, please do. And that'll help you feel a little more confident about what's going on with your body. In fact, what I might do is I might take that presentation from Q&A 13 and cut it out and make it a standalone video. I've gotten a lot of great feedback on that, saying it's one of the best Q&As and most informative so far. So I think I might do that. Thank you for the inspiration, Lauren. But yes, I can help you with central pain syndrome or central sensitization syndrome. Just reach out to me. My online course, it would be applicable 100% to what you're dealing with as well. So feel free to take that also. Joanne. Hi, Chase. I am 76 years old, just diagnosed with CRPS. I had a left knee replacement 1.5 years ago that still hurts. I also have tarsal tunnel syndrome in both my feet. My pain doctor said because of my age that it would be hard to get this into remission. Hey, Joanne. As you can see, I responded. I said I disagree with your doctor. Age is not a factor, and you can do this. The reason I say that is because I've had many clients in their 70s and their 80s. My oldest client was 92 years old, that have gotten their pain down and gotten better and got back to enjoying their life. That could be playing with their dogs, having fun with their grandkids, anything that they wanted to get back to. I do not believe in age being a factor in diagnosis. There are people in their 80s that I have worked with that have gotten reduced pain to the level that they can get back to life in as short as 8 weeks. It just depends on the person, really, not the age. Okay. And so I don't want you to be deterred by something your doctor says. I actually have a whole video on this called Watch Your Language, that talks about how the doctor's words can often be a detriment to our healing and that those doctors need to watch their language. In that video, I talk about how I was told I had the back of a 70-year-old when I was only in my 20s. I was told that I should never squat, deadlift, or run again. I've done all three of those things this week. I was told a lot of things by doctors. I was told that my body was fragile. I was told that I'd never be the same, and they were wrong. So don't let this doctor dictate what your future is going to be. And also know that, if you're in pain and you're still stuck in pain after 1.5 years and you've been trusting what the doctor says, why? He's not helping you. You're still in pain. You're still hurting. Oftentimes we put medical doctors on a pedestal. The surgeon has the ultimate say. The surgeon's the one that isn't helping us get out of pain and is just throwing pills at us. What do they know? Right? So I just want to encourage you today to know that your age is not a factor. I do believe that you can still get past this and get back to life. And I'm sorry that the doctor said that to you. Don't listen to them. They're wrong. Georgie said, Chase, do you recommend any diets? Ex-dietitian here. Georgie, no, I don't recommend any diets. I recommend a diet that you enjoy, that makes you feel healthy personally, and that leaves you in a place at the end of the day where you feel like, oh yeah, I'm fueling my body well. The reason I say that is because, again, the fear and anxiousness around eating perfectly or taking the perfect supplements or being in the perfect temperature or avoiding certain situations to calm ourselves down, that in and of itself can be a self-fulfilling prophecy to lead to more pain and discomfort. I would rather you feel calm and comfortable as you move through life. And if that's following a paleo diet or a vegetarian diet or a carnivore diet or an anti-inflammatory diet or just a regular Mediterranean style diet, it doesn't matter to me. And so I don't recommend any diets in particular. And I actually have a newsletter all about dietary fears and how they can be more harmful than helpful for CRPS. Also, Georgie, still waiting for you to reach out to me and book a consult. So I'm here anytime. I don't know if you watch these. You ask a lot of questions, but I never see you responding to the things that I say. So I hope you catch this one. I called you out in the last one, but I'll be here when you're ready. Laura, hi Chase. I have really been wanting to connect with you. I'm a good friend of Dan M. Oh, Dan's the best. He's been speaking your praises. I have CRPS, EDS, and trigeminal neuralgia, and I would love to get your input and see how your program works and if it would be a great fit for me. Laura, as I mentioned, you can get a consultation with me on my website, thewindowpain.com. You also don't have to wait for me. You can sign up for my online program and start learning exactly my process. I think it will totally apply to all three of your alphabet syndrome diagnoses. And if you don't right now, if it's not in the cards for you, you can just start watching my YouTube videos. So I would go back and I would start with some of my earlier videos, and my Q&As are a great place to start if you're here right now, and just kind of learn about your condition and what kind of tools I might have to help you move forward. But I would love to help you. I'm having a great time helping Dan, and he's coming out to the client meetup later this year. So, yeah, I'd love to hear from you whenever you're ready. Caroline, I currently have CRPS and now I have an autoimmune disease. Are CRPS and autoimmune diseases connected? Yes, Caroline. As I went over in Q&A 13 with my beginning presentation that I've now decided to make a standalone video, CRPS and autoimmune diseases are a result of central sensitization or nervous system overload. If we can calm the central nervous system, if we can calm down the pressures in our life, whether it be medical pressures or personal pressures, what can start to happen is the symptoms of CRPS and the symptoms of these autoimmune diseases will start to fade away. And it's really clearly laid out in that video, but ultimately, to your question, I want you to know that yes, they are absolutely connected, and that is the reason that you develop CRPS. And then, because your nervous system is so overloaded, you developed an autoimmune disease also. So check out that video, the standalone video I'm gonna make. I think I'll call it something like central sensitization simplified or something along those lines. But look out for that video. I'll try to make it here in the next week. Good question. Anonymous member 154. Okay, so in February 2024, I had a bowel resection surgery. In February 2025, I slipped and broke my left fibula. March 2025, ankle surgery, plate screws, tightrope. April 14th, 2025, fell using crutches, broke my right wrist. I am left with burning, heavy, numb, colorful, painful leg, and my right hand fingers are bent and swollen. I have CRPS, I did physio, I'm back to the gym trying to reach my new normal. Does it ever go away? Sometimes I feel like I've accomplished something only to be defeated a few days later. Does nerve damage ever repair? Do you think the new range of peptides will help? Oh man, I wish I knew your actual name, but anonymous member 154, I am so sorry. All of these things that have happened to you, that is a lot in a short period of time. Very sad that you are dealing with this, but very impressed that you did physio, you got back to the gym, and you're just getting after it. What I want to give you right now is a little bit of my own confidence. Yes, it does go away. I am living proof, and all of my clients that you see featured in my Overcoming CRPS series, or featured in the mini documentary Freedom from the Fire, or featured in the upcoming documentary Trial by Fire 2, they're all living proof of it as well. Many of my clients have significantly reduced pain or no pain whatsoever and are just living life. That feeling of feeling like you've accomplished something and then being defeated a few days later, that is very common along the road to healing. I often reference a graph, which I'll put on screen right here, where I show what we think healing looks like, which we think it's going to be a straight line, and what healing is actually like. And the actual healing is a bunch of ups and downs. So that feeling of accomplishment, followed by that feeling of being defeated, that's super normal and actually a sign you're on the right path. When it comes to nerve damage, nerves heal, yes, but nerve damage doesn't mean pain. And a simple example of this is someone who has their leg amputated. Their nerve was cut, burned, severed, but they don't always have pain in their leg. Okay? Nerve damage isn't indicative of pain. Nerves can heal and adapt even when they've been completely blown off through an amputation. And then the new range of peptides. Uh, Peptides are not regulated medically. There's a lot of research that still needs to be done of that on them. I think it's probably a little more dangerous than it is safe to be injecting them into your body or ingesting them in any way. So I wouldn't get my hopes up on that. I don't think you need peptides or medication or anything fancy to get yourself out of pain and back to life. And if you'd like to learn how to do that, I'm here anytime for a consult, or you can enroll in my online program. All in all, I'm sorry that for what you've been through, but I'm very impressed by how far you've come. You're still going to get there. I know it. And if you aren't having confidence right now, feel free to borrow mine. Here's a card. You can take that and call on that on those days that things are hard. Okay. Thank you for your question. Hang in there. Mary, can you give your take on ketamine infusions? Not as the answer, not long term. Used to possibly calm the nervous system and break high pain loop while doing all the emotional and education works. Please and thank you. Hey, Mary, I think you know this, but I have a ketamine newsletter that I've sent out a few times, so you can go ahead and watch that to get my full feeling on it. As far as ketamine goes, I think it's wonderful. It is uh, A ketamine infusion is very helpful for mental health and calming the nervous system, and therefore also helpful for pain. And so when you go to a ketamine infusion, if you are looking for it to be the solution, it won't be. But if you're looking for it to calm the nervous system enough for you to get back to a place where you can start to move and do some more things physically, I think that's a great idea. What I would recommend when you go to this infusion is I would recommend bringing a photograph of you at an age that was impactful in your life, maybe an age where you felt the happiest, right? Or I would recommend bringing a letter to yourself, kind of like a letter to yourself that is very loving and kind. And look at that photo and read that letter prior to going into the ketamine. This will prime you for a good experience as you do the ketamine, because sometimes you can have dreams or hallucinations, and priming yourself emotionally to have a good experience with ketamine would be really helpful. Those are some of the things I recommend to my clients. Ketamine is a tranquilizer, meaning it makes you tranquil, meaning it calms the nervous system. And so I think it can be very helpful on our pathway to healing. But it is only going to be helpful, as you mentioned, if it's combined with working on physical work, physical re-strengthening and training, and the emotional work that comes with dealing with CRPS. So, great question. Give it a shot. I have no problem with it. I think ketamine and scrambler are two of the things that are very much non-invasive and things that I see people having a good amount of success with in reducing their pain. But here's the thing, I want it to be a bridge, like you mentioned. You don't want it to be used long term. So if you're having to go back every single month for ketamine just to calm your system back down again, there's something in your life that is amplifying your system that we need to talk about personally to start to make a change on that. That could be a job that you hate. That could be a toxic relationship that you're in, whether it's romantic or friendly. That could be the stress, the general stress of just living life, taking care of a parent, dealing with a sibling, all these kinds of things that we need to actually look at and work on rather than just getting high on ketamine every single month. I would rather you use the ketamine to take the edge off, and then we address those things in your life that are amplifying your nervous system. Okay. And I don't mean when I say getting high on ketamine, I don't mean that derogatory, but it'd be the same thing if like every single month you had to use medical marijuana to tolerate, or not even medical marijuana, just marijuana. Like let's say me or my brother, who doesn't have CRPS, if I came over to his place and every month he was smoking weed to calm himself down, I would say, hey man, what is it in your life that is getting you this amped up that you need marijuana to calm yourself down? I'm not judging, some smoking or an occasional drink here and there, but if you're doing it regularly, if you need to do it regularly just to tolerate your life, we really need to look at what's going on in your life to make it more of a recreational choice rather than something you need to rely on. I hope that makes sense, but I've kind of gone off gone off on a tangent here. So I want ketamine or anything that you use to help with your CRPS, painkillers and things like that included. I want them to be a bridge, not a road. We want to use them temporarily to get us back to where we want to be, and then we want to wean off. That is the goal. All right, Denise. Hi, Chase. I've been following your program and it helped me to calm my CRPS after a right hip replacement. Yeah, that's awesome. However, I recently had a lower back fusion and was doing well. Then I developed a severe spinal infection and have had to have emergency surgery. Now I'm experiencing uncontrollable pain and difficulty walking with my left foot, not acting normal. My doctors think it might be CRPS, and my PT says I have significant inflammation. Can you offer some insight? Well, first of all, Denise, that I am so sorry. A lower back fusion is already a really intense surgery. And then to have developed an infection to go along with it is no fun whatsoever. I have had a few patients throughout my years working who had a similar situation where they had a back surgery and then developed a spinal infection. And yes, after something like that, as always with any infection, our body, it becomes very inflamed. Inflammation gets a really bad rap. What the body is trying to do with inflammation is actually protect and heal you. So it is totally normal that you would have a lot of inflammation after a lower back fusion surgery followed by an infection. Absolutely. So I agree with your PT here. You probably do have significant inflammation. And as your body gets past the infection, and as you start to move and do some of the PT exercises again, that inflammation, because of your muscles contracting and you moving and you starting to get a little healthier, that inflammation is going to clear out. The reason the inflammation is there is to fight the infection and also to heal the wounds that you have from surgery. In the same way that if I get a cut, or actually, my tattoos is a great example. When I got tattooed, my arm was swollen. My arm was swollen after my tattoos for a couple of days. That inflammation came because my arm was stabbed a bunch of times with tattoo needles. Okay, and it was bleeding, and my body was like, "What have you done to me?" That inflammation was a good thing. It was healing my skin from those micro cuts from the tattoo needles. The inflammation that you have, even though it's causing you some problems right now, even though it's making you have pain and it's hard to walk and the left foot is not acting normal, the inflammation is there for a healthy reason. Over time, that inflammation will come down and a lot of your function will come back. If you notice that there is still lingering pain or you're very sensitive to touch or something like that, then you're going to go back to the program, which you signed up for, which you said, and watch through module 4 in particular to remind yourself of how to desensitize those areas. By following your PT's advice and by following what you already have in the online program through desensitization, you will get this under control in the same way that you did after your right hip replacement. I'm very sorry that this happened, but I want you to take a big breath. I want you to know that yes, there's probably inflammation and yes, your nervous system's probably a little confused, but you know the exact path forward and you have the exact tools you need through my online program. You will get past this again, Denise. You will get back to life, and I'll be excited to hear your story as you do that. So reach out anytime and keep us updated. Maybe comment under this video about where you're at now, since you asked this question a couple weeks ago. I have a feeling you're going to do just fine. All right. What a fighter. That is a lot of stuff to be dealing with, Denise. So um, send in some prayers your way. That is impressive and challenging. Robbie, someone asked me if we have tried platelet-rich plasma therapy. Is that something people with CRPS have had success with? Um, so PRP is something that is supposed to help with healing tissue injuries. It's supposed to help with reducing inflammation, stimulate tissue healing, kind of to go faster, promote nerve regeneration, and also calm local immune signaling. So if you have uh, an infection or something like that, it would calm down the immune response if that immune response was out of proportion. PRP makes sense for something like a tendon injury, osteoarthritis, or some sports injuries, but it doesn't really make sense for CRPS. I wouldn't call it complete nonsense, but I would not call PRP something that is an evidence-based treatment for CRPS. And the reason for that is because PRP is for promoting tissue healing, but CRPS is not a tissue healing problem. CRPS is a nervous system problem, a sensitivity problem in the nervous system. It is often associated with emotional stress on the nervous system. And so, it's not something that is damaged and failed to heal. So if you're having CRPS problem, let's say in your hip or groin, and you get a PRP injection to that area, the problem isn't actually in the hip or groin. The problem probably has more to do with I don't know, a relationship with someone in your family that is turbulent, and the hip or groin just happens to be the area that you have the pain. Um, with CRPS and PRP, there is very little research on PRP use. There's a small study that I could find from 2023 where they were looking at PRP injections for areas where there was hyperalgesia in CRPS. But that study was super small. It was not high quality. It hasn't been replicated. There was a very short follow-up duration in the study. There was no control group. So it was a really terrible study. I mean, to be quite honest, and that's being generous. So, if you've heard good things about PRP and you yourself believe in it, there is a placebo effect that could be beneficial for you. But truthfully, it's not something that I would pursue for yourself or for your child if that's who you're asking about. I would get more curious about what is going on in your life or in your child's life that maybe needs to be worked through or talked about. So yeah, I wouldn't pursue PRP personally. I don't think it's worth the time, money, and effort. But it is something that if you feel good about it, you can give it a try. I don't necessarily think it's going to make anything worse. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on PRP. Good question. Christina, hello, Chase. Thank you for this opportunity. One of the strongest emotions when facing this syndrome is the feeling of loneliness and the lack of answers. My 11-year-old daughter received a delayed diagnosis of CRPS after a minor ankle injury. She has made progress since transitioning from crutches to a lightweight brace, and she now leads an almost normal life. She's not able to practice any sports yet. The improvements have been achieved through good lifestyle without medication and with light physical therapy. She has just started psychological counseling. Great. My questions are, does it make sense to consider scrambler therapy if she's experiencing improvements, even if they are slow? The second question, does multifocal bone marrow edema in her ankle indicate that her CRPS is more severe or reduce her chances of total remission? And three, what are your thoughts on neogenate therapy in children? Wow, Christina, all great questions. Let's break them down one by one. So, does it make sense to consider scrambler therapy if she's experiencing improvements, even if they are slow? Um, my answer to this, scrambler therapy is very non-invasive. If you're doing it with a good provider, it shouldn't necessarily be painful either. So you could consider it, but if she's experiencing improvements and her nervous system is calming, I don't see a reason to pursue that and spend the money on it when you could just continue on the path that you're on. Especially if she's just starting the psychological counseling aspect, I think that's going to be very helpful. Does multifocal bone marrow edema in her ankle indicate that CRPS is more severe and reduce her chances of total remission? No. In fact, I would imagine that if they looked at the other ankle, she would also have multifocal bone marrow edema in that other ankle. Findings on imaging or in testing like this doesn't mean that CRPS is more advanced. CRPS is not something that is found on imaging or testing. CRPS is something that is diagnosed by ruling out other conditions and observation. So people will say something along the lines of, I got a three-phase bone scan and I'm confirmed diagnosed with CRPS. That is not what a three-phase bone scan is. Objective is there is nothing that shows up on a bone scan that shows CRPS. CRPS is not a tumor or a poison that you have moving through your body. And so simply because she has edema, which is swelling, that's what edema means, it doesn't mean that her CRPS is super advanced or more severe. That's not indicative of anything like that. And as an 11-year-old, she's going to do really just fine. What are my thoughts on neogenate therapy in children? Neogenate is something that is gaining traction because there's a lot more marketing for it happening in the CRPS community. These neogenate infusions that are being pushed in Italy, they are done by companies, or let's back up. The research that is showing positive benefit of neogenate infusions in Italy is being performed by the same companies that are selling the infusions. So you are getting baited into pursuing this treatment when the research is actually biased towards it benefiting you because the people who are researching it benefit financially from the research looking good. The research, when it came over to America, and American researchers tried to replicate the claims that the neogenate therapies were making, it couldn't be replicated. So I would be very careful about going to look at neogenate therapy for your daughter, especially again when she's already progressing. I would love to work with your daughter anytime. I actually believe that you're in Houston with me. So I'm here whenever you guys are ready. But I have no doubt whether she works with me or not, she's going to do just fine. She just needs to focus on her psychological counseling and continuing with the exercise improvements and start to dream a little bigger. She can get back to sports. I have no doubt that she'll be able to, and I'll be excited to hear about her progress, whether you guys reach out to me or not. But yeah, so in summary, with your questions, scrambler therapy, you could do it. It wouldn't necessarily be harmful, but from a financial perspective, why try when she's already making progress? The multifocal bone marrow edema is meaningless. Please don't worry about that. I probably have multifocal bone marrow edema somewhere in my body if I scan enough joints. And my brother, who's never had CRPS, probably does too. People get swelling all the time for a variety of reasons. Swelling and edema are the same thing. And then, what are my thoughts on neogenate? Research is sketchy. It seems to be a profit thing to prey on people who are desperate. I would be careful about it. Barbara, why do some people with CRPS opt for amputation? I thought pain receptors are in the brain. Is amputation of effective limb successful for long-term reliefs? Um, to be honest with you, Barbara, amputation in relationship to CRPS is the most heartbreaking thing that I have seen when it comes to CRPS. It makes me extremely sad to know that the medical system has failed people to the point where they have to lean towards, in desperation, amputation of a limb. There are some stories of people who say that amputation ha really helped them and they don't regret it, but there are many other stories and many more stories of people who say that amputation just led to it spreading to another limb or it making it even more painful because of the phantom pains after amputation. The process by which we teach the nerves that they are safe for CRPS through desensitization and gradual exposure to stimulus is the same exact process we use for amputations. After someone gets a limb amputated, like if they get their arm chopped off to here, or up further, whatever. What we do is we desensitize, just like my desensitization videos in the process with those, we desensitize that stump, that the end of that limb, to help those nerves, which have been damaged, cut, severed, blown off, learn that they are safe again. So when you have a limb that is healthy, because to your point, the brain is the thing that's outputting pain, not the limb itself, not the nerves in the limb itself. When you have a limb that is healthy and you go and chop it off, that is a loss that is very sad to see. It makes me deeply sad because I myself begged three different doctors to cut my leg off. And as much as I disliked a lot of my doctors, I am so thankful today that I have a completely normal foot that functions totally fine, that they told me no and that it would not help. So I think people opt for amputation out of desperation and a lack of information or a lack of a path forward. It makes me very sad to see it happening, and it is not percentage wise that great for long-term relief. So I would avoid that at all costs. That's not to say that if you are watching this and you've had an amputation and it really helped, that you're an idiot or anything like that. No, you did what you thought you needed to do at the time with the information that you had, and I hope that your life is going fantastic. But for those of you that do have your limbs and you are considering that, please know that there are other ways, and I hope that I can show you those before you have to resort to something like that. Holly, it looks like we've got one giant question here, that's kind of split up into a few questions. So, um, what you've asked is, while doing neuroplasticity, does elevated stress in one's life affect the optimal results? I know it took you 4 years, but I'm wondering if the amount of stress I've been under is keeping me from experiencing relief because of that stress. Would having a pain coach benefit this because the stress is in the brain? But I'm thinking we each have different ways and different tools to process stresses. Therefore, having someone help navigate specifically on handling stress would give me better results, especially the stresses that we can't remove from our life. Is this why inpatient places get results quickly? Because the facilities are like living in a bubble, similar to inpatient rehab for drug or alcohol abuse. Then she goes on to mention she doesn't want the bubble experience because she has a big family. She says that she's had some spreading in her journey, but she realizes it's all connected to stress and emotion. So she turns up her self-care, works with her trauma therapist, and takes lots of mountain drives. So, Holly, this is a great, we'll call it a mega question, but it's a great question. So, yes, elevated stress in your life will affect how your results go when you work through my program. You yourself, specifically, if this is the Holly that I'm thinking of, you have been in my online program, my self-guided program, since February of 2025. So over a year ago when you signed up for that 8-week program. And as of the time of this recording, you've only done 22% of it. And if you were to continue going through the program, especially if you were to get all the way through to Module 7, you would learn exactly why elevated stress and emotion and trauma in one's life makes it challenging to calm your nervous system. Additionally, you would learn tools to help you set boundaries in your life, to help you communicate your needs more clearly with people in your family that may be overstepping those boundaries. In working with me as a pain coach, you would have guidance and encouragement to help you hold those boundaries and have conversations in your life that you've probably been needing to have for a long time. And yes, it would be beneficial for you to work with someone who can help you outline the stresses in your life and then slowly but surely reduce those. Even the ones that you can't change, there are ways that you can make them more manageable. And that's what a pain coach does. That's what a pain coach is all about. So when I work with people, I'm not just helping them rebuild physically the things that they've lost due to this pain, but I'm also helping them rebuild a lifestyle that is less stressful and more self-care centered to help calm their nervous system. And you are spot on. Yes, this is why inpatient type treatment facilities get results quicker, but those results don't necessarily stick. Okay, so just like with alcohol, we sent my older brother to an alcoholic rehab inpatient center and he was cured. But then as soon as he came back home to his wife who was having an affair. He came back home to his house with where he had no job. He came back home and was around all the same people that he used to go and drink with. And within a couple weeks, he was back to drinking. Pain is no different. As soon as you get back from Italy or some sort of tropical medical tourism vacation, or you get back from the major clinic in Arkansas that charges you $70,000 just to go there, and you're back around your actual life, your 3 kids and your 15 grandkids, and that family member who's toxic and the job that you hate, and you're back around all of that stuff, your nervous system is going to get amped up again and the pain is most likely going to come back. That is why I have people in my Facebook messages that went to this clinic in Arkansas that charged them a ton of money that are saying I rang the bell saying I got better, but now I need help. So to answer your question, yes, the amount of stress in your life does impact how well you're able to move forward. That is covered in my online program. Please go back and start it again, Holly. I know it's been hard for you to get through, but keep going. And if you would like to work with me one-on-one from a coaching perspective, I am happy to do that. Just reach out to me anytime. Okay. Great mega question. And to answer your question, yes, stress is a big deal. And yes, the retreat type clinics get those kinds of successes temporarily because you're there, away from your life, getting cared for, right? It cared for in ways that you're not cared for in regular life, which is why you might get some benefits there temporarily. All right, Robbie. My son is sensitive to loud noises such as airplanes overhead, thunder, musical instruments, etc. These loud noises are painful and we try to avoid them as much as possible. He has developed this fear and it causes anxiety. What do you suggest us doing? So Robbie, great question, and I actually like Emily's answer that she's responded to you here. But I also want to add a caveat. So when you are centrally sensitized, as I mentioned in Q&A 13 with my presentation, your whole nervous system gets overstimulated. Okay. So that is why people will report something along the lines of, my body knows when it's going to thunderstorm, or when it's raining, or when it's extra cold or extra hot, I feel more pain. Okay. Your body is overstimulated to all types of stimulus. And for Logan, I think that's your son's name, he is extra sensitive to sound because his nervous system is that amplified. Think of it as like a house that has an alarm system that is too sensitive. And so if I drop, my energy drink can on the ground and my alarm is turned on, it suddenly says intruder alert, and it calls the police, right? That is a malfunctioning alarm system in my house. For Logan, his alarm system is malfunctioning at the moment in relationship to loud noises. And avoiding them is temporarily okay, but if you avoid them always, what you teach Logan's nervous system is that loud noises are not safe. And if loud noises are not safe, then the alarm is going to continue to go off thinking that the noises aren't safe. So, using some of Emily's advice, I agree. Using something like noise canceling headphones or earplugs could be great to get him around loud noises again. And then what I would do is I would go from straight up like noise canceling headphones, intense ones, like over the ear ones, to noise canceling headphones that are just in the ear. And then I would go to earplugs. There's this brand called Eargasm earplugs, that are earplugs for loud concerts. I would then go to those. And the reason I'm saying that is because over the ear noise canceling headphones will really muffle the noise and he can be around loud noises. And then when he starts to get used to those loud noises, he can go to less muffling noise canceling headphones that would be inside the ear. And then he can go to earplugs that are actually designed to allow sound in, which she's kind of talking about with these quiet loop twos. Those sound like a good progression. But the goal eventually is to get rid of all devices that are blocking your son from this sound and slowly expose him to noises again. Your son cannot live his whole life being afraid of airplanes, thunder, and musical instruments. He needs to be able to be in society. And you can't just shield him from these things and avoid them because that's only going to lead to more fear and more anxiety. So, what I would recommend is I would create a regimented system, maybe for 5 minutes a day where he listens to music at varying volumes, maybe using over the ear headphones and noise canceling headphones and then those eargasm earplugs, or he listens to music at a very low volume, a medium volume, and then a high volume. So for the first week, he listens to music at a low volume. Then for the next week, he listens to music at a medium volume, and then the next week at a high volume. Or he listens to rain sounds, thunderstorm sounds, low, medium, high volume. The goal being to expose his brain to these noises, to this stimulus in a gradual way to teach the brain that he is safe. In the same way that a stray dog whose nervous system is amplified, it's very scared. The stray dog would not benefit from you, running up and grabbing him, which would be akin to just blasting super loud music in Logan's ears. In the same way that the stray dog needs to be approached slowly So you slowly move closer to him. You maybe give him a treat. You maybe pet his head gently. Then his nervous system calms down and he's willing to cuddle with you. We must approach sound for Logan in the same fashion, very slowly, with reward and care, and with a regimented plan for exposure. Okay. The stray dog cannot live its whole life on the streets. It will die. It needs connection. It needs care. Logan cannot live his whole life avoiding airplanes and thunder and musical instruments. Just like everyone with CRPS cannot live their entire life avoiding heat, cold, thunderstorms. We need to expose ourselves to these things to be able to do them again. In order to start wearing a sock again, guess what? I had to expose myself to cloths and to pressure on my foot. That is the essence of desensitization. It is the same thing for sound sensitivity. So I hope that helps. Great question. Deb, why was I told I have every symptom of CRPS, but was then told because I have not had an injury or a surgery that it's not CRPS? Thanks. And Awe said, same. This is a great question because it's a great opportunity for us to go over the Budapest criteria. Deb, I do not know who told you that, but if you have every symptom for CRPS and you meet the Budapest criteria, which I'm about to go over, then you have CRPS. It's just that you don't have CRPS type 2. So CRPS is arranged into two different types. CRPS type 1, which means your symptoms came on insidiously with no known cause, so no injury or surgery that we know of. That's CRPS type 1. If you had a surgery or an injury and you were displaying every symptom of CRPS, you would be diagnosed with CRPS type 2, which is CRPS, fitting the Budapest criteria, that came after an injury or a surgery. Causalgia is another word. There is a cause that we know of. Okay, so type 1, no injury or surgery. Type 2, there is an injury or a surgery, and that is the only difference. Okay, so I've talked about this a lot, but some people think that, type 1, certain treatments don't work in the way that it does for type 2, or type 2 is harder to get rid of because you had a real injury. No, that is not true. This is just how the medical system names CRPS. There are also people who will say something along the lines of, well, I have CRPS NOS, I have CRPS NOS. When someone says that, they are just misinterpreting the diagnostic system. If I am diagnosing CRPS, and I click a box that says CRPS. I click the box for CRPS. There's a drop-down menu in certain systems. There's a drop-down menu that says CRPS type 1, meaning unknown onset, insidious onset, no surgery or injury. And then there's another box that says CRPS type 2, meaning there was an injury or a surgery. If I don't click either of those boxes, or if you didn't tell me if there wasn't, which would be irresponsible on my part as a practitioner, but if you didn't tell me, if there was an injury or not, or I'm unsure, I've forgotten, I will hit CRPS NOS, not otherwise specified, meaning the patient didn't specify. It is not a special diagnosis that's different from type 1 and type 2. And if someone, acts as if it is, they're just unfortunately a little bit misinformed. So type 1 and type 2 are exactly the same. NOS is just a glitch in the diagnostic system where someone forgot to click a button, and maybe they need some follow-up. But that being said, how is CRPS diagnosed? The only diagnostic criteria for complex regional pain syndrome is the Budapest criteria. The Budapest criteria says that there needs to be one symptom in three of the following four categories. Okay. So in the sensory category, you need to have increased sensitivity to touch, burning pain, hyperalgesia, or allodynia. One of those symptoms. In the vasomotor category, you need to have temperature asymmetry, skin color changes, or redness or purple coloration. In the pseudomotor edema category, you need to have swelling or sweating changes or sweating asymmetry. And in the motor category, you need to have weakness, tremor, dystonia, reduced range of motion, or hair, nail, or skin changes. So if you have one of the symptoms in three of the following four categories, and the clinician themselves are able to observe at least one sign in two or more of these categories. So on examination, they notice that you have visible swelling, measurable temperature differences between limbs, observable allodynia, meaning pain from something that shouldn't be painful, nail or skin changes, or limited movement. Then you qualify to be diagnosed with CRPS. The another thing that you need to know is doctors have to rule out other things. They have to rule out infection, vascular disease, inflammatory arthritis, and compartment syndrome, etc. The way that they rule those things out is through EMGs, right? Okay. Three-phase bone scans, these blood work testing, etc. And so there's a lot of confusion here where people think getting an EMG diagnoses CRPS. No, no findings on an EMG are saying you have CRPS. People will also think the three-phase bone scan diagnoses CRPS. No, the three-phase bone scan does not diagnose CRPS. It is a test that we're doing to rule out other diagnoses. Okay. So the Budapest criteria is the only criteria for diagnosing CRPS. If you have one symptom in three of the following four categories, sensory, vasomotor, pseudomotor edema, so I'll put those here on screen. And if the clinician observes one sign in two or more of the categories during examination, then you'll be diagnosed with CRPS. Considering everything else has been ruled out, meaning you've had an EMG, you've had a three-phase bone scan, and they're not seeing any other likely disease. Okay. You likely, if your clinician is telling you you have every symptom of CRPS, you likely just have CRPS type 1, not CRPS type 2. Again, it doesn't necessarily matter. There's no difference. If the clinician, you're having those symptoms and the clinician is saying you don't have CRPS because you haven't had an injury or surgery, then I would seek a second opinion. But either way, it doesn't matter. CRPS type 1 or type 2, the plan is still the same. We must teach the nervous system it is safe by addressing the physical changes of CRPS and the emotional underlying reasons that you have CRPS. All right. Wonderful question, Deb. Yeah, I would search for a second opinion in that front. Um, Linda, feels like my body is fighting me. Added three more drugs to my allergy list and autoimmune disorder, and I am dealing with burning mouth syndrome. Is there any relationship with BMS and CRPS? Linda, yes. CRPS and burning mouth syndrome are both alphabet syndromes. So in my presentation from Q&A 13, I go over that. I think I even have burning mouth syndrome on the slide, but if I don't, just so you know, yes, these are results of a centralized or sensitized nervous system. The more sensitized your nervous system become, the more diagnoses, alphabet syndrome diagnoses you probably end up with. All right, Darsh, do you know of people who have had success with ablations? I just did it on my ankle, and my lord, was it painful. I haven't had the fire since, thank God, but I felt it for sure having the ablation. They did full nerve coverage, so it was a lot of nerves burning at one time. Also, how does erythromyalgia come along with CRPS and get misdiagnosed for it? How often? Gotcha. And then the second question, which medications are most successful with the least side effects? Great questions, Darsh. One thing I want to say is I actually have a full newsletter on my feelings on ablations, which I will go ahead and link down below in the description in the comments so you can check that out. There are people who have some success temporarily with ablations. And the reason for that is because, when you do an ablation, you burn a nerve, cut a nerve, etc. Eventually, that nerve starts to regenerate, and that can be not so great of a feeling. Find it interesting that doctors will do something like an ablation or a nerve block when CRPS is not necessarily specific to a nerve, it's a nervous system condition, meaning that there are signals being sent from the brain to that nerve or that area of the body, sending false pain signals. So an ablation can be okay potentially to reduce your pain temporarily to allow you to get back to things. But overall, I see a lot of people that have more complications from an ablation than they do from just approaching getting back to things little by little. That doesn't mean that you've done something wrong by getting an ablation. What I would do is while your pain is down, I would start to get back to exercising in life as soon as possible with the help of a trained physical therapist or occupational therapist, depending on where your CRPS is. Oh, it says your ankle. So that would be physical therapist most likely. Um, Erythromyalgia and CRPS are both alphabet syndromes, so they can be diagnosed together or one can be diagnosed as the other. Either way, again, the plan is the same, graded exposure to the things that we cannot tolerate. Which medications are most successful with the least side effects? If I have to pick one, I would say low dose naltrexone is a good medication, but truthfully, any medication is fine as long as you are using it again as a bridge to help you get back to living life and not a road for you to use long term. Some medications are helpful for some moments, but if we are on a medication for long term, especially a painkiller type medication or a medication that is doing something to dampen our nervous system like gabapentin or Lyrica, um, using these things, opioids or nervous system depressants, long term can often lead to side effects that are the same exact problems you're having with CRPS. So using an opioid medication long term can lead to opioid-induced hyperalgesia. It can lead to brain fog. It can lead to gastroparesis. It can lead to a whole host of problems with your mood, etc. And the same is true with gabapentin and Lyrica. So when you are using a medication, I would use something that is a very low dose. I would use something that you can gradually wean off of with relative ease. And I would use something that is going to be used when going into using it. I would remind yourself and I would communicate to your doctor, I want this to be a temporary medication to help me move forward. And then I want you to form a plan with me to taper off this medication so I don't need to use it for the rest of my life. And communicating that to your doctor is really important. And if I could go back and do that with my doctors, I totally would have done that. Janine, can you get a tattoo with CRPS? And then she asked again, can you get a tattoo when you have CRPS? So Janine really wants a tattoo. Janine, according to a lot of people in the CRPS groups, I still have CRPS. And even before I was out of pain completely, I had gotten tattoos. Now I have a ton of tattoos. And not only do I have all these tattoos on my arms, but I tattooed my chest and then laser removed the tattoos on my chest. And when doing that, I did not have a recurrence of CRPS. I did not get a flare up of CRPS. I was not afraid of CRPS. And so my answer to is yes, you can get a tattoo with CRPS, especially if that tattoo is something very important for you. Do not fear. Tattoos are safe. Go for it. If you want a tattoo, get a tattoo. I'm not going to stop you. But I might be biased. I don't know. Okay. Monique, how do you feel about people with CRPS taking pain meds? So Monique, great question. And the answer is the answer I've just given a few slides back. I don't think it's necessarily a terrible thing, but only if those pain meds are used temporarily and with the idea in mind that they are a bridge to get to a place we want to go, and then we're going to wean off of them. Like I said, if we're using opioids for a long period of time, eventually they start to do more harm than good. And you want to have a plan and work with your doctor to wean off of them as you start to overcome this pain of CRPS. A lot of people who have been using these medications for a long time, they will be very fearful to start to wean off of them. But the hard part about weaning off of them is having a plan to coincide with weaning off. So I don't recommend just stopping the pain meds, without being able to address desensitizing the nervous system, calming the nervous system, addressing the stresses and the emotional challenges in our life while also weaning down. I would never go so far as to recommend we take away pain meds from people with chronic pain or anything like that. I don't have that kind of philosophy. I think medications can be a bridge, but not a road for getting back to life. So I don't have a problem with it as long as we're using it temporarily and we can work together and have great resources to have a plan to wean down. So if you'd like help with that, Monique, I am here anytime, and you can visit thewindowpain.com to get set up with me. All right. Well, we are well over an hour now with this Q&A, and so I think I'm going to cut it here, and then I'll use the remaining questions to go through Q&A 15 and 16. And if you'd like to be featured in one of those Q&As, remember to join the Window Pane Facebook group or leave a comment down below this video. Please do like and subscribe to this YouTube channel if you can. It helps other people around the world get notice of these videos and that they're helpful for people with CRPS. And I want to help as many people as possible. So if you could do that after watching, that would be fantastic. I appreciate you guys for being here, and I will see you in the next video. Take care. Hello, everyone, and welcome to yet another installment of my CRPS Q&A series. As I sit down this morning to prepare to make this video, I am just blown away by the fact that we are already on CRPS Q&A 15, and it has only been a little over a year since I started making these videos. To have been able to go through 15 episodes of this CRPS Q&A, episodes that are from an hour to 2 hours long, answering your questions, concerns, and worries, it shows me just how much our medical system has failed the CRPS community. And the reason I say that is because as someone who dealt with CRPS himself a little over 11 years ago, at that time I had no answers to any of the pertinent questions that I had. And even today, as I attend CRPS conferences for both patients and medical providers, I notice that those providers presenting there don't really have any new answers either. So it is truly my passion to get this information to you so that I can reduce your fear and anxiety, and in turn, because fear, anxiety, and pain are processed in some of the same brain areas, reduce your pain. If these videos have been helpful to you and you've been enjoying them and they've helped you feel less fearful, I have a huge favor to ask you. Nearly 60% of you are not subscribed to this channel and you are watching these videos. Subscription is not required to watch these videos, but it is completely free, and it does tell YouTube that this video is valuable and that other people deserve to see it. So if you could do me a massive favor and hit the subscribe button. This is what it looks like on your phone and also on the computer. So if it's hard to find it, you're seeing on screen where it is. Additionally, another thing you could do is hit the like button. If you hit the like button, which is also free and takes 2 seconds, it also pumps this video up to YouTube and says, hey, people with CRPS need to see this video, recommend it to them. And then lastly, the biggest thing that would do me a huge favor is if you could share this video. If you share this video on Facebook or send it to a friend or family member who you know knows someone that's dealing with CRPS, that again is going to pump the video to YouTube and help more people who are suffering see this video. Believe it or not, I am not that well known in the CRPS community. There are many people who have never seen a single one of my videos, and I see it every single day on Facebook, people who are spiraling in fear and worry and doubt. And I want to save as many people as I can from that cycle. So if you do any of those three things, thank you so very much. Thank you for being here and watching these videos. Thank you for all your wonderful questions. And if you have any more for me, please do comment below this video, and I will be sure to try to answer them in the next CRPS Q&A. For those of you that are just tuning in today and don't know who I am, my name is Chase Teagarden, and a little over 11 years ago, I myself was diagnosed with complex regional pain syndrome. For 4 years, I struggled in pain, getting no answers from doctors, being told I was just seeking pills, that I was faking my pain, or worse, that I'd be in pain for the rest of my life. That led me to taking 16 pills a day, using my mother's walker just to get around, and eventually nearly taking my own life. Thankfully, I did not do that. I went my own way, and 4 years later, I found myself completely pain-free. I have been ever since, and since then, I've become not only a doctor of physical therapy, but a therapeutic pain specialist and one of 60 fellows of pain science in the nation. Now I help people all over the world in countries such as Thailand, Uruguay, Canada, Switzerland, and of course, right here in the USA. If you are looking for help, like I have helped these people here and these people here, then feel free to explore all of my resources on thewindowpane.com or linked in the description down below this video. Without further ado, I have my coffee this morning and I am ready to start answering your questions. So let's jump right into it. Okay, first question. Joanne says, I had a total left knee replacement a year and a half ago. My knee is still really hurting, and I was recently diagnosed with CRPS. My pain doctor wants to do a nerve block. This would help him diagnose where the nerve is irritated and then remove that nerve. My concern is that removing the nerve would cause the CRPS to spread. Hey, Joanne. So in this instance, I'm not opposed to nerve blocks, but only if they're being used to temporarily calm down the sensation in that area so that you can do physical therapy and get yourself strengthened to continue forward after this knee replacement. This pain doctor, it sounds like, wants to do a nerve block to see if that is the nerve causing the problem and then remove that nerve, something called a neurectomy. I would not recommend that. And the reason I wouldn't recommend that is because a lot of times with the neurectomy, there's a temporary situation where the pain is lowered. But then as that nerve tries to regenerate from the removal, it can lead to a quite an increase in sensation in that area. It wouldn't lead to spreading or anything of that nature, but it would lead to potentially increased pain. And I would rather you try to re-educate that nerve through my desensitization process, which I have videos on YouTube. You can see them here on screen. I would rather you use that process than remove the nerve in its entirety. And the reason for that is because no matter what, your nervous system is going to need to learn safety, and it's going to feel safer if you aren't amputating part of your nervous system before you even start the desensitization process. Thankfully, I saw recently that you've gone ahead and enrolled in my online program. So I have no doubt that you're already on the right path because Module 4 is all about desensitization as well. But if you're still contemplating it, I would not recommend a neurectomy at all. A block, a temporary block, I might be okay with, but a neurectomy isn't something that I would go for. I would not amputate a nerve. So yeah, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Christina, hi Chase. I have a question for you. What do you think about low dose naltrexone therapy in children? Yeah, Christina, I don't know if I answered this question before, but I'm gonna throw it in here again. LDN, I don't think is too bad. I think that there are very limited side effects. I think that it is a great bridge to get you where you want to go. And I have seen a lot of clients, especially my teenage clients or my kid clients, do pretty well with LDN. So if you're looking at, a choice between a variety of medications, that is probably one of the ones that I would lean towards more. So I hope that helps. And yeah, let's see. Leah, my question is that I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, connective tissue disease. To help me, they give me reclassed infusions. Would these be helpful for the CRPS type 2? Um, okay, so a lot of people think that bone demineralization comes from CRPS itself, like that CRPS is causing our bones to fall apart or demineralize. That is not true. I've answered this in a few Q&As, but the reason that you get bone demineralization with CRPS is simply because you stop using the limb. So, to give you an example, if I was to tape my arm to my chest and not move my arm for several weeks or months, on a scan compared to my left arm, my right arm would have bone demineralization. The reason for that is because of something called Wolff's Law. The bones respond to stimulus placed on the bones. So if you are not putting a pressure or a stimulus or pushing against things or weight bearing on the limb that is affected by CRPS, only then would you get bone demineralization. If you are continuing to move with that limb, you would not end up with bone demineralization. Now, obviously, in your case, this is different because you have osteogenesis imperfecta, bone genesis, bone growth imperfecta, non-perfect. And so, your bones need something like a reclast infusions to help you maintain that bone density. With CRPS type 2, it's not that it would be helpful for CRPS type 2 because that's not what you need it for, but it is helpful for your what you were born with. Okay? So anyone watching this, if they think, "Oh, I'll get reclassed infusions to help with the bone demineralization for CRPS," that wouldn't be helpful. What would be helpful is for you to start to put weight through your limb. If it's an arm, you can put weight through it by pushing against a wall or lifting anything, gallon of milk, small weights, anything like that. If it's legs, it would be you can rebuild bone by starting to walk, and this is again because of Wolff's law. So I don't think reclass infusions for the general person with CRPS would be helpful. I think that they're helpful for you specifically because of your specific diagnosis, not helpful as a catch-all for CRPS because again, bone demineralization is not because of CRPS. CRPS is not a cancer or a poison that you have in your body. You simply get bone demineralization because you're not using the limb for an extended period of time. That would happen to anyone, regardless of if they have CRPS or not. So, to answer your question, they're helpful for you because of your diagnosis. They're not helpful for the general population of CRPS. Okay. Good, great question, though, Leah. Thank you. Michelle, hi Chase. I recently bought a THZ Terra PEMF device for therapy. Have you heard of it and have you ever tried it? Hey Michelle, yes, I've heard of this device or what I believe is something like it. And it is looks to be a specific frequency type of massage device that you put underneath your feet or stand on it. To be honest with you, a lot of the claims that I've seen made by the company aren't really supported by research. But that being said, if it feels good to you and it allows you to get back towards activity in your daily life, if you feel like it has a positive effect on your body, then I have no problem with you using it. Any type of device, whether it's a TENS machine, some sort of at-home scrambler device, an arc wave device, as long as you're using that actively, meaning you're using it to get you back to moving about and doing your daily routines, I have no problem with them. If you're using them passively, meaning you're just laying around and you have it on you and you have no intention of using it to help you be more active, then I'm not as much of a fan. So for example, when I was working in the hospital and I would give someone a TENS unit, I would say, here's the rule. This TENS unit is only to help you be active. So I don't want you to use it while you're just sitting down watching TV. I want you to use it while you're up and moving around. Or as a reward for after you do activity, you use it while you sit down and watch TV. So the same concept with your device. What I would do is I would couple the device with activity, whether it's the warm up before activity or the cool down after, I don't mind. Or if you have your feet on there and at the same time you're doing some upper body exercises, I also don't mind. I don't think this is a miracle device that you've purchased, but I do think it might be helpful as a device in your toolkit to help you move towards a more active life. So yeah, hope that helps, Michelle, and I hope you find some good relief with that device. Remember, it is not an end all be all. It is just something to help you as you move towards activity again. Emily, hey Chase, I've had quite a few people, including my scrambler provider, recommend going to a wellness center for Lyme testing, mold toxin testing, and gut health testing. I'm curious for your thoughts on how these could be related to CRPS or nervous system disorders in general. I was a bit shocked at the 1.2K quoted by Knoxville Wellness for Lyme and mold testing, trying to gauge if it's worth it. LOL. Hey Emily, your skepticism is healthy and good. Lyme and mold are the biggest financial rabbit hole that people with alphabet syndromes fall into. These places are not research backed oftentimes, and there's often a hefty price tag for this testing. In fact, in a future video, I'm going to potentially go to one of these centers and get tested. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I guarantee you that if I go get tested, even as a healthy individual, I will test positive for one or multiple of these things. And do you know why that is? Money. These places, without admitting it, and maybe sometimes thinking they're helping, are a place to financially take advantage of you. What happens is you get tested for these things. They tell you that, yep, you have it. And now here is a list of supplements that cost a certain amount of money that you need to take to get better. The truth is that if you do mold toxin testing, even at home, a lot of individuals will have a level of mold toxin in their nostrils or even in the vents of their home, and it's not even bad for you. But the belief and the worry about it being bad for you is something that can drive you to make hasty financial decisions. And I've even had clients come to me after selling their home because they were of the worry of the mold. And when I would point out to them that, hey, you are the only one in your house who is sick, but apparently your whole house, the mold is dangerous. Do you think that that is, something you should pay attention to? Family of five in a house, only one person is ill, and they need to sell their whole home and move. I know that this might be upsetting for some people to hear, but a lot of times the Lyme and the mold is quite literally a scam, whether the person running the scam knows it or not. So I would stay away from it. And I actually have two newsletters I'll put on screen here and also link down below about Lyme and mold and my opinion on them. So, yeah, Emily, I've replied to you already, I believe, online, but don't bother. Sherry, do you know or have you ever heard of anyone that was hit by a minivan as a pedestrian, catastrophic car accident, no internal injuries, but at the time, but several bad bone breaks and skull crack developed CRPS mini surgeries. Then developed idiopathic, at times they call it autoimmune, chronic pancreatitis despite never drinking in life. Is there a correlation between this? Hey, Sherry, I would actually recommend you, well, first and foremost, my goodness, I am so sorry. That sounds awful to be hit by a minivan as a pedestrian and suffer all those bone breaks and then go through this CRPS. This reminds me of a testimonial that I have put out recently with my client Jen. You can see the thumbnail here. I would check that out because she herself was in a pretty bad car accident and is now doing great. But to your question, the development of an autoimmune reaction after getting CRPS makes total sense for central sensitization. And I actually have an entire video on that about being stuck in fight or flight and how that can take a toll on our body and lead to a variety of different diagnoses, which I call alphabet syndromes. So, yes, there is absolutely a correlation. And here's the good news, you can calm all of that down. The way you do that is outlined in my online course, also kind of outlined in that video that I just mentioned. So check for that. I will link to it as well in the description down below and in the comment. But yes, Sherry, there is a link. And also, Sherry, I have confidence that you can move forward from this. Danielle, can pain in all four limbs with super sensitized pulsing vibrations all over be corrected? Danielle, yes, same answer. This is a result of a hyperactive central nervous system, central sensitization, and we can always desensitize a nervous system. If you want specific help for your specific case, feel free at any time to book a consult with me on my website, thewindowpain.com, and I'd be happy to learn a little bit more about your background. But yes, if you are having weird sensations, these can be corrected, and I would be happy to help you find a path forward for that. Linda, I'm 4 weeks out of foot surgery to help my foot pain. My upper leg is less burning, and my foot is painful when walking, but okay at rest, which is a big improvement. How long does surgical pain last? I'm going into it with hope. I had the pins pulled out yesterday due to infection, but I'm doing okay. What healing pain can I have that would hurt in that limb long term? Linda, so 4 weeks out of foot surgery is still very, very fresh. Your doctor, depending on your specific surgery, will give you a time frame, but the fact that you are okay at rest and you are now getting into starting to walk, that is fantastic. I hope you are working with a physical therapist, and I want you to know that after you have a break-in, after you have a surgery, of course you're going to have pain. Surgical pain or an injury of pain, it could be anywhere from 4 weeks to 16 weeks on average. So I would just stay the course, continue with guidance from your surgeon and your physical therapist. And if for some reason you have lingering pain and you need some help with that, again, I'm always here for you to reach out to me and discuss your specific situation. But the fact that you are able to walk with some pain, but not having pain at rest, that is a fantastic and a great sign that things are healing up really well, especially after you've had an infection, and you're doing okay. So fantastic and excited to hear about your progress. So keep me updated. Darcy, two questions below. I had an accident that amputated the side of my left index finger in June of 2025. 9 weeks later, I was diagnosed by my wound care doctor with RSD, aka CRPS. 10 months later, I broke my wrist at the distal radius at the same level. The blessing for me has been working with you, Chase, so thanks, Darcy. My fear levels have been greatly minimized. However, my bone pain is immense. Swelling in my fingers is constant. My nerve pain is huge. My fingers and forearm are on fire. So my question is for you, being diagnosed with CRPS and then breaking a bone, will this condition affect the length of my healing process to the bone compared to someone without CRPS? Last summer, I was so miserable in the heat and could not be outside at all. My hand turned red, was swollen, and the pain was too intense to be outside even for a minute. I am finding once again I can't tolerate the heat. My whole arm is on fire. What can I do, if anything, to not suffer again this way in the summer? Darcy, I just put out a whole video actually with Darcy addressing this exact question in one of our private sessions. You guys can watch that at any time. This is the thumbnail. If I can, I'll make it clickable on screen, but if not, it will be down in the link, description and the comments down below. But it is very common after you've been through this experience to have a lot of fear about being re-injured. Darcy happened to get re-injured right at the end of her journey through coaching with me as she was about to go on vacation and enjoys a good time after her finger getting less pain. And it was really devastating for her to have a fall and break her arm. So now her nervous system is responding to that fall, and her nervous system is dealing with the regular pain of a break plus the pain of a sensitized nervous system dealing with CRPS. It will not affect the healing process, but you might feel an extra level of pain as you calm the nervous system from this break. Also, a lot of your fear about how the summer is going to be is going to amplify how the pain feels, especially when outside. In the video with Darcy, I explained to her how if you can't tolerate rate heat very long, the only avenue to learning to tolerate heat again is to expose yourself to heat. So in that video, we discussed some strategies for her to tolerate heat a little bit better. And some of those involve going outside for a short period of time and then returning inside at various temperatures in order to expose the nervous system to that heat. It's the same thing when you first, like, for example, I started going into the sauna a couple years ago because I had heard how good it is for your cardiovascular health to do heat exposure. And when I first went into the sauna, and mind you, this is with a totally normal nervous system, it was very hard for me. I could last maybe 1 to 3 minutes in the sauna that was anywhere between 180 degrees Fahrenheit and 212 degrees Fahrenheit. And now I can sit in that sauna for 25, 30 minutes with not much problem. And so my nervous system has adapted to be able to tolerate that extreme heat. a nervous system can learn no matter what, even a nervous system dealing with CRPS. So the pathway to answer Donna's question, two questions is no, it will not affect the length of the healing process. You will just feel a little bit more sensitive when it comes to the pain. And then next, if you want to get back to the heat, follow the path that I laid out for you in that video, slowly exposing yourself to that heat. Okay, so excellent question, Darcy. You're going to do great. And that video that I put out with Darcy has been a really popular one. So if you haven't seen it, go watch it. It is Alphabet Syndrome's Lesson 4 titled Setbacks. And you'll see why I do those quotations when you watch it. Smiley, hello again, Chase. Not really a question, but I keep wondering, how do people who got rid of CRPS start feeling physically that it started to get better? I keep searching for testimonials of people explaining how this fantastic miracle occurs as I keep feeling different sensations in my knee from one day to the next, with the feeling that my knee wants to free itself from CRPS, but never reaching that point. Yet I've always been curious to know what really getting better feels like. I wish people would explain it to me how it happens. Do they wake up with one morning with CRPS fully gone? Do they little by little regain mobility and having less pain, and that's getting better? In your program, we have the possibility to see how people cope with CRPS and what they initially try to get rid of it. But I think it would be fabulous to have explained what they feel physically on their way to recovery, how their mind and body let them know being cured is really on its way. Thank you. Smiley, this is a great question. And I actually am kind of surprised by you not knowing how it feels, especially with all of the videos I have of clients in my online course. It kind of takes me by surprise that, maybe you've missed some of the conversations I've had with clients in the course. And so that is leading you to ask this question. Um, this condition is not something that you just wake up and suddenly it's gone. It's just an instant fix. I think we get the idea that that's going to be the case because of, these fantastical stories that come out of places like Italy or retreat type centers in Arkansas or things like that. We think it's just going to be an instant fix and everything's going to be fine. That is not how it works. What actually happens is you first begin to function more. Okay. The pain is the same, but you're beginning to live life more. And then gradually over time, you will notice you have windows of less and less pain until you're starting to have windows of no pain whatsoever. A lot of times we think that this gradual journey is going to look like a straight line, but the reality is it's actually going to look like an up and down roller coaster like this. So what is happening to you when you are having times where it feels like your knee is freeing itself from CRPS is you are actually on the journey to healing. It's actually happening. And I often tell people, try not to get caught up in what the pain is doing because your pain system is faulty. It's broken at the moment. So here's an example. If I was on a journey of weight loss and if I was looking to lose weight myself, I would have a few metrics that I could look at to judge how my weight loss journey is going. I would have, am I going to the gym? I would have, am I dieting properly? And then I would have, what does the weight scale say? So if I am perfectly going to the gym, if I am dieting perfectly, and I step on the scale and it says I've lost 5 pounds, fantastic. If I continue to go to the gym perfectly, if I continue to diet properly, and the next week I get on the scale and it says I weighed 10 pounds, well, that's kind of strange. If I go to the gym perfectly, if I am dieting properly, and on the next week I step on the scale and it says I've lost 15 pounds, there's only one thing I can conclude about that weight scale. And the thing that I would conclude is that that weight scale is broken. It is no longer something I can use to chart my progress. And so when it comes to CRPS, especially in the beginning, you cannot use the pain scale to chart your progress. That pain scale is broken. The things you can use, however, is how am I functioning? Is my function improving in general, even if my pain increases when I function more? How is my sleep? How is my diet? As long as you're hitting those metrics and as long as you're looking at the emotional factors in your life that might be leading to a stressed nervous system, you are on the right track. So when you say that your knee is having moments where it feels like it's breaking free, it is. So continue forward. I would also encourage you to do more of my online course. Based on what I can see, you haven't done more than a third of it, and there is a lot that I think you're missing, especially judged on your based on your comments. So please look a little bit more in the online course and watch especially some of the videos in the later modules about emotions and structures. I think those will be really helpful for you. But this is a wonderful question, and maybe I'll make a standalone video just on this. So thanks so much, Smiley. Laney said, "Have you had a total body case of CRPS go completely pain-free?" And then Thomas Tribble, he responded and he said, "Yes, my wife had CRPS all throughout her body for 4 years. She was out of her mind most of the time. Thanks to Chase, she has been pain-free for several months now. She is cured. We have our lives back and we are appreciating every day that we have now." And then Lindsay said, "Thank you for sharing. My daughter has full body pain." And then Bunny said, "Yes, I had total body pain and now I'm pain free. I did Chase's program. I highly recommend it. Wishing you my best. You will definitely get better if you put in all the work." So, Lainey and Lindsay, yes, I have had many cases of full body pain go completely pain free. Here are a few thumbnails of my clients who have had that be the case. Renee, let's see, Jacqueline, Bunny, who commented, Donna, whose husband Thomas commented. All of those individuals have had full body pain or episodes of full body pain and are now doing fantastic. So, if you need reassurance that this is possible for you and will be helpful for you, you are welcome anytime to watch any of my testimonials, which you can find right here on YouTube. You can also watch the Freedom from the Fire documentary, which features a bunch of my clients, many of them who were bedbound when I met them due to the level of pain they were in. So, yes, I have had many cases of CRPS that was full body, do just fine and move forward with life. So I hope that helps, and I'm here anytime you would like some guidance. Okay, Vicky. Thank you for being a CRPS advocate and sharing your wealth of knowledge. You are welcome, Vicky. I suffered a sprained ligament followed by another injury a year later. I live in the UK and had surgery to address the ankle impingement and had debridement, scar tissue removal, yep, almost a year ago. It took me 4 years to be taken seriously. Oh man. Correctly diagnosed and treated. Operation was uneventful. Despite delay in physio, I seem to be doing well, but pain was unrelenting. No medication helped, so I'm not taking anything. PT has got me off crutches and referred me to pain management in December. I was administered Chirocaine injection, but inflammation is still present. I was advised to rest up, then given physio exercises. Flare-ups happen without rhyme or reason and can last hours throughout the night until I get up. I'm not afraid of putting in the work. I have tried switching up diet, water fasting, 5-HTP, a bunch of other remedies, all physical from the looks of it, massage, cupping, acupuncture, light and foot spa. Her questions are, my foot is stiff, numb, and suffering long periods of time. I see a pain management specialist who has got me doing the mirror work, physio, and weight transfer exercises, but it is not working. They told me that I have tried their typical CRPS treatments and are at a loss as what to do now. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. How do I get the inflammation to calm down? Vicky, I'm just going to say it outright. You need to enroll in my online program. And the reason for that is because you have done the first half of what is important for CRPS. You have done it. You have done the PT, you have done the exercises, you have done the diet, all of the physical stuff. But here's the thing. CRPS is not just physical. And I know that some people who may be new to me might find this off-putting in some ways, but CRPS is deeply emotional. And if you don't look at the emotional factors in your life that are contributing to your overwhelmed and hypersensitized nervous system, you will never find healing. And I mean that genuinely. And the reason you are getting pain without rhyme or reason is due to those emotional factors. And I guarantee if you do even just the first assignment in my online course, that'll start to make sense to you. So, Vicky, if you haven't already, I would watch this video about being stuck in fight or flight that I've talked about recently. And I would highly, highly encourage you to enroll in my online course and get started. If you're not afraid of putting in the work, it's time to do the work, and that would be the place to look. If you would like to get enrolled in my online course today, whether you're Vicky or someone else watching it, you can find a link down below that will give you $75 off the course, or you can use the coupon code QA75 when you go to checkout, and that will get you $75 off the course. So, Vicky, my answer to you is you've done all the physical, you're halfway there. It's time to explore the emotional side of things, and it's very important that you do. Okay. Hope that helps. Mona, what can I do to get doctors to care and believe how much pain I'm in? What do I do when I can't stop crying from pain and hopeless finding a therapist that knows about this is almost impossible? Will anything make this burning stop? Why can't we get help? Am I the only one that has nothing for pain at all? I don't even take Tylenol. I have kidney disease and I'm allergic to gabapentin and Lyrica. What can I do? I feel so helpless. Hey Mona, the truth is that a lot of doctors don't care. And a lot of doctors don't have time to care because of the structure of, especially here in the US, our medical system. Doctors get 5 to 15 minutes with a patient, and their objective is to find a quick solution, which is often medication, and send you on your way. The reason that's their objective is because they get paid that way. They have productivity standards they have to adhere to, and it's very hard to find a doctor that can take the time to be there with you. So the doctors that do care don't have time, and a lot of the doctors don't care. That's just the reality, and it's sad to see. I've been there. When you are talking about being unable to stop crying and feeling hopeless from the pain, what I would recommend first and foremost as a first avenue is to listen to some of my meditations. I will show the thumbnails of them on screen and also link to them down below. But I also would say that reach out to me. You know, you are not alone. I am global. I can help people worldwide. So, there's no reason for you to not book a consult with me so we can form a plan ahead. If you want to make the burning stop, I can teach you how to do that. If you need help, I'm right here. And you are not the only one that takes nothing for pain. There are a lot of people that are unable to take medication or have an adverse reaction to even the simplest medications. So, you are not alone. I am here. Everyone in the window pane group is here for you, and I'm ready to help you anytime. So please do reach out, Mona. I am sorry you are suffering. I am sorry you feel like no one cares for you, but we do. We do. And I speak for more than just myself in the window pane community. Deborah, CRPS in my right leg from knee to ankle. The pain always starts on the inside of my knee. It feels like scraping when I walk. Is this just nerves being irritated? Hey, Deborah, you are one of my clients, and we've had this conversation already. But yes, your anything that can generate a sensation is nerves being irritated or sensitized. And this isn't necessarily true for someone that might have an injury, but you don't. Okay, there have been scans done. The doctors have looked at your leg and they've said, everything here looks fine. You have CRPS. When we have CRPS, that means that our body is actually okay, but there is pain being generated. So, yes, this is simply the nerves being irritated. And the reason I know this for you specifically is because this scraping is not all the time. It is sometimes, and it is not always the same level of scraping. It is variable. So, yes, to answer your question, which I already did in one of our sessions, it's just the nerves, and you are okay and safe to walk. Lorelei, hello. Question for you. Does the burning sensation ever go away? I responded already. I said, yes, of course it does, and I'll explain why on the video. The reason that the burning sensation will go away is because as you calm the nervous system and desensitize things from central sensitization, all of these symptoms fade over time. A lot of times the first symptom you had is the last symptom to go away. And so, if the burning sensation is lingering, there might be more for us to look at to help you desensitize the burning itself. Is the burning all the time? Is the burning only in hot weather or cold weather? Is the burning only in the shower? These are specific questions that I'll need to know to help guide you. So if you want something more specific, please do book a consult with me. But to answer your question just flat out, yes, the burning sensation does go away. Leah, what are the long-term side effects of ketamine infusions? This is a great question, actually. This is a big reason why, like these types of questions and the answers to them are a big reason why I say that any medication or intervention you're using for CRPS should be treated as a bridge and not a road. Okay, having a glass of wine at night to take the edge off and calm yourself down after a stressful week, that can be a bridge, to get you through that Friday evening and unwind and enjoy. But if it becomes the road where you're having a glass of wine every night and then every morning and then every day at lunch, very quickly you can see this becomes a substance dependency. This is no different oftentimes for certain medications. And I think ketamine is a great mental health tool. It also has very helpful uses in medical settings for CRPS and otherwise. And sorry, my camera's going wild. But that being said, there are long-term side effects and consequences of medical or of ketamine use over a long time. And some of those side effects and consequences include things such as short-term memory difficulties. In addition to that, you might have problems with concentration or attention. You might have a slower time processing information. You might even have difficulty with executive functioning, meaning planning or organizing or decision making. And you might find yourself feeling mentally foggy. These effects are very pronounced in people who use ketamine frequently. So if you see, individuals in the CRPS community using ketamine very often, you might notice these types of effects, especially after long-term use. Some other worries to think about is ketamine-induced cystitis, meaning there's damage to the liver and the bladder from ketamine. You might find also that you develop a tolerance or you find diminishing returns from ketamine. So this could look like your first infusion gives you weeks or even months of relief. Then your later infusions maybe last days or weeks, and then eventually there's little meaningful benefit whatsoever. Ketamine can also have a really good psychological effect for you, but with long-term use, you might find that you have increased anxiety between treatments because there's not as much of a emotional blunting taking place as it when you are doing treatments. You might find your mood is unstable. You might find yourself dissociating. You might find yourself experiencing depersonalization. You might even find yourself becoming dependent on the treatment itself. So these are all things to look at when you are thinking about using ketamine and making a plan for your ketamine treatment. You don't want ketamine to become this thing that you're dependent on lifelong. You can use it as a bridge to calm the nervous system temporarily and start working towards becoming more functional, both physically and emotionally. Okay, so that's kind of a general overview of the long-term effects of ketamine usage, and maybe I'll make a newsletter on that. So that is a great question, and if you're not already, please do subscribe to my newsletter. You will find that a link to that in the description down below as well. Thank you for that question, Leah. That's great. Lee, B12 supplementation, does it help with nerve pain and regeneration, or is it just another wise tale? Also, mirror therapy. I've tried it multiple times, yet every time it makes me feel super nauseous. Is this normal fight or flight response? Lee, B12 could be helpful. It doesn't mean it's going to be super helpful. Try it, and if you find it helpful, great. If you don't, then it's not, required by any means. Any type of improvement in health or vitamin or micronutrient intake is usually helpful, but it's not like a life-saving vitamin. It's just B12. And then mirror therapy. If you've tried mirror therapy and it's making you feel nauseous, it's probably just not for you. Yeah, it's probably a normal response of your nervous system being overwhelmed. But, if you've tried it and it makes you feel nauseous, there's plenty of other types of desensitization therapies, which I've outlined in my desensitization videos, that you can try. No reason to force yourself to do mirror therapy. It might make you feel nauseous now, but as you calm the nervous system, it'll probably not make you feel nauseous in the future. Lisa, once my pain levels are down, is it possible to get other symptoms like dysautonomia and dystonia to stop? Um, and then I said, yes, I'll answer why in the Q&A. And then Ashley said, a lot of my pain has improved, as did my dystonia slash POTS symptoms. I still have both, but went from a 20 to an 8 on bad days. That's with not doing much, but somatic tracking and writing a list of events that happened before symptoms. Ashley, this is Ashley's response to Lisa is really insightful. So, yes, as your nervous system calms down, not only does the pain go down, but a lot of these other symptoms like dystonia, dysautonomia, even things like dysphagia, difficulty swallowing, etc. These types of things will calm down as well because, again, as I mentioned in that fight or flight video, this is all a result of an overly sensitized nervous system. So as we calm the nervous system, the symptoms will calm down. What Ashley is talking about when it comes to somatic tracking and journaling about the symptoms before or the events before the symptoms, really insightful. And I actually have a full exercise on this that I call the mind body journal. I will go ahead and link to a download for that in the description for you as well. You can practice that mind body journaling. I would just do it every day around the time of day that is the hardest for you. And I think you'll find it very insightful. That mind body journaling includes somatic tracking, the whole process that I've laid out, and it will also help you find the emotional connection to your pain in different ways. Try the mind body journal 2 to 3 times a week for several weeks and see what it does for you. I think you'll find it to be pretty helpful. So, yes, to answer your question, these other symptoms will start to come down as well. Need to know 876. Is interstitial cystitis an alphabet syndrome? How do you cure that? IC is brutal. Do you have patients that no longer have IC? Need to know 876. I have a client in my online program who there's several videos of her. Her name is Hillary, and she dealt with interstitial cystitis and CRPS. And after going through the program and doing coaching with me, she is doing great. Interstitial cystitis is, again, another one of those I don't know or alphabet syndromes. And yes, as you calm your nervous system, that will also calm down. As you guys can see as we go through this, there are so many people asking questions about, hey, I have this other mystery illness. Does this fall into alphabet syndromes? In general, if you have an illness that doctors can't figure out, that is the mystery disease, that is an invisible illness that people say is incurable, oftentimes that is a syndrome that falls in the category of alphabet syndromes. I'm not the only one to say this. John Sarno talks about this in his book, The Mind Body Prescription. Um, Nicole Sachs talks about this in his book or her book called Mind Your Body. And Gabor Mate talks about this in his book, When the Body Says No. All three of those books are great reads if you haven't read them, and they are included in my online course for you to read as well. So, yes, when you have this inkling of, hey, I have this other mystery illness, is this alphabet syndrome related? Is this central sensitization? Usually the answer is yes. So if you see me repeating that, yes, it is. I know it sounds wild, but it is simply that's the case. Samantha, I have a couple. If it's too late, I understand. If you have to pick one, I get that too. Not too late, Samantha. Here we are. She says, my CRPS started in my right leg and stayed there for a while, but now my flares, when it gets really bad, become full body and it feels like it is other places. It started then in my leg. Why are my flares whole body? Samantha, this is a result of your nervous system continuing to become more and more sensitized. This could be because of medications that you're taking. It could be because of fear that you are feeling. It could be because of stresses in your life that are amplifying the nervous system. As your nervous system becomes more sensitized, the brain gets more confused and alert about what is going on, and then you feel these sensations sometimes in the mirrored limb, sometimes in different areas of your body. It all depends, and I could help you with this, and I just need to know more of your full story. Number two, can CRPS live in the neck? And if it can, what are the symptoms of it living in your neck? Samantha, CRPS is not a poison or a venom that is moving through your body or living in areas of your body. This is a really common misconception, and I outline this in my online course in Module 2, which is titled CRPS Misconceptions. It's not living in your neck, but you could find yourself feeling sensitive or feeling pains excuse me, pains in your neck. It doesn't mean that CRPS is living in your neck. I know I'm harping on that wording, but that wording is very fear-inducing, and yeah, you can get symptoms in your neck or burning or a feeling of challenges swallowing, but that is due to nervous system overload, not some sort of poison or venom that's living in your neck. Okay. And then third question, my CRPS caused MCAS. I know that that's a possibility for a fair amount of people. How do you get it to calm down? And is there a way to deactivate in a way the MCAS, or is that always going to be a problem? So CRPS did not cause MCAS. Again, CRPS is not a cancer or a poison or a venom in your body. CRPS and MCAS are both alphabet syndromes. And as your nervous system gets more sensitized, you get more symptoms and then you get diagnosed with a syndrome. CRPS is not causing MCAS or POTS or anything like that. It is simply a result of a sensitized nervous system. And again, I've outlined that fully in my video, the fight or flight video, but also in my online course, Module 2, CRPS Misconceptions. So I'm sorry you're dealing with this, Samantha. It sounds like you're very fearful and very confused about what might be happening. I would love to help you feel a little more confident with what's going on and reduce a lot of that fear that you're experiencing. So I'm here anytime. Sean says, "What's the best way to combat the inevitable bone loss over time?" Sean, the bone loss is not inevitable. I go over this also in Module 2 of my CRPS course about CRPS myths and misconceptions. A lot of people think that because you get CRPS, you're going to get bone demineralization. But as I've said earlier in this video, the only reason your bones demineralize is because you stop using the limb, you stop moving the limb. That will happen to anyone who stops moving their body or limb, not just someone with CRPS. So if you want to combat the bone loss, which again is not inevitable, the thing that you need to do is begin to use your limb. And I know that that is painful. I know that that is challenging. So if you want guidance on how to do that, I'm happy to help. But the bone loss is not inevitable. And if you want to build bone and make bone stronger, you must put forces through the bone through physical exercise, strength training, walking, jogging, running, Pilates, yoga, anything to put weight through your bone will generate more bone and stop you from having bone demineralization, which again is not because of CRPS, it's because you're not using the limb, period. Hope that helps, Sean. Lashonda, I experience chronic pain daily from cervicogenic headaches, neck pain, bilateral arm pain, numbness, burning, blurry vision, nausea, lower back pain, right leg pain with numbness shooting into my big toe area. I had a cervical infusion, C5 through C7. The surgeon did an MRI and it revealed small nerve impingement, but not enough to do surgery on. Nothing is helping. I'm miserable, frustrated, and overwhelmed. Physical therapy nor meds are working. Please help. Lashonda, I am so sorry to hear what you are dealing with. And as I've mentioned on this post here, please feel free to reach out anytime. I would be happy to help you. When doctors do a scan or a test and they see a structural finding, it doesn't always mean that it is the cause for pain. So this small nerve impingement does not mean that is the cause for all of the things that you're dealing with. Many people have nerve impingements with no pain whatsoever. That's illustrated by these studies that are on screen now. I would be happy to help understand your specific story and help you one on one, but I want you to know that this doesn't need to be forever and you can have improvement and get better. So please hang in there, reach out anytime, and just know that I was told a lot of things by doctors. I had a lot of the symptoms you're describing, and I live a very normal life now. And I do believe and stand by that it's possible for you too. So reach out anytime, Lashonda. Thank you for uh, the statement here and this question. It is possible to live a better quality of life. It is not a life sentence. Andrea, hey Chase, I've been living with CRPS in my bilateral lower limbs for 3 years and fibromyalgia, interstitial cystitis, IBS, vulvodynia, small fiber neuropathy, dysautonomia for 35 years. I'm currently taking high doses of gabapentin and amitriptyline and have tried meditation, brain retraining, desensitization, PT, and recently started LDN. I'm also seeing a therapist for EMDR therapy, although I've made some small progress with my CRPS, I still can't walk and use a mobility scooter. I'm concerned the amitriptyline may be keeping me in a state of fight or flight, making my remission harder. Are there other holistic or natural treatments that could help these neuroimmune conditions? Is it possible for both CRPS and small fiber neuropathy to go into remission? So, if you're this far in the video and you've watched my fight or flight presentation that I posted recently, you understand exactly what Andrea here is experiencing. Andrea is experiencing central sensitization or nervous system overload, and that is leading to all of her diagnoses here. CRPS, fibromyalgia, interstitial cystitis, IVS, and small fiber neuropathy plus dysautonomia. These are all results, again, of a centralized nervous system. And it is my theory that a lot of this has to do with a lot of the personal factors, as I described in my presentation, that she has been through in her life, whether it's childhood experiences, losses of loved ones, difficult working life, difficult relationships. If she would like help to address these things, the best course of action would be to reach out to me personally. But what I would say to her is if you're looking for something more holistic or more natural, that would be something that we would need to work on specifically together. I would need to know your full story rather than, giving you blanket advice right here. I'm very sorry to hear you've been suffering for 35 years. That is a long time, but I have confidence that I can help you and I'm here anytime if you'd like some help with these alphabet syndromes you're dealing with. Carmel, have you found that when your CRPS pain is improving and develops or doesn't show symptoms, wait, a new pain. Okay, sorry. Carmel says, have you found that when CRPS is improving, a new pain develops that doesn't show CRPS symptoms? I am beginning to show improvement in my CRPS in my left foot, but now I have developed severe muscle pain in my IT band. In my right knee and thigh, the pain seems worse than my CRPS pain currently. I am working on Module 6 in your course. Carmel, this is a great question, and I'm excited you asked because yes, that is super common. And both John Sarno and Nicole Sachs, with the books Mind Your Body and The Mind Body Prescription, describe this happening and it actually being a sign that you are on your way to calming the nervous system. John Sarno calls this the symptom imperative, meaning that the pain shifts to something that is more distracting when you feel confident you have something under control because the pain, as you'll learn in Module 7, you're in Module 6, so you're about to go to Module 7, the pain is protecting you from an emotion that you are unready to feel. So when you start to get confident your CRPS is going away, boom, you have a IT band problem, or boom, you have frozen shoulder, or boom, suddenly you have more neck pain, or boom, suddenly you have more low back pain. This is all shifting positions in an effort to keep you distracted and keep you protected from whatever it is that your nervous system is trying to avoid. So, if we want to get specific on what that is, you're about to in Module 7 as you go through the exercises there, and you're also about to read the books by John Sarno and Nicole Sachs that will help explain extinction bursts and the symptom imperative. So keep going through the course. You're about to hit it. But yes, this is 100% possible and actually super common. A lot of my clients will tell you that this happens to them. Ashley, as I stated above, a lot of my symptoms went away, but I still have circulation issues with pain and burning in glutes and feet. Diagnosed with May-Turner syndrome, iliac vein compressions. Stenting is my quote unquote only option, but they did say because it was onset after injections, pain might not resolve even with the stent. Would something like May-Turner syndrome with real severe physical compression be an alphabet syndrome? So, Ashley, this is a great question because interestingly enough, MTS or May-Turner syndrome is one of the conditions that highlights a key important theme when it comes to alphabet syndromes. The presence of a structural finding does not automatically mean it is the cause of your symptoms. Your doctors say that, and that is also the truth. So, when we think about May-Turner syndrome, there are studies that show that 20 to 30% of people will demonstrate significant iliac vein compression on imaging with no symptoms whatsoever and may never even know that they have that compression. That alone shows you that May-Turner syndrome can be considered an alphabet syndrome in the same way. When we look at the diagnosis itself, May-Turner syndrome is often associated with someone who has a high achievement orientation, is a perfectionist, is a hyper responsible person, has difficulty resting, deals with chronic stress, had childhood adversity or trauma, is a people pleaser, suppresses their emotions, has high anxiety or hypervigilance. These are all characteristics of someone who is dealing with alphabet syndromes. So if you are dealing with May-Turner syndrome, it is no different than you dealing with CRPS. You are someone who is dealing with an alphabet syndrome. Even if there is real physical compression, it is not indicative or the determining factor for you to have symptoms. I hope that helps. I think I reached out to you privately, but MTS is an alphabet syndrome. Kathy says suggestions for what you do or say to reassure yourself during a flare. Hey, Kathy, one of the biggest things I always tell my clients is that a flare is called a flare because it will burn out. Mentioning that to ourselves during a flare, reminding ourselves that this is a temporary flare, it doesn't mean it's a new normal for us, it is something we're going to get through and overcome, is a great tool. Additionally, you can use a lot of my other tools, which are my meditations that are on available on YouTube, as well as meditations on the Insight Timer app that you can get for free on your iPhone. And then lastly, think about what a flare is. A flare is a device that you shoot up into the air when you're stranded on an island or somewhere for someone to find you. A flare is something used to get your attention. Oftentimes with CRPS, a flare is trying to get your attention to distract you from something emotional. So, for example, I had a client reach out to me recently who was talking about how they've been having a flare for a few weeks and they're unsure why. This client in particular has had a difficult relationship with her mother and is really missing her father, who passed away close to around the time that she was diagnosed. What I instructed her to think about is now that she's having a flare in between Mother's Day and Father's Day, how does that emotionally relate to what she is going through? And I instructed her to use the Mind Body Journal, which I've discussed, I'm going to link in the description of this video, to kind of explore those emotions and see what happens to her flare. I have confidence that as she journals about this and as she reminds herself that flares are temporary, that flare will start to calm down and she'll be able to move about her day. So during a flare, a couple of things. Flares are called flares because they burn out. Flares are not permanent. They will not be your new normal. Use meditations or tools that calm your nervous system. And lastly, explore what emotions you might be feeling during this time of year or what is significant about this date or time period in which you're having pain. A lot of my Pediatric clients will have pain around state testing when it comes to school testing. A lot of my adult clients will have pain around November and December because those are the holidays when family come to visit. And asking yourself what is going on emotionally is going to be a really big win for you when it comes to flares. Rather than just bracing and gritting through the flare, you can take a proactive approach to processing what is happening. So I hope that helps. And sorry, as I've been adjusting my camera, it's kind of freaking out today. But great question, Kathy. Tina says, I'm having trouble finding a doctor or specialist that deals with CRPS. Can you help? Tina, yes, I can help. I am virtual. I can see people all over the world, and I would be happy to help you anytime. If you are looking for, a physical therapist that is trained to deal with CRPS, I will link a website in the description down below that is a physical therapist search tool. And a lot of those physical therapists will have a doctorate in physical therapy and also be a therapeutic pain specialist with some similar training to me. So you might be able to find someone local you could do some work with in person. It won't be the same thing that I do because I'm not just a physical therapist, I'm a pain coach now. But it will be someone who can guide you physically through some of the exercises that I teach, which would be wonderful. So look for that link in the description down below. But if you want clear guidance with someone who's not only helped many people with CRPS, but had CRPS himself, feel free to book a consult with me on my website, thewindowpane.com. Kenneth, what is your advice for caregivers as it relates to caring for their spouse, family member, or friend who has CRPS? At what point does your care, concern, slash sympathy hinder the person's healing? Oh man, Kenneth, this is a fantastic question. And truthfully, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to save it and I'm going to use this question in a standalone video uh, catered towards caregivers. And I think it's going to be great. So thank you for this idea. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I'm gonna save this question for the standalone video ahead. Nancy, if I was dealing with long COVID before my total ankle replacement, did that possibly trigger CRPS? Hey Nancy, so believe it or not, long COVID is an alphabet syndrome. And in fact, it's also been characterized as a form of FND, functional neurologic symptom disorder. This has and shares a ton of similarities with CRPS, as all alphabet syndromes do. And so I don't think your long COVID triggered CRPS. I think it is a result of your centralized nervous system and centrally sensitized nervous system, sorry. And it probably led to CRPS because as your nervous system become more sensitized, you developed the symptoms of CRPS. So long COVID did not cause or trigger CRPS. It's a result of the same problem. Jasmine says, I am unusual because mine is in my face and scalp from eyelid surgery. There is not much information out there for me. Can you direct me? Hey, oh, sorry, your name is Jan. Okay. Janine, I am unusual because mine is in my face and scalp from an eyelid surgery. There is not much information out there for me. Can you direct me? Janine, believe it or not, you are not unusual. I have many clients with pain in the face, jaw, head, scalp, and occipital region. You are not as unusual as you might think, and I have no doubt my online program or my coaching would help you. If you are diagnosed with CRPS and it's in your face, scalp, and eyelid region from the surgery, they're diagnosing you with CRPS, but that could just as well be considered trigeminal neuralgia, or depending on the location, it could be occipital neuralgia. It's all the same thing. And that is why I'm confident that my program could help you. In fact, in my online program, there is a client that you see several videos of, and her name is Cheryl, and she has trigeminal neuralgia, and she has some great success as we work together through the program. So, Janine, feel free to reach out anytime, or if you don't want to wait, feel free to get signed up in my online course right away, and you can apply the techniques I teach to that area in your face, scalp, and eyelid. I'm sorry you're dealing with this. That sounds extremely awful, but I have no doubt that I can help. So reach out anytime, talk soon. Amy, for someone new to your page, do you suggest they start at video one and just keep going, or do you have a search method? It all seems too overwhelming. How important is your diet? Do you talk about foods to avoid? We know sugar and fast food, but it's paleo really the best way? Hey, Amy. So if you want, I get it. Getting on my YouTube and seeing so many videos, like over 200 hours of videos, can be so overwhelming. I often describe it as walking into a library and just being given a free-for-all, right? That is why I created my 8-week self-guided online program. You don't need to spend time sifting through all these YouTube videos and doing all these things. It's very beneficial because it's free, but it's really not directed, in a step-by-step process. So if you want something like that, I would personally suggest starting with my YouTube and Q&A videos like this one. But if you want true direction, I would say go straight into my online program, as that is going to walk you through step by step by step exactly how to get past this like I did. So my online course is going to be the best bet for you. And then when it comes to diets, I have a full newsletter on that. I don't recommend any special diet, and there's many reasons for that. You can find the full newsletter on diets linked down below. Great question, Amy. Scenic Owl 1058 said, "Is there anything that can help the constant fatigue? What can help with sleep? I always wake up feeling like I haven't slept at all." Um, yeah, sleep is such a challenge for so many of my clients and so many people with CRPS. So much so that I've actually created a full sleep toolkit that I will link to down below that you can download for free. This sleep toolkit is my 10-item sleep toolkit that gives you suggestions on how to make sleep more attainable, how to help you sleep for longer, and how to improve your quality of sleep. And then, in turn, that will help with your constant fatigue. Additionally, looking at what in your life is draining you and what in your life fulfills you or fills you up, and adjusting those scales will help with the fatigue also. So try out my sleep toolkit, and if you need more guidance, reach out to me privately, and we can talk a little bit more on specifics. But absolutely, we can help with the fatigue, and we can look at how to improve sleep using that toolkit. Nancy, I was diagnosed with CRPS after a total ankle replacement. My ankle still feels like I'm bone on bone. It's hard for me to stand or walk for very long without hurting quite a bit. I also get the normal nerve pain and burning. I feel like these are two different things, or could they both be CRPS? Well, Nancy, I'll answer this about your ankle. It is not bone on bone. And even if it was bone on bone, it wouldn't matter. Many people are bone on bone, especially older individuals. That is just a natural part of aging. All of us over time become bone on bone in certain joints, and being bone on bone doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have pain. And this is supported by these studies here, which I'll put on screen, to give you confidence that bone on bone doesn't mean pain. But the reason why I say, Nancy, that you are not bone on bone is because you've had a total ankle replacement. You have titanium or some other type of metal or polymer in your ankle. You're not bone on bone, and you don't have feeling in that material because it's not material that's part of your body. It's material that has been replaced in your ankle. So you are not bone on bone, first and foremost. Secondly, structurally, you are fine and you will be able to walk safely, but there is pain because your body is trying to process what in the world happened to your ankle. When you get that pain, whether it's normal nerve pain and burning, or it's, CRPS type pain, or it's that bone on bone feeling, all of that is related to CRPS or a centrally sensitized nervous system. We can 100% find a pathway to calm that down and re-educate your nervous system that your ankle, your new ankle, is safe and is a healthy part of you. If you want some guidance on that, I go through, how to get into walking slowly in my online course, and I can also lay out a plan for you in coaching if you would like anytime. But to answer your questions outright, your ankle is not still bone on bone because your ankle has been replaced. And all of this that you're describing sounds to me like the pain of a centrally sensitized nervous system. not something that you're doing to damage your ankle at all. Your ankle is super strong now, I promise. Okay, guys, I think we're almost an hour in to the Q&A, so I'm going to go ahead and break here, and I will address the next several questions in Q&A number 16. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Again, if you have questions for Q&A 16, please comment them down below. And if you need any further guidance, please take advantage of all the resources I've provided in the description and in the comment down below also. Hope you guys have a great week ahead. Please do take care, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye.